Now, when Zeus had brought Hector and the Trojans to the ships, he left both the armies beside them to endure toil and hardship without respite, and he himself turned his shining eyes away into the distance, looking down to the land of the horse-tending Thracians, and the close-fighting Mysians, and the proud Hippemolgoi who live on milk, and the Abioi, most upright of men. Toward Troy he turned no more at all his shining eyes, for in his heart he did not imagine any of the mortals will go to aid the Trojans or Danaans. But the Lord Earthshaker kept no blind watch, for he too sat marvelling at the war and battle, high up on the topmost crown of wooded Samothrace. From there was displayed the hall of Ida, the city of Priam was displayed, and the ships of the Achaeans. There, coming out of the sea, he sat, and he pitied the Achaeans beaten down at the hands of the Trojans, and he reproached Zeus violently. In a moment he descended from the rugged mountain, swiftly striding forward on his feet, and the great mountains and woodlands shook beneath the immortal feet of Poseidon as he proceeded. 3 strides he made, and on the 4th he reached his goal, Aegae, where his illustrious house was built in the depths of the sea, gleaming golden, imperishable forever. Arriving there, he yoked to his chariot a pair of horses shod with bronze, swift-flying, with luxuriant manes of gold, and he clad himself in gold, and grasped his golden well-wrought whip, and stepped into his chariot. And he set out to drive across the waves, and the creatures of the sea gambolled at his coming out of the deep places from everywhere, nor did they fail to recognize the Lord, and the sea parted in joy, and the horses flew on lightly, nor was the bronze axle beneath even moistened. So the swift springing horses carried him to the ships of the Achaeans. There is a certain broad deep cave in the depths of ocean between the islands Tenedos and rugged Imbros. There Poseidon the Earthshaker drew up his horses, releasing them from the chariot, and cast before them ambrosial fodder to eat, and around their feet he threw golden fetters, infrangible, not to be loosened, so they would steadfastly await the Lord's return. And he proceeded to the Achaean army. And like fire or whirling wind, the thronging Trojans followed Hector, son of Priam, battle-hungry always, united in their loud shouts and cries. They thought they would seize the ships of the Achaeans and kill all their best men beside them. But Poseidon, the earth-shaking holder of the earth, rallied the Argives, emerging from the deep salt sea, likening himself in form and tireless voice to Calchas. He addressed it to Iantes first, zealous though they already were. Iantes, you must save, both of you, the Achaean people, being mindful of your valor and not of shivering flight. In any other place I do not fear than an unassailable mighty of hands of the Trojans, who have scaled in a body up and over our great wall. The strong-grieved Achaeans will hold them off. But I most terribly greatly fear lest we suffer in the place where this fiery madman leads, Hector, who boasts to be the son of mighty Zeus. May one of the gods so put into your hearts to stand your ground strongly yourselves and to exhort the others. Then you might drive him back, for all his rushing speed, from the swift sailing ships, though the Olympian himself stirred him to battle. He spoke, and with the staff, the Earthshaker who holds the earth struck them, filling both with mighty courage, and he made their limbs light, their feet and their arms. And he himself rose to fly like a swift-winged hawk, which borne aloft from a sheer rock, swoops to pursue some other bird across a plain. So Poseidon, who shakes the earth, shoots away from them. And of the two, swift Ajax, son of Phalus, first understood, and straightway he addressed Ajax, son of Telamon. Ajax, since one of the gods who hold Olympus bids us, in the likeness of our seer, to do battle by the ships, for he is not Calchas, the augur of birds who prays to God. The stride of his feet and legs from behind I quickly recognized as he was going. Gods though they be, they are easily known. And the spirit in my own breast has been stirred to more to fight and to do battle. My feet beneath me strain for action, as do my hands above.
And answering him spoke Telamonian Ajax. So now too my hands, invincible, strain about my spear shaft, and my spirit stirs, and by the feet beneath me I am rushed along. I yearn, even on my own, to fight with Hector, son of Priam, who is battle-hungry always. So they spoke such things to one another, exulting in their resolve for battle, which the god had placed within their hearts. Meanwhile, the earth-holder rallied other Achaeans behind them, who were reviving their spirits beside the swift ships, for their very limbs were undone by grievous toil, and anguish pierced their hearts as they beheld the Trojans, who in a body had scaled up and over their great wall. As they looked on them, they wept tears beneath their brows, for they did not think they would escape clear of destruction, but the earth shaker, moving easily among them, pressed them into strong formations. He first came to Teucer and Latios, urging them on, and Peneleos, the warrior, and Thoas, and Dieprios, and Meriones, and also Antilocos, raisers of the battle cry. Urging them, he spoke winged words. For shame, Argives, young boys, I trusted your fighting to save our ships. But if you hang back from baleful war, and now appears the day we will be broken by the Trojans, oh shame, this is a great wonder I see with my eyes. A terrible thing, which I never thought would be accomplished, that the Trojans reach our ships, Trojans, who just before were like skittish deer when flittering through the woods, are so much food for jackals, leopards, and wolves. Useless, incapable of defense, nor is there fire or fighting in them. So the Trojans in time before used to be unwilling to stand face to face against Achaean might or the strength of hand, not even for a little while. Now far from the city, they fight beside the hollow ships, though the cowardice of our leader and the slackness of our people, who angered with him, are not willing to ward off the Trojans. For the swift voyaging ships but are killed among them, and if in truth he is wholly guilty, the warrior son of Atreus, wide-ruling Agamemnon, because he outraged Peleus' swift-footed son. Still we cannot hang back from our fighting. Come, let us quickly mend our ways, for the hearts of noble men can be amended. You are not right to slacken your fierce courage. You, all the best men in the army, I would not quarrel with a man who hung back from fighting because he was worthless. But with you I am angry with all my heart. Weaklings, you will soon bring about some even greater evil by this slackness. Each one of you put in your mind a sense of shame and righteous censure, for now a great battle stirs. Hector of the war cry is fighting by our ships, in his might, and has smashed our gates and the long door bolt. Taking the lead this way, the earth-holders spurred on the Achaeans, and about the two Iantes, the powerful ranks took positions. Ranks that Ares would not have slighted on inspection, nor Athena, who drives the army into battle, for they, the best men, the chosen, awaited the Trojans and shining Hector. And spear was locked with spear, one shield upon another, buckler weight on buckler, helmet on helmet, man on man, and the helmets plumbed with horsehair, touched with shining crests when the men nodded. So tight did they stand beside each other. Spears brandished in their emboldened hands made layered ranks. Their minds were fixed ahead, and they were hungry to do battle. The Trojans pressed forward in a body, and Hector led them straight on, raging, like a boulder rolling from a cliff, that a river in winter flood has forced from the brow of a hill, having torn its foundation of remorseless rock with an immense downpour. And leaping high, the boulder flies along, and the forest crashes beneath it. Straight on it runs without wavering until it reaches level ground, then it rolls no more, for all its urgency. So for a while, Hector threatened to sweep through the tents and the ships of the Achaeans to the sea, as he slaughtered. But when he ran into their close-pressed ranks, he came to a stop, so close he brushed against them, and facing him the son of Achaeans, stabbing with their swords and two-edged spears, drove him from them, and he retreated, staggering.
With a piercing voice he shouted, so as to be heard by the Trojans. Trojans and Lycians, and close-fighting Dardanians, stay by me. Not for long will the Achaeans withstand me, for all they array themselves in a wall of defense. But, I suspect, they will give way under my spear, if truly it is the highest of gods who drives me, the far-thundering husband of Hera. So speaking, he rallied the spirit and heart of each man. And among them Deiphobus had stepped forth, intent on a great deed, the son of Priam, and held before him the circle of his shield, advancing with light strides and edging forward behind his shield. Meriones took aim at him with his shining spear, and did not miss him, but struck across the circle of the ox-hide shield. But it did not drive through, for far before the long spear shattered at the shaft-head socket. And Deiphobus held the ox-hide shield away from him, and feared in his heart the spear of warlike Meriones. And Meriones the warrior drew back into the band of his companions, greatly angered on two counts. He had lost the victory and shattered his spear. He went beside the shelters and the ships of the Achaeans to bring his long spear, which he had left behind in his shelters. And the rest fought on with quenchless cry of battle rising. Teucer, son of Telamon, first killed a man, Imbrios the spear fighter, son of Mentor of many horses. He dwelt in Pedaios until the coming of the sons of the Achaeans, and wed a bastard daughter of Priam, Medicaste. When the double-ended ships of the Danaans came, he returned to Iliad, and distinguished himself among the Trojans, and made his home near Priam, and Priam honored him like his sons. This man, the son of Telamon, stabbed with his long spear beneath the ears, then wrenched the spear out, and Imbrios fell back like an ash tree, which, on the peak of a mountain, conspicuous from far around, felled by a bronze axe, brings its tender leaves to touch the ground. So he fell, and his armor, elaborate with bronze, clashed about him. Teucer made a rush, intent on stripping his armor, and Hector took aim with his shining spear as he did. But Teucer, watching straight ahead, evaded the bronze spear barely, and Hector struck Amphimachus, son of Catatos, who was the son of Actor, across the chest with his spear as he was returning to the fighting. He fell with a thud, and his armor clashed upon him, and Hector rushed to snatch from his head the helmet, close fitted to the brows of great-hearted Amphimachus. But Ajax thrust out his shining spear as Hector charged. But Hector's flesh was nowhere visible. He was entirely covered with dreadful bronze. So Ajax struck the boss of his shield, and with his great strength forced him back. And Hector withdrew from both corpses, and the Achaeans dragged them away. And Stichios and noble Menesthius, leaders of the Athenians, carried Amphimachus back among the Achaean host. But the two Iantes carried Imbrios away, intent on displaying their fierce courage. As two lions, having snatched a goat from saw-toothed dogs, bear it through dense underbrush, holding it high above the ground in their jaws. So the two Iantes, holding Imbrios, stripped his helmet and his armor, and from his soft neck the son of Oileus cut off his head, in his rage for the death of Amphimachus. And swinging it round, he hurled it like a ball through the throng, and it fell in the dust before the feet of Hector. Then Poseidon, his heart consumed with rage at the falling of his grandson in great dread combat, set out to go to the shelters and ships of the Achaeans to rouse the Danaans, and to wreak heartache for the Trojans. But spear-famed Idomeneus chanced upon him, as he made his way from a companion who had just come to him from the fighting, having been wounded behind the knee by sharp bronze. His companions had carried the wounded man, and having given orders to the healers, he was going to his shelter, for he was still minded to take part in the battle. And the Lord Earthshaker addressed him, assuming the voice of Andrymon's son Thoas, who in all Pleuron and steep Calydon ruled the Aetolians, and was honored like a god by the people. Idomeneus, leader of the Cretan council, where then are the threats the sons of the Achaeans made to the Trojans? In turn, Idomeneus, leader of the Cretans, answered him, O Thoas, no man is to be blamed now, as far as I myself know, for all of us know how to fight. No slack fear constrains any man, nor yielding to doubt does anyone shirk the evil fighting. But this way it seems is pleasing to the almighty son of Cronus, that the Achaeans die here, nameless, far from Argos. Come, Thoas, for before this you were battle-steady, and rallied another whenever you saw him hanging back. Therefore do not be reluctant now, and give every man his order.
Then Poseidon, who shakes the earth, answered him, Idomeneus, may that man never yet return home from Troy, but become here a plaything of dogs, who on this day would willingly hang back from doing battle. But come, taking your armor, follow this way. We must hurry matters on together, to see if we may be of use in any way, though we are but two. United there is valor in even worthless men, and we too know how to fight, even against good warriors. So speaking, Poseidon set out again, a god among the fighting throng of men. And when Idomeneus arrived at his well-built shelter, he put his splendid armor about his body and grasped 2 spears, and set out like a bolt of lightning that the son of Cronus, taking hold of in his hand, brandishes from radiant Olympus to declare a sign to mortal men, and its flashings outshine everything in heaven. So the bronze armor shone about his chest as he was running. Then his good henchman Meriones encountered him while he was still near the shelter, for he had come after to fetch a bronze spear. And strong Idomeneus spoke to him. Meriones, swift-footed son of Maulus, most beloved of companions, why have you come here leaving the strife and battle? Have you been hit somewhere and a spear point afflicts you? Or do you come to me as a messenger? As for myself, I have no desire to sit about the shelters, but to fight. Then wise Meriones addressed him in reply. I come to see if by chance some spear of yours was left inside the shelters for me to carry, for we broke the one that I used to bear before, striking the shield of arrogant Deiphobus. Then in turn Idomeneus, leader of the Cretans, addressed him. You will find 1 spear or 20 if you wish, standing in my shelter against the shining inner wall, Trojan spears which I took from men who have been killed, for I do not expect to fight standing at a distance from my enemies. Therefore my spears and bossed shields are there, and helmets and war belts gleaming brightly. Then again wise Meriones answered him. I too, by my shelters and dark ship, have much Trojan spoil, but it is not close at hand to take. And indeed I think I am not careless of my courage, but among the front ranks throughout the field of battle, where men win glory, I take my stand whenever the conflict of war arises. Let my fighting slip the notice of some other of the bronze-clad Achaeans, but I think that you yourself know of it. Then in turn Idomeneus, leader of the Cretans, answered him. I know your courage, what manner of man you are. Why must you recount these things? If all the best of us should now be gathered by the ships for an ambush, where more than anywhere men learn the value of their courage, there the man who is cowardly and he who is brave is exposed for what he is, for the complexion of the coward changes color this way and that, nor can he restrain the spirit in his breast to sit without moving, but fidgeting he shifts from one leg to the other, and in his breast his heart pounds violently as he thinks of death, and there is a chattering of his teeth. But the complexion of the brave man does not change, nor is he greatly afraid, once he takes his place among the ambush of men, and his prayer is that with all speed he may join the distress of battle. There no man would slight your spirit and strength of hands. Even if you were wounded by a spear thrown or struck by a sword in the toil of battle, the blow would not land upon your neck from behind, nor on your back, but would meet your breast or your belly as you press forward among the clutch of front-line fighters. But come, let us not discuss these things longer like children standing around, lest someone high-handedly rebuke us, but go to my tent and get a heavy spear. So he spoke, and Meriones, a match for swift Ares, at once took up a bronze spear and went from the shelter with Idomeneus, his mind set firmly on battle. As Ares, ruinous to mortals, sets out to war, and rout follows with him, his beloved son, powerful and fearless, who puts to flight even the steadfast warrior, they too go armed from Thrace to join with the Ephyri, or the great-hearted Phlegians, and they do not heed the prayers of both sides, but grant glory to one or to the other. Such were Meriones and Idomeneus, leaders of men, as they were setting out for war, helmeted in gleaming bronze. And Meriones spoke a word to the other first. Son of Deucalion, in what place do you intend to enter the battle throng? On the left of the whole army, or in the middle, or on the right? For nowhere else do I think the long-haired Achaeans so unequal to the combat.
Then Idomeneus, leader of the Cretans, answered him, There are others in the center to defend the ships, the two Iantes and Teucer, who is the best of the Achaeans with the bow, and good in close combat. They will drive that one to have his fill of war for all his eagerness, this Hector, son of Priam, even if he is powerful. A hard climb it will be for him, for all his great hunger to do battle, to best their spirit and invincible strength of hands, and bring fire to the ships unless the son of Cronos himself should throw a burning firebrand into the swift ships. Great Telamonian Ajax will yield to no man who is mortal and eats the grain of Demeter, and can be torn by bronze or by great boulders thrown. Nor would he give way to man-shattering Achilles in close combat, though in swiftness of feet it is not possible to contend with Achilles. As for us, hold this course to the left of the army so that we swiftly see whether we will give the right to vaunt to someone else or he to us. So he spoke, and Meriones, a match for swift Ares, led the way, until they arrived at the army where he had urged. And when the Trojans saw Idomeneus, fire-like in spirit, him and his retainer in their elaborate armor, then calling along the throng of battle, they all ran for him. The fray of massed men arose by the sterns of the ships, as when under a shrill wind whirling gates rush on a day when the dust is thickest on the roadsides, and converging they raise a great hazy cloud of dust, so that the fighting men converged on the same spot with their hearts, and their hearts were intent on killing each other with sharp bronze throughout the throng of battle. The man-destroying battle bristled with long, flesh-tearing spears that the men held. It dazed their eyes, the bronze light from the glittering armor, and from the breastplates new burnished and the shining shields, as the men converged. Strong-hearted indeed would that man be who could rejoice on looking at the battle toil and not grieve. So too powerful sons of Cronos, Poseidon and Zeus, disposed to both sides, wrought painful hardship for the fighting men. Zeus was planning victory for Hector and the Trojans, to glorify swift-footed Achilles, nor did he wish wholly to destroy the Achaean army in front of Iliad, but only to glorify Thetis and her strong-hearted son. Poseidon had aroused the Argives, entering among them in secret, emerging out of the gray salt sea, for he was oppressed with grief because the Argives were being defeated by the Trojans, and violently did he reproach Zeus. To be sure, the same generation and same parentage belonged to both, but Zeus had been born first and knew more. Therefore, while Poseidon shrank from defending the Achaeans openly, in secret he ever stirred them to action throughout the army, but in the likeness of a man. So the two gods stretched the rope of violent strife and of war at all levels alike, back and forth across both sides. Unbreakable, not to be undone, a rope that made slack the strength of needs of many men. And graying though he was, Idomeneus, in command of the Danaans, rushed upon the Trojans and incited panic in them. He slew Orythaeus, who was with them from Gabesus, who had come recently after a report of the war, and had asked for the hand of the most beautiful of Priam's daughters, Cassandra, without bride price, and promised a great deed, to drive away from Troy by force the sons of the Achaeans. And old Priam nodded assent and promised to give her to him, and Othrynius fought, trusting in his promises. At this man Idomeneus took aim with his shining spear, and cast, striking him mid-high stepping stride. Nor did his breastplate protect him, bronze though it was, which he was wont to wear, but it fixed in the middle of his stomach, and he fell with a thud. And Idomeneus vaunted over him in a loud voice, Othronius, I compliment you beyond all men, if you are really to accomplish all you promised to Dardanian Priam, and he promised you his daughter. We too would promise to fulfill the same terms for you, and give you the son of Atreus' most beautiful daughter, bringing her out from Argos to marry, if joining with us you would sack the well-settled city of Ilion. Come, follow me, so that we may come to agreement by our seagoing ships about your marriage, since we are not greedy about marriage gifts.
So speaking, the warrior Idomeneus dragged Othronius by the foot through the mighty combat. But Asios came up to defend him, dismounted ahead of his horses. His retainer and charioteer held them close in check as they breathed upon his shoulders, and he longed with all of his heart to strike Idomeneus. But it was Idomeneus who first struck him with his spear in the throat beneath his chin, and the bronze drove straight through. He fell, as when an oak falls, or white poplar, or stately pine, that in the mountains timbering men fell with fresh whetted axes to make a ship. So he lay, stretched out before his chariot and horses, roaring, clutching at the bloody dust. His charioteer was struck out of such wits as he possessed before, and had not courage to turn the horses back, to escape from out of enemy hands, and so battle-staunch Antilochus, striking with his spear, impaled him in the middle. Nor did his breastplate protect him, bronze though it was, which he was wont to wear, but the spear fixed in the middle of his stomach. Then, gasping, he dropped from the well-wrought chariot, and Antilochus, son of great-hearted Nestor, drove off the horses from the Trojans towards the strong grieved Achaeans. And Deiphobus came up very close to Idomeneus, stricken with grief over Asios, and took aim with his shining spear shaft. But watching straight ahead, Idomeneus evaded the bronze point, for he was sheltered under the round shield that he carried, adorned as it was with rings of oxhide and gleaming bronze, fitted with two struts inside it. Beneath this he crouched his whole body, and the bronze spear flew over, and his shield rang harshly as the spear brushed by. Yet Deiphobus did not hurl it from his powerful hand in vain, but he struck Hypsenor, son of Hyptasus, shepherd of the people, in the liver under the midriff, and in an instant unstrung his knees. And Deiphobus exulted wildly, shouting loud, Asius then does not lie unavenged, but I think that even on his way to Hades, the mighty keeper of the gates, he will rejoice in his heart since I have given him on escort. So he spoke, and grief descended on the Argives at his crowing, and most of all he stirred the spirit of wise Antilochus, and though grieving, he was not heedless of his comrade, but running up, stood astride, and put his shield to cover Hypsenor. Then, getting their shoulders under him, two faithful companions, Mecisteus, the son of Echios, and godlike Alistair, bore him, groaning heavily, to the hollow ships. And Idomeneus did not check his great fury, but ever strove to bury some Trojan in death's dark night, or to fall himself, warding off destruction from the Achaeans. The beloved son of Aestes, cherished by Zeus, the warrior Alcathous. He was Anchises' son-in-law, and had married the eldest of his daughters, Hippodamia, whom her father and lady mother loved with all their hearts in their home, for she surpassed all her age in beauty and handiwork and good sense. And for this reason the best man in Troy's broad land had married her. This man Poseidon broke at the hands of Idomeneus, bewitching his shining eyes, shackling his bright limbs, and he was neither able to flee back nor to escape. But while he stood without moving, like a pillar or a high-leafed tree, the warrior Idomeneus stabbed him in the middle of his chest with his spear, and he lay open the bronze armor about him, which before had protected his body from death. Now, though, it rasped loud, as it was rent about the spear, and Alcathous fell with a thud, and the spear shaft plunged into his heart, and his heart, as it labored, shook the butt end of the spear. Then mighty Ares dispatched its vital force. And Idomeneus exulted wildly, shouting loud, Deiphobus, do we reckon that it is fair exchange, that 3 men were slain for 1, since you, it was who, boasted this way? Madman, come yourself and take your stand face to face against me, so you may see what son of Zeus has come here. Zeus, who first begat Minos, the guardian of Crete. Minos then begat his blameless son Deucalion, And Deucalion begat me, lord of many men, throughout wide Crete. Now I have carried my ships here, as evil to you, and your father, and to all Trojans.
So he spoke, and Deiphobus weighed in his mind 2 ways, whether he should find some of the great-hearted Trojans as a comrade, after drawing back, or should take the chance on his own. And this seemed to him, as he considered, to be the best, to go to Aeneas, and he found him standing at the back of the throng. For he was ever wrathful with godlike Priam. Because noble though he was among men, Priam held him in no honour. Standing close to him, he spoke winged words. Aeneas, leader of the Trojan council, now there is need for you to protect your brother-in-law if any care for family comes to you. Come, follow me. Let us fight for Alcathous, who in time before as your sister's husband raised you in his house when you were young. The famed spearman Idomeneus has killed him. So he spoke, and stirred the heart of Aeneas's breast to confusion. And Aeneas strode after Idomeneus, his mind resolutely set on battle. But no thought of flight gripped Idomeneus, like some untested child, but he remained like a wild boar in the mountains, confident in his courage, who awaits a great approaching band of men in a desolate place, and his back bristles above, and his eyes glisten with fire. Then he sharpens his tusks, straining to defend himself against both dogs and men. So spear-famed Idomeneus awaited, nor did he retreat. As Aeneas, swift to defend, approached, but Idomeneus called to his companions, looking to Ascalaphus and Epheres and Deipyrus and Meriones and Antilochus, masters of the battle cry. Rallying these, he addressed them with winged words. Come, friends, and stand by me, who am alone, for terribly I fear Aeneas, drawing near, swift of foot, who advances on me, who is powerful indeed in slaying men in battle, and he is also the bloom of youth, which is great strength. For if we were in the same age with his same spirit, at once either he would carry away a great victory, or would I. So he spoke, as one in spirit. They all stood in a body, inclining their shields against their shoulders. But on the side, Aeneas called to his companions, looking to Deiphobus and Paris and Agenor, who with him were leaders of the Trojans, and the hosts followed, as flocks followed after a ram, when they go to drink from their place of pasture, and the shepherd rejoices. So the heart of in the breast of Aeneas rejoiced, as he saw the host following in a company with him. These men charged in close combat around the body of Alcathous at close range, with long spears, and the clash of bronze around their chests. It was terrible to hear through the throng of battle, as he hurled spears at one another. 2 warlike men, preeminent beyond others, Aeneas and Idomeneus, both a match for Ares, strained to cut each other's flesh with pitiless bronze. And Aeneas was first to cast at Idomeneus, but he, watching straight ahead, evaded the bronze spear, and the point went quivering down into the ground, for it sprang in vain from the strong hand of Aeneas. Then Idomeneus struck Oenomaus in the pit of the stomach, and shattered the hollow of his breastplate, and the bronze made his entrails gush through. And falling in the dust, he clutched the earth with his clenched hands, and from the corpse Idomeneus wrenched his long-shadowed spear, but was not able to strip the rest of the splendid armour from the dead man's shoulders, for he was assailed by spears and arrows. His feet were no longer steady when he attacked, not for darting forward after his thrown spear, not for fleeing from harm. So in close standing combat he fought off the pitiless day of death, and his feet no longer carried him for speedy flight from fighting. Step by step Idomeneus retreated, as Deiphobus took his aim at him with his shining spear, for the bitterness he held for him was undying. But even then he missed, and struck Ascalaphus with his spear, the son of Ares, Enyalius, the god of war. Through his shoulder the heavy spear held its way, and falling in the dust, he clutched the earth with his clenched hand. Nor had mighty roaring Ares heard a thing of his son falling in the mighty conflict. But he sat beneath the golden clouds on the height of Olympus, held by the will of Zeus, there with the rest of the immortal gods, debarred from the battle. And around the body of Ascalaphus the men charged in close combat, and Deiphobus seized the shining helmet from Ascalaphus. Then Meriones, match of the swift war god, leaping forwards, struck Deiphobus's arm with his spear, and from his hand the hollow-eyed helmet resounded as it fell on the ground. Meriones, swiftly swooping like a vulture, wrenched the heavy spear from the top of his arm and withdrew back into the band of his companions. But Polites, brother of Deiphobus, reached both arms around his brother's waist, led him back from the grievous fighting until he reached his swift horses, who behind the line of battle and the fighting stood waiting for him, holding their charioteer and patterned chariot. And they carried him to the city, groaning heavily in his distress, and blood poured from his new wounded arm.
And the rest fought on, with quenchless cry of battle rising. Aeneas, rushing at Cleitor's son, Aphareus, struck him in the throat with his sharp spear as he was turned toward him. His head lolled to one side, back fell his shield and helmet, and death, which shatters the spirit, seeped around him. Antilochus, eyeing Thune as he turned away, charged and stabbed him and severed the whole vein that runs the length of the back to reach the neck. He severed the whole of it away, and the other dropped on his back in the dust, spreading both arms wide to his dear companions. Antilochus, rushing up, stripped the armor from his shoulders, glancing about him. Trojans, standing round from every side, stabbed his broad, all-gleaming shield, but they could not get within it, even to scratch the pitiless bronze, the tender skin of Antilochus. For earth-shaking Poseidon fiercely protected Nestor's son, even amid the multitude of blows. Never was he clear of his enemies, but kept wheeling among them. Nor did he hold his spear still, but it was ever shaken, brandished, and with it all his heart he aimed to make a spear cast or attack at close quarters. But Antilochus did not escape the notice of Adamas as he took aim through the fighting throng. He, the son of Asios, who struck the middle of his shield with sharp bronze, attacking from close at hand. But dark-haired Poseidon, grudging him Anticleos's life, deprived his spear of power. Half of it remained in the shield of Anticleos, like a fire-hardened spike, and half hung to the ground. And Adamas drew into the band of his companions, shunning death. But following after, Meriones struck Adamas as he was departing with his spear between the genitals and the navel, where more than anywhere wounds in war are grievous hard for pitiful mortal men. There the spear struck, and with the spear inside him he gasped his last, like a wild ox that in the mountains herdsmen have hobbled and twisted rope and drive by force against its will, so wounded by the blow that he gasped his last, albeit for a short time, not long at all, until the warrior Meriones, looming close, dragged the spear back from his flesh, and then darkness covered his eyes. And Helenos smote Dioprios at close quarters on the temple with his great Thracian sword, and smashed away his crested helmet. Struck off, it fell on the ground, and one of the Acacians took possession of it, where it rolled among the feet of the fighting men. And down over his eyes black night covered Dioprios. Then grief seized the son of Atreus, Menelaus, of the war cry, and he approached menacing the warrior lord Helenos, shaking his spear, but Helenos raised the grip of his bow, At the same moment, both men fly, one aimed with his ashwood spear, the other with an arrow from his bowstring. The son of Priam struck Menelaus in the chest with the arrow, in the hollow of his breastplate, but the bitter arrow flew back and went across a great threshing floor. Black-skinned beans and chickpeas were bound away from the broad winnowing fan, thrown by the whistling wind and the draught of the winnower's swing. So, from the breastplate of glorious Menelaus, rebounding hard, the bitter arrow flew to a distance. But the son of Atreus, Menelaus of the war cry, struck Helenus on the hand with which he held his polished bow, and straight through his hand into the bow he drove the bronze spear. And Helenus shrank into the band of his companions, shunning death, dangling his hand by his side and trailing the ashwood spear. And great-hearted Agenor pulled it from his hand, which he bound with sheep's fleece skillfully twisted, that his retainers kept for him, the shepherd of his people, to make a sling. Then Pysandros came straight at glorious Menelaus, but an evil fate led him to the moment of his death, to be broken by you, Menelaus, in dread combat. And when they had advanced almost upon each other, the son of Atreus threw and missed, and his spear was turned aside. But Pysandros stabbed the shield of glorious Menelaus, nor was he able to drive his bronze spear through, for the broad shield stopped it, and the spear was snapped at the socket. And at this the son of Atreus rejoiced in his heart and hoped for victory, and drawing his silver-studded sword, he sprang for Pysandros, but behind the cover of the shield Pysandros grasped his splendid axe, and well wrought in bronze, set on a handle of long, well-polished olive wood, and at the same moment they bludgeoned one another.
Pysandros struck the ridge of the other's horsehair-crested helmet on the very peak below the crest, but Menelaus struck Pysandros on the brow as he drew near, over the base of the nose. The bones cracked, and his 2 eyes dropped to the ground by his feet, bloodied in the dust. He fell, curled in pain, and Menelaus, placing his foot upon his chest, stripped the dead man's armor and spoke in exultation. "This is the way you will leave the ships of the Danaans of swift horses, you Trojans of reckless deeds, never sated with dread battle. Nor are you deficient in other outrage and insult with which you insulted me, cowardly bitches. Nor do you at all fear in your heart the harsh wrath of far thundering Zeus, protector of hospitality, who in days to come will sack utterly your high city. You who went away taking my lawful wife and my many possessions against decency, when you had been treated hospitably by her. Now, this time, it was on our sea-going ships you were set to hurl deadly fire and to kill Achaean warriors. But you will be checked somewhere for all your rushing haste for war. Father Zeus, for you, they say, surpassed the wisdom of all other men and gods, yet all these matters are your doing. How you favor indecent men, the Trojans, whose spirit is ever reckless, nor can they have enough of the din of all leveling war. There is satiety in all things, even sleep and even love, and in sweet song and blameless dance. Surely a man hopes for satisfaction from those things more than from war, but the Trojans are insatiate of battle." So speaking, blameless Menelaus stripped the bloody armor from the corpse and gave it to his comrades, and he, going back again, took his place among the frontline fighters. But then there sprang at him King Pylaemenes' son, Harpalion, who followed his beloved father to take part in the fight at Troy, nor did he again reach his fatherland. Harpalion stabbed the shield of the son of Atreus in the middle at close quarters with his spear, but he was not able to drive his bronze spear through, and withdrew back to the band of his companions, shunning death, darting glances all around him, lest someone graze him with their spear. But as he was departing, Meriones let fly an arrow tipped with bronze and struck him in the right buttock, and the arrow made its way straight through beneath the bone, down through the bladder. Sitting there in the arms of his beloved companions, breathing his life forth like a worm, he lay outstretched upon the ground, and the dark blood flowed forth and soaked the earth. And the great-hearted Paphlagonians attended upon him, and setting him in a chariot, they led him to sacred Ilion, grieving, and among them went his father, pouring tears, nor was there any recompense for his son's dying. But Paris was greatly angered in his heart that Harpalion was killed, for he used to be his guest friend among the many Paphlagonians, and angered for his sake, he let fly a bronze-tipped arrow. And there was a certain Euchenor, the son of the seer Polyidus, a rich man and a brave man, who had his home in Corinth, and who embarked upon his ship well knowing his deadly fate. For many times the old man, brave Polyidus, told him that he would waste away with painful disease in his own halls, or be broken under Trojan hands among the ships of the Achaeans. Thus he chose to avoid both the Achaeans' harsh fine for deserters and hateful disease, so that his spirit not endure such sufferings. This was the man Paris struck under the jaw and ear. In an instant his spirit was gone from his limbs, and the hateful darkness took him. So they fought like blazing fire. And Hector, beloved of Zeus, had not heard, nor did he know that on the left of the ships his people were being killed by the Argives, and an Achaean victory would soon have come about. For such a one as the earth-holding shaker of the earth rallied the Argives, and defended them too with his own strength. But Hector held steady to where he first attacked the gates and wall after shattering the close-set ranks of Danaan spearmen. There the ships of Ajax and Protesilaus were drawn up on the shore of the grey salt sea, and above these the wall stood lowest. There, more than anywhere, the men and even horses were the most formidable in the fighting. And there the Boeotians and Ionians, with their trailing robes, the Locrians and Phthyians and the glorious Epeans with difficulty held him from the ships as he sprang forward. They were not able to force brilliant, flame-like Hector from them. Nor could the Athenians' chosen men, among whom Menestheus the son of Petius was leader, and with him followed Phidias and Stichius and goodly Bias. The leaders of the Epeans were Meges, the son of Phyleus, and Amphion and Dracius, and at the head of the Phthyians were steadfast Medon and Podarches. Now Medon was the bastard son of godlike Oileus, and a brother of Ajax, but he was living in Phylake, away from his fatherland, having killed a man there. The kinsman of his stepmother Areopis, she whom Oileus married, but Podarches was the child of Iphiclus and Phylacus. These, under arms at the head of the great-hearted Phthyians, fought alongside the Boeotians, defending the ships.
And Ajax, the swift son of Oileus, would never, not at all, take his stand apart from Telamonian Ajax, not even a little. But as in a fallow field, two dark-faced oxen pull a sturdy plough, equal in spirit, and around the base of their horns heavy sweat streams forth. Only the well-polished yoke keeps the two apart, as they strain along the furrow and reach the edge of the field. So the two men stood firm side by side with each other. And many men indeed, and noblemen, followed the son of Telamon as companions who relieved him of his shield, whenever sweat and fatigue gripped his knees. But the great-hearted Locrians did not accompany the son of Oileus, for they had not the strength to stand firm in close combat. They did not possess bronze-fitted helmets crested with horsehair, nor did they have well-rounded shields and ashwood spears. But trusting in bows and twisted woolen slings, they had followed along to Ilion, and with these, volleying thick and fast, they shattered the ranks of Trojans. So now, others in their elaborate war gear fought at the front with the Trojans and Hector of the brazen helm, while the Locrians were concealed as they volleyed from behind, and the Trojans forgot their will to fight, roiled by the arrows. Then would the Trojans shamefully have withdrawn from the ships and from the shelters to windswept Ilion, had not Polydamas come up to address bold Hector. Hector, it is impossible to guide you with words of persuasion. Because God gave you feats of war in abundance, do you therefore also seek to surpass others in skills of counsel? You cannot take for yourself all gifts together. God granted to one man feats of war, to another skill in dance, to another the lyre and song, and in the breast of another, far-thundering Zeus placed outstanding judgment, and many are the men who profit from it, since he saves many, and he himself knows this most of all. So then I will speak as it seems best to me. On all sides the circle of war blazes around you. The great-hearted Trojans, since they came over the wall, some stand aloof and idle in their armor, others are doing battle, as fewer men against greater numbers, having been dispersed among the ships. So draw back, and summon all the best men here. From this point we might devise a comprehensive plan. Either we could fall upon the many-oared ships, if God should choose to give us strength, or thereafter we might depart from the ships unscathed. For indeed I fear lest the Achaeans pay back the debt of yesterday, since beside their ships there still remains a man insatiate of war, whom I think will not hold back much longer from the fighting. So spoke Polydamas, and his words of caution found favor with Hector. At once he sprang from his chariot and his armor to the ground. and lifting his voice addressed him with winged words. Polydamas, you keep all the best men assembled here, and I am going over there and will meet the fighting. I will come back quickly when I have well instructed them. He spoke and set out like a dazzling snow-clad mountain, shouting, and swept through the Trojans and their allies. All the rest hurried toward Polydamas, the gracious son of Panthous, since they heeded Hector's words. But Hector made his way through the front ranks seeking Deiphobus and mighty Lord Helenus, and Adamas son of Asius, and Asius son of Hyrtacus, in the hope that he would come upon them. And he found them no longer unharmed, in no way unscathed, but some lay by the stern of Achaean ships, having lost their lives at Argive hands. Others were inside the city wall, wounded by spear and sword. At the left wing of this woeful battle, he soon found Alexandros, the godlike, husband of Helen of the lovely hair, encouraging his companions and stirring them on to battle. And standing close, Hector addressed them with slighting words. Accursed Paris, outstanding only in beauty, woman-crazed, seducer, where is Deiphobus and mighty Lord Helenus, and Adamas son of Asius, and Asius son of Hyrtacus? Where is Othryoneus? Now headlong the whole of lofty Iliad is destroyed. Now is your own sheer destruction certain.
Then, in turn, Alexandros, godlike in beauty, answered him, Hector, since it is your desire to blame the blameless, at another time before I may have held back more from fighting, but mother did not bear me to be an utter coward. For from the moment you stirred your comrades to do battle by the ships, from that time we remaining here have been fighting the Danaans without ceasing. Some companions have died, of those you ask. Only Deiphobus and mighty Lord Helenus have left the field, wounded by long spears, both on the arm. The son of Cronus warded off their deaths. Now lead on, wherever your heart and spirit bid. We eagerly will follow with you, nor do I think we lack courage, as far as our strength goes. Beyond his strength, not even a zealous man can fight. So speaking, the warrior won over his brother's heart, and setting out they went, where the fighting and outcry were greatest, around Cabriones and blameless Polydamas, Thalces and Orpheus and godlike Polyphetes, and Palmus and Ascanius and Morris, son of Hippotion, who had both come as reserves from rich-soiled Ascania only the morning before, and now Zeus roused them to battle. They went like a stormy blast of baneful wind that with the thunder of Father Zeus descends to earth, and amid the sublime uproar hits the ocean, where curl the endless seething waves of the tumultuous deep, whitened to foam, waves in front, then ranks of waves behind. So the Trojans, closely ranged, in ranks in front, then ranks behind, glittering with bronze, followed with their leaders. And Hector, son of Priam, led them, equal of man-destroying Ares, and held them before him the circle of his shield, dense layered with skins and generous bronze hammered on it. And his shining helmet shook about his temples. In every point, from every side, he kept testing ranks as he advanced, to see if they might give way to him as he strode forward under cover of his shield. But he did not perturb the spirit in the breasts of the Achaeans. And Ajax was first to challenge him, advancing with long strides. Madman, come close. Why do you vainly try to fright the Argives? It is not that we lack skill in battle, but by the harsh lash of Zeus and the Achaeans have been broken. Doubtless your heart hopes to destroy your ships utterly, but we too have ready strength at hand to defend them. Sooner by far will your fair settled city be seized and sacked under our hands. And to you yourself, I say that the time is near, when fleeing in fear you will pray to Father Zeus and the rest of the immortals, with your horses with their beautiful manes be swifter than falcons, when they carry you to your city, raising dust across the plain. Then, as he spoke, a bird flew toward him on the right, a high-flying eagle. And as it did, the host of the Achaeans shouted loud, emboldened by the omen. But shining Hector answered him, Ajax, clumsy in speech, plough ox, what have you said? I wish I were as surely the son of Zeus who wields the aegis for all my days, and that Lady Hera bore me, and I were honored as Athena is honored, and Apollo, as surely as this day now brings evil to the Argives. Every one of them, and you shall be struck among them, should you dare to await my long spear, which will rend your lily-soft skin, and you will glut the dogs and birds of Troy with your fat and flesh when you fall beside the ships of the Achaeans. So speaking, he led on, and the leaders followed with unearthly din, and the host behind them shouted. The Argives shouted from the other side, nor did they forget their courage, but waited as Troy's best man approached, and the crying out of both reached the high, clear air and radiance of Zeus.
Nestor was drinking, but still picked up the sounds of battle, and so addressed winged words to the son of Asclepius. Consider, noble Machaon, how this business will turn out. The clamor of lusty young fighters around the ships is louder. Now you just sit where you are and drink your fire-bright wine till fair-tressed Hecamede heats you a warm bath and washes you clean of all that dried blood. I myself am off to a vantage point to see what's going on. So saying, he took the well-made shield of his son Thrasymedes, the horsebreaker that was lying there in the hut, all gleaming with bronze. His own shield his son had taken, and selected a solid spear, tipped with keen-edged bronze. Standing outside the hut, he at once saw a wretched scene, his own side in disarray, with the enemy, the high-hearted Trojans, in hot pursuit, and the Achaeans' wall torn down. As when the vast deep darkens up with a silent comber, vaguely foretelling the shrill wind's rapid courses. The waves don't roll forward, toward one side or the other, until some decisive gale comes down from Zeus. Just so the old man meditated, pondering in his mind this way and that. Join the swift-colted Danaans' throng, or seek Atreus' son Agamemnon, shepherd of the people? And as he debated, this struck him as being the better way, to go after Atreus' son. But meanwhile, the rest fought on, killing each other. The tireless bronze sheathing their bodies changed as they thrust with their swords and twin-edged spears. Now Nestor encountered those kings, Zeus's nurslings, who'd been maimed by the bronze as they made their way back from the ships, the son of Tydeus, Odysseus, and Atreus' son Agamemnon. Far distant from the fighting, the ships of these were drawn up on the shore of the Gray Sea. They'd been the first to be dragged up to the plain, and the wall was built well beyond their sterns. For wide though the beach was, there was no way that it could contain all the ships, and the army was short of camp space. So they hauled up the ships row by row, and filled the entire shore the two headlands enclosed. So these kings were going together to witness the uproar and the fighting, each leaning on his spear, and sorrow afflicted the spirit in the breasts of them all. It was thus that the old man Nestor met them, alarming the hearts and the breasts of these Achaeans. And the lord Agamemnon now addressed him, saying, Ah, Nestor, son of Neleus, great glory of the Achaeans, why have you left the murderous conflict to come here? I fear mighty Hector is fulfilling the promise he made me, those threats that he issued when speaking before the Trojans, that he wouldn't go back to Ilion from our ships until he'd set fire to the ships and killed their defenders too. Such were his words, and now all this is being accomplished. Curse it! It must be that the other well-grieved Achaeans are storing a grudge against me, as is Achilles, and don't mean to make a fight of it by the sterns of our vessels.
Then Nestor, Dorian horseman, answered him as follows. Yes, indeed, these things have happened, are on us. Not even high thundering Zeus himself could have ordered them differently. The wall indeed is down that we put our trust in to be an unbreakable bulwark for our vessels and ourselves, while those at the swift ships fight on ceaselessly, without end. You could no longer tell, even by watching closely, from which side the Achaeans were being driven in flight. So mingled their deaths as the battle cry rises to heaven. We need to consider how this business will turn out. Is there any plan can affect it? But I'm against our joining the battle. A wounded man is in no position to fight. Then once more spoke in response the king of men, Agamemnon. Nestor, since they are fighting now by the sterns of the ships, and neither the wall we built nor the ditch has helped us at all, though the Danaans labored hard at them, hoped in their hearts that they'd be an unbreakable bulwark for the ships and themselves. This, I think, must be the pleasure of all-powerful Zeus, that we Achaeans should perish here, namelessly. far from Argos. I knew it when he was prompt in support of the Danues, and I know it now, when he honors our foes as he would the blessed gods, and has shackled our strength and hands. So let us now all agree to the action that I propose. All the vessels drawn up in the first line close to the sea, we should haul down into the bright brine, set them afloat, and moor them with anchor stones until the coming of immortal night, if even then these Trojans take a break from fighting. Later, we could relaunch the whole fleet. There's no blame in fleeing disaster, even at night. Escape by flight is better than getting caught.
Angrily eyeing him, resourceful Odysseus responded, "Son of Atreus, what words have escaped the barrier of your teeth? Accursed man, you should be in command of some other miserable ragtag army, not lord over us, to whom Zeus has given the task from youth to old age of winding the skein of grim war till we perish every last man. Are you really so eager to leave the Trojan spacious city, for which we've endured so much hardship? Be silent, in case some other Achaean hears this statement that you've just made. Words no man should ever utter, let alone one who knows in his mind what's proper to say, who's sceptered a king, to whom as many owe their allegiance as the number of Argives over whom you have lordship. I wholly despise your thinking in what you just said, for telling us, when warfare and combat are in progress, to relaunch our well-benched vessels, so that the Trojans, with the upper hand already, may win yet more of their hopes, while we suffer sheer destruction. The Achaeans won't pursue this war any further. Once our vessels are seaborne, they'll be looking elsewhere, disengaging from the conflict, and then it's your advice that will destroy us, Commander-in-Chief." To him, then, the king of men, Agamemnon, made his answer. "Ah, Odysseus, you've pierced my heart with this reproof of yours. Oh, it's so harsh. I would never tell the sons of the Achaeans to haul our benched vessels seaward against their will. I wish there was someone to offer us better advice than mine, either young man or old. This is what I'd really welcome." Among them now spoke Diomedes, good at the war cry. "Such a man is close by. We'll not need to seek him long, that is, if you'll listen. If you're not, each one of you, angry because in years I'm the youngest among you, even so, I too can boast of my lineage, have an excellent father, Tydeus, whom now in Thebes the heaped earth covers. For to Portheus were born 3 peerless sons, who had their home in Pleuron and mountainous Calydon, Melos and Agrios, and the third, the horseman Oeneus, my father's father, who in valor outshone them all. He stayed there. My father wandered, settled in Argos. Such, I suppose, was the will of Zeus and other gods. He married one of Adrestos' daughter, dwelt in a house rich in possessions, owned abundant wheat-bearing plowland with numerous orchards round about, and plentiful flocks, besides excelling every Achaean as a spearman. All this you'll have heard and know the truth of it, so you can't say that by descent I'm a coward or a weakling, and therefore scorn any good advice I give you. Come then, let's to the battle. Though wounded, go we must. Ourselves will hold back from the conflict out of the range of missiles, lest one of us suffer a wound upon his wound. But the others will urge into combat, those who, till now, nursing their mood, have held back, stayed out of the fighting." So he spoke. They willingly heard him out and obeyed, and set forth and went, Agamemnon, the king of men, leading them. No blind watch did the far-famed earth-shaker keep, but accompanied them in the likeness of an old man, and grasped the right hand of Atreus' son Agamemnon, and spoke to him, uttering winged words. "Son of Atreus, now, I fancy, Achilles' baneful heart must be rejoicing in his breast, as he watches this slaughter and pursuit of the Achaeans, since there's no sense in him, not a scrap, so may he perish, so may some god undo him. But with you, the blessed gods are in no way angered. Even yet, the leaders and rulers of the Trojans may raise dust cloud on the wide plain, and you'll see them fleeing back to the city from the ships and the huts. So saying, he bellowed aloud as he charged across the plain, and loud was the shout that 9, now 10,000 men utter in wartime as they engage in Ares' strife. So great was the cry that the Lord, the Earth-shaker, sent forth from his chest, putting great strength in every last Achaean's heart to engage in warfare and battle without cease.
Hera, the Golden Throne, now observed him from where she stood on a peak of Olympus. She recognized him at once as he bustled about in the battle that wins men glory, her own and her husband's brother, and she rejoiced at heart. Zeus, too, she observed, ensconced on the topmost peak of spring-rich Ida, and hateful he was to her heart. So the ox-eyed Lady Hera now took thought as to how she could best delude the mind of Zeus of the Aegeus, and this, to her way of thinking, seemed the best plan. To beautify herself nicely, then make her way to Ida, and see if he might desire to embrace her body in love, and she might then shed a warm and peaceful sleep on his eyelids and his sharp and devious mind. So she went to the private chamber that her dear son Hephaestus had built her, fitting strong doors to the door-frame, with a secret key to be opened by no other god. In there she went, and shut the shining doors. First, with ambrosia, she cleaned off the whole of her lovely body. Then she gave it a massage with olive oil, specifically perfumed for her ambrosial robe, in which, merely shaken in Zeus's bronze-built abode, would spread its aroma out to both earth and heaven. With this she anointed her sweet flesh, then combed out her hair, and with her hands plaited the shining tresses, fine and ambrosial, from her immortal head. Put on an ambrosial robe that Athene had skillfully made for her, and adorned with many embroideries. This, with the golden brooches, she pinned at the breast, and round her waist tied a sash with 100 tassels, and in her pierced ears put earrings embellished with triple mulberry clusters that shone in an alluring fashion. Over all this Hera, bright among goddesses, spread a fine glistening veil, as white as the very sun, and under her gleaming feet bound her beautiful sandals. Now, having decked out her body with every adornment, she emerged from her chamber and called to her Aphrodite, away from the other gods, and had this to say to her. Will you listen now, dear child, to what I shall ask you, or refuse me out of vexation at heart, because I give support to the Danaans, and you to the Trojans? Then answered her Aphrodite, daughter of Zeus. Hera, elder goddess, daughter of mighty Kronos, tell me what you've in mind. My heart says I should do it. If I do it I can, and it's something that can be done. To her the Lady Hera, deception in mind, replied, Give me now love and passion, those things with which you vanquish all men, both mortals and the immortal. For I'm going to visit the ends of the bounteous earth and ocean, who gave gods their being, and Thetis, my mother, who brought me up well and cared for me in their home after taking me over from Rhea when Zeus, the far-seeing, thrust Kronos down under the earth in the unharvested sea. Them I am going to visit to resolve their unsettled quarrel. For too long they've held aloof from each from the other, in love and the marriage bed, since angers filled their hearts. If I could talk those two over, bring their hearts back to bed, to be reunited in love together, then I'd forever be known as their friend, and worth their respect. To her, then, replied laughter-loving Aphrodite, it's not possible, nor is it seemly, that I should deny this request from you, who sleep in almighty Zeus's embrace. With that she undid from her bosom the embroidered breastband, intricately worked, with all kinds of allurement sent in it. Therein were love and desire and dalliance, beguilement that steals away from the sharp wits of even sensible people. She put this in Hera's hands and addressed her, saying, Here, take this breastband, lay it up in your bosom, intricately worked, and in all kinds of things set, you'll not, I tell you, return with your heart's wish unaccomplished. So she spoke, and Hera, the ox-eyed lady, smiled, and with that smile laid the breastband up in her bosom.
The daughter of Zeus, Aphrodite, now went to her house, but Hera darted down, leaving the heights of Olympus, traversed Pieria and lovely Amathia, flew over the snow-clad mountains of the horse-herding Thracians, their topmost peaks, her feet never catching the ground. From Athos she moved on over the wave-swept deep, and came to Lemnos, the city of godlike Thoas, Here she encountered Sleep, the brother of Death, whom she took by the hand, and addressed him in the following words. Sleep, you lord over all gods and all mankind, if you ever listen to words of mine, so now once more obey me. I'll be in your debt for all my days. Make drowsy for me Zeus's bright eyes beneath his brows the moment I'm through with laying beside him in love, and gifts I'll give you, a fine throne that'll last forever, of gold too, skillfully made for me by mine own son, Hephaestus, lame in both legs, and he'll add a footstool to it, on which you can rest your sleek feet while you sit and feast. In answer to her soothing, Sleep had this to say. Hera, elder goddess, daughter of mighty Kronos, some other one of the gods that live on forever, I might easily lull to sleep. Yes, even the streams of the river ocean that established genesis of them all. But to Zeus, son of Kronos, I'd never come too close. Nor would I lull him to sleep unless he so ordered me, for once in the past another such order of yours taught me a lesson. The day when that arrogant son of Zeus sailed from Ilion after he'd sacked the Trojan city. Then indeed I beguiled the mind of Zeus of the Aegis, swirling gently about him, well, for his son you plotted trouble, stirred over the deep a gale of dangerous winds, and sent him out of his way to well-populared coasts, far from his kin. Zeus woke, was enraged, strong-armed the other gods in his palace, sought me especially, would have hurled me from heaven into the deep, to be lost forever, had night not saved me, who lays low both gods and men. To her I came in my flight, and Zeus, though enraged, held off me, to avoid displeasing swift night, whom he revered. And now you're telling me to perform this other task? Out of the question. Then ox-eyed Lady Hera once more addressed him. Sleep, why are you brooding over all these things in your heart? Do you think far-seeing Zeus would help the Trojans, be enraged for them as he was for his own son Heracles? Look, I'll make you a present of one of the younger Graces to take in wedlock, to be known as your wife, Pasithea, whom you've yearned for your whole life. So she spoke, and Sleep, delighted, replied to her in these words. Come then, swear to me by Styx sacrosanct waters, with one hand laying hold of the nurturing earth, the other the glistening main, then between us two they may all bear witness, all the gods that are below with Kronos, that you will make me a present of one of the younger Graces, Pasithea, whom I've longed for my whole life. So he spoke, and the goddess, white-armed Hera, did not ignore him, but swore as he wanted, invoked by name all the gods that dwell under Tartarus and are known as Titans. When she'd sworn the oath, accomplished it fully, they both went on their way, left the townships of Lernos and Imbros, shrouded in mist, and swiftly followed their chosen path. To spring-rich Ida they came, the mother of wild creatures, and Lecton, where first they left the sea, and together went on over land, and the treetops rippled beneath their feet. There Sleep stopped, before the eyes of Zeus perceived him, and climbed a very tall fir tree, the highest then on Ida, reaching up through the mist to the clear air above. Here he sat, well hidden by the fir tree's crowding branches, like that sharp-voiced bird in the mountains, called by the gods Chalcis, but mortal men refer to it as Chimindis. But Hera pressed on swiftly, came to Gargaros, the topmost peak of high Ida, and Zeus, the cloud-gatherer, saw her. The moment he did so, passion eclipsed his reasoned thinking, such as he'd felt the first time they went to bed and made love together, unseen by their own dear parents. Now he stood before her and addressed her in these words.
Hera! With what in mind are you come here, down from Olympus? Your horses are not here, nor your chariot to ride in.
To him with deception in mind, Lady Here replied, I'm going to visit the ends of the bounteous earth and ocean, who gave gods their being and Tethys my mother, who brought me up well and cared for me in their halls. Them am I going to visit to resolve their unsettled quarrel. For too long now they've held aloof each from the other, in love in the marriage bed, since anger has filled their hearts. As for my horses, they're waiting in spring-rich Ida's foothills to carry me over dry land and the watery deep. But now it's because of you I've come here, down from Olympus, since you might be annoyed with me later if I departed without saying a word, for the home of deep-flowing ocean. In answer to her, then Zeus the cloud-gatherer said, Here, you can go there at some later time. Let us both now take pleasure in bed, since never before has so strong a passion for goddess or mortal woman encompassed my body and mastered the spirit in my breast. Not when I was making love with the wife of XIII, who bore me Pirithous, the god's own equal in counsel, nor when I had neat ankle Danae, Acrisios' daughter, who gave birth to Perseus, most prestigious of warriors, nor when I loved the daughter of far-famed Phoenix, who bore me both Minos and godlike Rhadamanthus, nor when it was Semele or Alcmene and Thebe, she it was that bore Heracles, my stout-hearted son, while Semele bore Dionysus, the delight of mortals, nor when it was Demeter, that fair-tressed queen, nor glorious Leto, no, nor even yourself, as now I am enamored of you and possessed by sweet desire. To him with deception in mind, the lady Here replied, Most dread son of Cronos, what's this that you're telling me? Is what you want to go to bed and make love, here on the peaks of Ida where everything's in plain view? How would it be if a god, one of those who live forever, should see us in bed and tell tales when he got back among other gods? Then, I tell you, I'd not be able to go from bed here back to your house. I'd feel too ashamed. But if that's what you want, if it's your heart's desire, you have a bedchamber that your dear son Hephaestus built for you, fitting solid doors into the door frame. Let's go there and lie down, since bed is now your pleasure. In answer to her, then Zeus, the cloud-gatherer, said, Here, you not need fear that either god or mortal may see us. With such a cloud I shall wrap about you of gold, through which not even Helios could discern us, whose vision is unsurpassed for keenness of perception. With that, the son of Cronos clasped his wife in his arms, and beneath them the noble earth made fresh grass spring up, and dewy trefoil and crocus and hyacinth, soft and thick, that cushioned them from the ground. On these they lay, and were wrapped about in a cloud lovely and golden, and from it drops of glistening dew rained down. So the father slumbered in peace on the summit of Gargaros, by sleep and love-making vanquished his wife in his embrace. But soothing sleep ran off to the ships of the Achaeans, with a message for the earth-shaker and the earth enfolder, and standing beside him addressed in winged words, Readily now, Poseidon, you can succor the Danaans, and grant them glory, if but for a little, as long as Zeus remains asleep. Since on him I've shed soft oblivion, when Here beguiled him, made him lie with her in love. So saying, he went on his way to the famous tribes of men, but Poseidon was stirred yet further to rescue the Danaans. At once, dashing up the front ranks, he called out loudly, Argives, must we again cede the victory to Hector, Priam's son? Allow him to take the ships to win glory? This he says, thus he boasts it will be on account of Achilles staying back by the hollow ships enraged at heart. But we'll not miss his presence too much, as long as the rest of us rouse ourselves now and lend support to one another. Come then, let us all do what I suggest.
Let's find the biggest and best shields in the army, cover our heads with gleaming helmets, and take in our hands the longest lances, and so arrayed go forth. I shall be the leader, nor do I anticipate that Priam's son Hector, however eager, will face us. And any tough warrior, a small shield on his shoulder, should now exchange that for a lesser man's bigger one.
So he spoke. They heard him out readily and obeyed, and the kings themselves, though wounded, joined the array. Tydeus' son, and Odysseus, Agamemnon, son of Atreus, and going throughout the ranks they made an exchange of armor. Good fighters donned the good gear, gave the less good to lesser men. Then, when they'd sheathed their bodies in gleaming bronze, they set out, under the leadership of Poseidon the Earth-shaker, and his strong hand a fearsome sword, long and keen-edged like the lightning, with which it's forbidden that men should meddle in grim war. Sheer terror holds warriors back from it. On the other side, illustrious Hector arrayed the Trojans. Now indeed war's most terrible strife was stretched out taut by dark-maned Poseidon and illustrious Hector, bringing aid the one to the Trojans, the other to the Argives. And the sea surged up towards the huts and the ships of the Argives, and with a great shout the sides engaged. No wave rolling in on the shore, driven up from the deep by the north wind's fierce blast, thunders so mightily, no blazing fire in the mountains roars so loud when it leaps from a glen to burn up the forest. No wind howls so fiercely among the high crests of the oaks, even the gale that's the noisiest in its fury, as then was the roar of the Achaeans and the Trojans, raising a fearsome clamor in their assault, one side against the other. At Aias, illustrious Hector first let fly his spear. When Aias was turned full towards him, he did not miss, but hit him where the two baldricks crossed on his breast, the one of his shield, the other of his silver-studded sword, and they guarded his delicate flesh. Now Hector was enraged at the swift shaft having been flighted in vain from his hand, and drew back to the ranks of his comrades, avoiding fate. But as he backed off, great Aias, Telamon's son, picked up a large rock, of which there were many, props of the swift ships that rolled under the feet of the combatants as they fought, and flung it, hitting Hector high on his chest, near the neck, over his shield rim. The blow spun him round like a whipped top. As when an oak, struck by Zeus the father, is laid low, uprooted, and from it there drifts the mephitic reek of brimstone, and courage drains from the man who witnesses it standing nearby, so fearsome is great Zeus's thunderbolt. Thus instantly fell mighty Hector to the ground, in the dust, and the spear dropped from his hand, but his shield fell with him in his helmet, while round him his inlaid bronze gear rattled. Then, shouting loudly, the Achaean sons ran up, hoping to drag him off, and letting fly their spears thick and fast. Yet none of them managed to shoot or stab the people's shepherd. Before that, the best men surrounded him. Nemus, Polydamas, the noble Agenor, the Lycians' leader Sarpedon, the peerless Glaucus. Of the rest, no man failed to heed him. They all held out the round shields before him. His comrades lifted him up and carried him out of the conflict, till he reached the swift horses that were waiting for him out back, at the rear of the fighting, along with their driver and his richly wrought chariot. These bore him off to the city, heavily groaning. But when they came to the ford of the swift-flowing river, eddying Xanthos, whom immortal Zeus begot, they lifted him from his chariot onto the ground, poured water on him, and he revived, opened his eyes, looked up, and kneeling vomited up dark blood, but then sank back on the ground, and both his eyes were shrouded in black night. The missile still overwhelmed his spirit.
When the Argives saw that Hector had quit the field, they pressed the Trojans still harder, their minds on battle. Then, out and away the first, swift Aias, Oileus' son, sprang at Satnios, wounded him with his keen-edged spear. Satnios, sired on a blameless nymph, a naiad, by Aenops while he was herding near the Satniois river. Him Oileus' son, famed spearman, met at close quarters and stabbed in the flank. He fell on his back, and around him Trojans and Danaans contested the grind of battle. Polydamas, son of Panthros, spear-wielder, now appeared to his rescue, and hit Protoenor on the right shoulder, Areilycos' son, and the heavy spear drove its way through his shoulder. He fell in the dust, clawed the earth with his hand, and Polydamas shouted loudly, in vehement exultation, once again, not in vain, I think, as spears leapt from the strong hand of Panthros' doughty son. Once again, not in vain, I think, as spears leapt from the strong hand of Panthros' doughty son. Some Argive has got it stuck in his flesh, and I think he'll go down to the house of Hades leaning on it as a staff. So he spoke, And his exulting brought grief to the Argives, and most of all stirred the fiery heart of Aias, Telamon's son, who was nearest the man when he fell. Quickly he let fly at Polydamas his bright spear as he backed off. Polydamas escaped the Black Death spirit, jumping aside, but the spear struck Antenor's son, Archelochus, since the gods intended that he should perish. It caught him where head and neck meet, at the highest joint of the spine, and sheared clean through both tendons. Head, mouth, and nose got to the ground much quicker than his thighs and knees as he fell. Then Aias in his turn called out in a loud voice to blameless Polydamas, "Think about it, Polydamas, and tell me truly. Isn't this man fit to die in return for Protoenor? No mean fellow I find him, nor one of mean ancestry. But a brother, perhaps, of Antenor, breaker of horses, or a son? In appearance they're much alike." Thus he spoke, well aware of the truth. And grief struck the Trojans' hearts. Then Acamas, standing over his brother, speared Boeotian Promachus as he was dragging the body away by the feet, and shouted aloud at him in vehement exultation, "You Argive arrow fanciers, with your never-ending threats! There will be toil and sorrow, oh yes, but it won't be only for us. A day will come when you too will be killed this way. Just ponder on how your Promachus sleeps, laid low by my spear, to make sure that the blood price from my brother does not go for long unpaid, which is why any man will pray that a kinsman be left in his halls, a protector against ruin." So he spoke, and his exulting brought grief to the Argives, and most of all touched Peneleos's fiery heart. So he spoke, and his exulting brought grief to the Argives, and most of all touched Peneleos's fiery heart. At Acamas he charged, who did not await the attack of the lordly Peneleos, and instead he hit Ilioneus, the son of flock-rich Phorbas, he whom Hermes loved best of all the Trojans, and endowed with much wealth. And Ilioneus was the sole son his mother born to Phorbas. Him then he struck beneath the brow, at the eye's base, drove the eyeball out of its socket. The spear went clean through his eye and the neck's tendons. Arms outstretched, he sank. And then Peneleos, drawing his keen-edged sword, slashed through his mid-neck, striking off to the ground helmet and head together. And still the heavy spear stuck firm in the eye socket. He held it aloft, displayed it like a puppy head to the Trojans, and spoke exultingly. He held it aloft, displayed it like a puppy head to the Trojans, and spoke exultingly, "Trojans, tell the dear father and mother of the lordly Ilioneus from me, to begin mourning in their halls, for the wife of Alliganor's son Promachus will never welcome back her dear husband with joy when we youthful Achaeans return with our ships out of the land of Troy." So he spoke. Trembling seized the limbs of them all. Each man glanced around for some way that he might escape sheer ruin. "Tell me now, you muses who have abodes on Olympus, who was the first Achaean to bear off the blood-stained spoils of a slain foe, once the battle was turned by the famed Earthshaker? Aias, Telamon's son, was the first, who wounded Hirtius, Gyrtius' son, the leader of the stout-hearted Mysians. Antilochus stripped off the gear of Phalces and Murmurus, Hippotion and Morus were cut down by Meriones, and Teucros dispatched Protoon and Periphates. Atreus' son stabbed Hipperenor, shepherd of the people, in the flank, and the bronze shearing through spilled out his innards, and his soul now burst through the open wound, fled away fast, and darkness shrouded his eyes. But Aias, the swift son of Oileus, laid low the most men, for there was no one to match him in the pursuit on foot of fugitive fighters, when Zeus had stirred them to flight.
The Trojans had retreated through the palisade and trench, a beaten army, and had halted beside their chariots, their faces pale with terror, when Zeus awoke on Ida's summit with Hera by his side. He jumped to his feet and saw the Trojans being routed by howling Greeks, Poseidon lord among them, and Hector lying on the plain, his friends crouched around him while he gasped for breath in a haze of pain and vomited blood. It was no flyweight Greek who had hit him. The father of gods and men felt pity for him, and, scowling at Hera, delivered this speech. Hera, you scheming bitch! This trick of yours has taken Hector out and routed his army, and you may be the first to profit from your plot when I whip the living daylights out of you. Or don't you remember when I strung you up with anvils hanging from your feet and gold unbreakable bands on your wrists? You dangled in the air among the clouds, and all the gods on high Olympus protested, but none could come to your rescue. If anyone had tried, I'd send him sailing off our balcony. There wouldn't be much left when he hit the ground. Even so, my heart still ached for Heracles. You and Boreas, whose squalls you suborned, had maliciously driven him over the desert sea and brought him later to the great city of Kos. I got him out of there and led him back to bluegrass Argos after many labors. I remind you of this so you'll quit playing games and see where this gets you, making love to me the way you did just now and tricking me. The ox-eyed Lady Hera stiffened at this, and she feathered her words home carefully. All right, I swear by earth and heaven above and the subterranean water of Styx, the greatest and the most awesome oath a god can swear, by your sacred head and by our marriage couch, upon which I would never perjure myself, that it is not by my will that Poseidon is hurting the Trojans and helping the Greeks. He's acting of his own free will, out of pity for the beating the Greeks are taking by their ships. But I would advise even him to toe the line and follow you wherever you lead, dark cloud. Zeus, the father of gods and men, smiled at this and issued a swift reply. Well, my ox-eyed lady, if your mind really were to be the same as mine, Poseidon would find it difficult not to follow us. So, if you mean what you say, go back now to the gods and send Iris here, and Apollo, she to go down to the bronze-coated Greeks and tell Lord Poseidon to desist from the war, and Phoebus Apollo to rouse Hector to fight, breathe strength into him again, so that he may forget the pain that now distresses him, and drive the Achaeans back once more in flight. So shall they flee in panic and fall dead among the hollow ships of Peleus' son Achilles, who will send forth his comrade Patroclus, whom illustrious Hector will kill with his spear before Ilion, after Patroclus himself has killed many a youth, among them Sarpedon, my son. In wrath for Patroclus, Achilles will kill Hector. From that time on, I shall cause the Trojans to be driven back from the ships, until the Greeks capture steep Ilion through Athena's counsel. But until that time comes, I will not cease from my wrath, or allow any immortal to bear aid to the Danaans, until the desire of the son of Peleus is fulfilled, as I promised at the first, with a nod of my head on the day when Thetis begged me by my knees to honor Achilles, sacker of cities.
White-armed Hera was obedient to his word and went from Ida's mountains to along Olympus. The thought of a man who has seen the world travels quickly to any spot on the globe when he wishes he were there. So Hera flew with the speed of desire and came to Olympus. She found the immortal gods assembled in the house of Zeus, and when they saw her, they were quick to toast her arrival. She ignored them all, but did take a cup from lovely Themis, who had run up to greet her, and who now addressed her with winged words.
Hera, why have you come? You look so upset. Zeus must have really frightened you. Your own husband.
The goddess, ivory-armed Hera, replied,
Don't get me started, Themis. You know yourself what a bully he is, and how stubborn. No, let's get on with the feast, and you will hear along with others what Zeus means to do. It's not very pretty, and I rather doubt that anyone, mortal or god, we'll be pleased. Or if anyone will still have an appetite left.
Hera composed herself and sat down. The god's mood darkened. Hera smiled with her lips, but her dark brows were tense, and at last she burst out indignantly.
We're all simpering idiots to be angry with Zeus. We all want to get to him, to talk him down, to beat some sense into him, but does he care? He doesn't even notice. No, he sits apart, secure in his supreme almighty power. You'll just have to take whatever grief he dishes out to you. I'm afraid that now it's Ares' turn to suffer, seeing that his son, whom he loves more dearly than any mortal man, his dear Ascalaphus, has died in battle.
When Ares heard this, he smacked his muscled thighs with the flat of his hands and wailed out loud.
None of you Olympians can blame me now if I go to the Greek ships and avenge my son, not even if I am to be blasted by Zeus and lie among corpses in the blood and dust.
And he ordered his sons, Panic and Rout, to yoke his team while he buckled on armor. A hostility between the gods and Zeus would have reached new heights then, had not Athena, afraid for them all, jumped from her throne, sped through the door, and disarmed Ares. She plucked the helmet from his head, the shield from his shoulders, took the stiff bronze spear from his hands, and gave the furious war god a tongue lashing.
Are you out of your mind? Didn't you hear what Hera just said, or don't you care? Do you want more trouble than you can handle, forced to crawl back to Olympus yourself and sowing disaster for the rest of us? He'll leave the Trojans and Greeks, you know, and come back here to raise hell with us, mauling us all in turn, guilty or not. So please get over your anger for your son. Better men than he have been killed or will be. Human offspring are hard to save.
Ares gave in and sat back down on his throne. Then Hera called Apollo out of the palace, and Iris too, the immortal's messenger, and said to them in a quick flurry of words.
Zeus wants you to go to Ida immediately. When you arrive, you will look upon his face and do whatever he orders you to do.
Having said that, Lady Hera turned away and sat down on her throne. The pair darted off and came to Ida, mountain mother of beasts, and found Cronos' son on Gargaron Peak, sitting in a wreath of fragrant cloud. They stood respectfully before the face of Zeus, and his mood brightened when he saw how promptly the two of them had obeyed his wife's words. He addressed Iris first, with words on wings. Go, swift Iris, to Lord Poseidon, and tell him this as true messenger. Bid him cease from war and battle, and go off to the other gods or to the bright sea. If he is inclined to disregard my words, have him consider in his mind and heart that strong as he is, he cannot withstand my onset, since I am mightier by far and elder born. Yet he has the gall to claim he is equal to me, whom all the gods dread. He spoke, and Iris was off in a blur of wind, moving down Ida's mountain to holy Troy, like snow or hail flying from the clouds, under the cold blast from the brilliant north. So Iris flew with the speed of desire and confronted the glorious shaker of earth. A message for you, blue-maned sea god. I come here from Zeus, who bears the aegis, and who bids you cease from war and battle, and go off to the other gods or to the bright sea. If you are inclined to disregard his words, he threatens you to come here himself and wage war against you. He strongly advises you to avoid his hands, since he is mightier by far and elder born. Yet you have the gall to claim you are equal to him, whom all the gods dread? The Earthshaker made his angry reply. He may be strong, but this is outrageous, to force me, his peer, to stop against my will. We three brothers, whom Rhea bore to Cronus, Zeus, myself, and Hades, lord of the dead, divided up the universe into equal shares. When we shook the lots, I got the gray sea as my eternal domain, Hades the nether gloom, Zeus the broad sky with clouds and bright air. Earth and high Olympus remain common to all. I will not follow Zeus's whims. Mighty as he is, let him remain content with his third share, and not try to frighten me as if I were a coward. Better for him to threaten his own children with abusive language, the sons and daughters he begot himself, who will listen because they must. And Iris, her feet soft in the offshore wind, is this the message, blue-maned sea god, I should take to Zeus, this hard, unyielding speech? Will you not relent, as noble hearts often do? You know how the Furies always side with the elder. And Poseidon Earthshaker answered her. That is very well spoken, Iris. It is good when a messenger understands how things are. But bitter pain comes to my heart and soul whenever anyone attacks an equal, a peer of equal status, with angrier words.
Although I am offended, I will yield for now. But I will say this, make this threat from my heart. And if in spite of me and Pallas Athena and Hera and Hermes and Hephaestus Lord, he spares deep Ilion and is not willing to lay it waste, nor give power to the Greeks, he can be sure of eternal strife between us. And with that, Poseidon left the Greek army and dove into the sea. They missed him sorely. Cumulus clouds piled high on Ida's summit.
Zeus turned and spoke to Apollo. Go now, Phoebus, to bronze-clad Hector. Tremendous Poseidon has gone into the sea that laps the earth, avoiding my preceptual's wrath. Too bad. The fight would have been legend, even when the gods blow with Cronus. 'Twas better for us both that he yielded, before me, angry and indignant as he was. It would not have been settled without some sweat. At any rate, take the tasseled Aegis in your hands, and shake it over to the Greeks to rout their heroes, and see to Hector yourself. Fortify him until the Greeks have run back to their ships on the Hellespont, and take it from there, and see the Achaeans get some breathing space. Apollo did not disobey his father's words. He came down from Ida's peaks like a falcon that bloodies doves in fight, swift on the wing, and found Hector, light of Troy, sitting upon. He no longer lay down, and catching his breath, he recognised his friends, and his gasping and his sweating had stopped, since Zeus now had a mind to revive him. Apollo stood close and said,
Hector, son of Priam, why are you sitting here apart from the rest, scarcely alive? What is wrong? Hector's helmet shone in the light. He said weakly, Which god are you, questioning me face to face? Haven't you heard that while I was killing his friends at the rear of his ships, booming Ajax hit me in the chest with a stone and took the fight out of me? I thought I would see the dead in Hades' house this very day after I had breathed forth my last. And Apollo, lord of the bright distances, courage the son of Cronos has sent to me from Ida to help and stand by you. No one less than me, Phoebus Apollo, the gold sword, who has in the past saved both you and your steep citadel. Come now and rally your many charioteers to drive their horses against the hollow ships. I will go ahead and smooth all the ground for the chariots, and I will turn the Greek heroes. And he breathed strength into the man who tended Troy's army as a shepherd with his flock.
Picture a horse that has eaten barley in its stall, breaking its halter and galloping across the plain, making for his accustomed so in the river, a glorious animal, head held high, mane streaming like wind on his shoulders. Sure of his splendour, he prances by the horse mares in the pasture. That was Hector, knees and feet like wind. As he rallied the chariots, he had heard the god's voice. And the Greeks? Hunters and hounds have been hot on the trail of an antlered stag, of a mountain goat. But a sudden sheer rock or a tangled wood saves the animal which was not theirs to catch, and their shouting brings a bearded lion into their path. Then the eager hunters turn back. Hordes of Greeks have been advancing relentlessly, carving their way forwards with spears and swords, but when they saw Hector patrolling their ranks, they tensed up with fear and stopped in their tracks.
Thoas assessed the situation for them. This man, son of Andrymon, and by far the best of the Aetolians, was not only good with javelin and sword, but very few Greeks of his generation could vie with him when the young men debated. Now he addressed the Greek command. Is this a miracle my eyes are seeing? Hector has risen from the dead. At least, we all hoped he had died under Ajax's hands. One of the gods has delivered Hector again, and he's going to do what he's always done. Cut the legs out from under many Danaans, since he's not standing out there as a champion, contrary to the will of thundering Zeus. Now listen to what I say we should do. Let's have the troops fall back to the ships, and have all of our best take a stand here, so we can hit him first and push him back with a phalanx of spears. That should stop him from being so eager to get to our troops. They heard him out and did as he said. The leaders of this action were big Ajax, Idomeneus, Teucer, Meriones, and Meges. Collecting a few good men, they took up a position opposite Hector, as the main troops fell back to the ships. The Trojans attacked en masse, Hector out front, advancing with long strides, and before him Apollo, shining, his shoulders capped with cloud. The aegis he bore in his hands a shaggy electric glow. This the craft of Hephaestus, and given to Zeus for the routing of armies. But now Apollo bore it in his hands before the Trojan army. The tight knot of Greeks met them, and a shrill cry rose from each side. Arrows jumped from bowstrings, and spears hurled by bold hands either stuck in young men fast, but not fast enough, in battle, or stopped halfway before touching white skin, and stood quivering in the ground, lusting for flesh. As long as Apollo held the aegis still, soldiers on both sides were hit and went down. But when he looked the Greeks full in the face and shook the aegis and yelled as only a god can, he shriveled their hearts and they lost their nerve. They became like cattle or a flock of sheep when a pair of wolves attacks them at midnight, out of the darkness, and no herdsman is near. These pathetic running Greeks, panicked by Apollo, who gave all the glory to the Trojans and Hector. The fighting was scattered, man to man. Hector took out Stichius and Arcesilaus. One was leader of the bronze-shirted Boeotians, the other a comrade of the hero Menestheus. Aeneas' victims were Medon and Iasus. Medon was a bastard son of Iliad and Ajax his brother, but he lived in Phulace, far from his own homeland, because he had killed a relative of Areopas, his stepmother, whom Iliad had married. Iasus, an Athenian captain, was son of Sphilos Bucolides. Polydamas took out Mecisthius. Polites killed Echius in the forefront of the fighting, and Clonius fell to brilliant Agenor. Paris got Diogus from behind, hitting him below the shoulder as he ran back through the front lines and driving the bronze home. While they were stripping the armor from these, the Greeks were crowding madly into the trench, against the stakes, and by sheer pressure through the wall. Hector called to the Trojans, making his voice carry, "Forget the spoils and go for the ships. If I catch any man hanging back on this side, he's dead on the spot with no family funeral. Dogs will tear his body apart before the city."
He brought the whip down on his horses' backs and called to the Trojans along the ranks. They answered his shout and held their horses even with his. The noise was deafening. Before their rolling chariots, Phoebus Apollo danced on the banks of the trench and pushed the earth into the cavity, making for them a causeway as wide as a field for the javelin throw. They poured over it, rank after rank, Apollo leading the way with a priceless aegis and casting down the Achaean wall with ease. A child playing on the seashore will build the sand into fantastic shapes, then gleefully knock them down with his feet. Yes, Apollo, all that Achaean toil went down like sand, and you made them run all the way back to their ships. Stopped with a line of vessels, they cried out to each other, but mostly to the gods, lifting their hands, each man praying, and Nestor of Gerenia praying the hardest, hands outstretched to the starry sky. Father Zeus, if ever any man of us burned to thee in wheat-bearing Argos fat thigh bones of bulls and of rams, and prayed to return, and thou didst promise and nod thy head, remember it now, and deliver us, O God of Olympus, from the day of doom, nor allow the Achaeans thus to be vanquished by the men of Troy. Zeus heard the old man's prayer, and the sky pealed with thunder. But when the Trojans heard the rumbling overhead, they redoubled their efforts against the Greeks. Far out at sea, a huge wave washes over the gunwales of a ship driven by a gale, and the wind is whipping the waves even higher. The Trojans shrieked as they rushed over the wall, driving their chariots into the Greek camp to fight at the ship's sterns with bladed spears. They from their cars, the Greeks from the decks of the tarred ships to which they had climbed, and from which they fought with the long naval pikes they had on board for battles at sea. Huge jointed poles, armed with bronze tips. And Patroclus, all during the fight for the wall, which took place some distance from the beached ships, sat in the hut of Eurypylus, his wounded host, cheering him up with small talk, and rubbing ointments onto his ugly wound to ease his dark pangs. But when he saw the Trojans rushing onto the wall, and the Greeks beating a noisy retreat, he groaned and slapped his thighs with his hands, saying, "Eurypylus, I know you're hurting, but I can't stay here with you any longer. A big fight is brewing. Have your man take care of you. I'm off to see Achilles to try to talk him into fighting. God willing, I may be able to persuade him. Persuasion works when it comes from a friend." As Patroclus ran off, the Greeks withstood the Trojan onslaught, but could not push them back from the ships, even with their superior numbers. Nor could the Trojans break their resistance and get into the middle of the ships and huts. The battle was stretched as taut as a carpenter's cord snapped onto a beam to mark a straight line. So even was the tension along the line of ships, though at each ship there were different engagements. Hector had made straight for Ajax. Ajax stood as if scissored out of the sky on a black ship, and he and Hector now fought for that ship, Hector trying to push him back and burn it, Ajax holding him off. Neither could do much about the other, so Ajax cast and hit Calator, son of Clytius, who was bringing up fire. He fell heavily, the torch dropping from his hand. He was Hector's cousin, and when Hector saw him go down in the sands before the ship, he called to the Trojans and the Lycians, "Stand your ground and fight for Clytius' son. Don't let the Greeks strip him of his armor just because he has fallen by the ships."
As he spoke, his spear flashed towards Ajax, missing him, but hitting Lycophron, Master's son and one of Ajax's lieutenants, who lived with him because he had killed a man in sacred Cythera. Hector's spear caught him above the ear as he stood near Ajax, and he fell backwards from the ship's stern. He was dead when he hit the ground. Ajax stiffened, and he said to his brother, "Teucer, we've lost a true friend, Lycophron, whom we honored as we did our parents when he came from Cythera to live with us. Hector killed him. Where are your arrows and the bow that Phoebus Apollo gave you?" Teucer lost no time in coming up to him, with his strung bow and quiver of arrows, shooting rapid fire at the Trojans. He hit Clytus, who was the son of Pisenor, and Polydamas's friend, as he drove, busy with the reins, into the thick of battle, rendering service to Hector and the Trojans, none of whom could help him now. The arrow whizzed into his neck from behind, and he fell backwards from the chariot. The horses swerved, rattling the empty car. Polydamas saw it all and got to the horses first, handing them over to Astinus, son of Proteon, with strict orders to hold them close and keep an eye on them. Polydamas then returned to the front. Teucer drew out another arrow, this one for Hector, and it would have stopped that hero from fighting by the ships if it had only hit him and taken his life. But Zeus, who protected Hector, was watching closely and robbed Teucer of his glory, breaking his twisted bowstring just as he was drawing it against Hector. The bronze-armored arrow was shunted aside, and the bow dropped from his hand. Teucer shuddered, and he said to his brother, "Damn, so much for battle plans. Some god is cutting them pretty short, knocking the bow from my hands and snapping the new string I tied this morning so it would hold up to repeated rounds." Telamonian Ajax answered him, "That's too bad, but leave your bow and stash of arrows here, since a god has tampered with them and begrudged us their use. Pick up a spear, get a shield on your shoulders, and battle the Trojans that way. They may beat us, but they're not going to take our ships without a fight. Let's keep our minds on what we have to do." So Teucer laid his bow up in his hut. He put a 4-ply shield around his shoulders, and on his mighty head a helmet, crafted with a horsehair plume that nodded grimly. And he took a stout spear tipped with bronze, and ran to take his place at Ajax's side. When Hector saw Teucer's arrows fail, he called to his men and made his voice carry. "Trojan, Lycian, and Dardanian soldiers,
Remember to be the warriors that you are in this fight for the ships. My eyes have seen the shafts of one of their best blasted by Zeus. It is easy to see whom Zeus protects, to whom he gives glory and grants victory, and to whom he lays low and will not protect, even as now he lays low the Argives, and he gives his protection to us. So close your ranks, and fight along the ships, and if any of you is hit and dies, then so be it. Death in defense of your homeland is no dishonor. Your wife is safe, and your children's future, your house and estate are inviolate, if the Greeks sail off to their own native land.
With these words he raised their spirits, and Ajax did the same for the Greeks. Shame on you, Argives, it's do or die now. If Hector takes the ships, do you think we'll all be walking home? Didn't you hear him screaming at his men to burn our fleet? He's not inviting them to a dance, you know. Our only strategy is this, to take them on hand to hand, our muscle against theirs. Better to get it over with, live or die, than to be strung out here along the ships, pecked to death by inferior men. This bolstered their spirits, and the killing began. Hector took out a Phocian commander named Scythius, Perimedes' son, and Ajax killed Laodamas, an infantry captain and son of Antenor. Polydamas laid low Otus of Cyllene, a comrade of Meges, the Epean commander. Meges saw this and jumped at him, but Polydamas ducked, and Meges missed. Apollo would not allow Polydamas to be killed on the front lines. But Meges did kill Chrysimus with a thrust to the chest. Chrysimus fell heavily, and as Meges got busy stripping his armor, Dolops, who knew what to do with the spear, rushed at him. This man was the grandson of Laomedon and the son of Lampus, his bravest son and a furious fighter. His spear ground through Meges' shield from close range, but the corselet saved him, the intricate, plated corselet he wore. His father, Phyleus, had brought it home from Ephyre on the river Cilius, having received it from the lord Euphides, a guest friend, to protect him in war. It now saved his son's life. Meges thrust back and got his spear onto Dolops' bronze helmet, shearing the horsehair plume from its socket. The whole plume, bright with its fresh scarlet dye, fell in the dust. Meges continued fighting his still confident opponent until Menelaus came up to help him, unnoticed by Dolops. Standing slightly behind him, Menelaus heaved a spear through Dolops' shoulder, and the spear, with an eager life of its own, punctured his sternum. Dolops fell on his face, and his two antagonists moved to strip him. But Hector called to his many kinsmen, beginning with Melanippus, Hecation's son. This man used to pasture his shambling cattle off in Procode when there was no enemy near. But when the curved prows of the Danaans appeared, he moved back to Ilion, a distinguished Trojan, and lived in the house of Priam, who treated him as a son of his own. Hector prodded him now. Melanippus, are we going to slack off like this? Don't you have any feeling for your dead kinsmen? Look at how they are handling Dolops' armor. Come on, we can no longer fight the Greeks from long range. Either we kill them, or they take Ilion's heights and murder our people. Melanippus went with him, moving like a god, and Telamonian Ajax urged on the Greeks, be men, my friends, and show some shame. You should feel shame before each other in battle. More men with shame are saved than are slain. There's no glory or power in shameless flight. They were already eager to ward off the enemy, but they took his words to heart and fenced in the ships with a hedge of bronze, against which Zeus urged on the Trojans. Then Menelaus, good at the war cry, shouted to Antilochus, Antilochus, there is none of us younger, faster, or braver than you in battle. Get moving and take some Trojan out. Menelaus melted back into the ranks when he had said this, but he inspired Antilochus, who jumped out into no man's land.
With a quick look around, he hurled his spear. The Trojans recoiled from the flare it made, but the throw was not wasted. It hit Melanippus, Hiketion's high-hearted son, right in the chest, beside his nipple, as he came into battle. He fell heavily, and the light left his eyes. Antilochus was all over him. A dog goes after a wounded fawn a hunter hits with unerring aim as it jumps from its lair. That was how Antilochus leapt at you, Melanippus, to strip off your armor. But Hector saw him and came running over to meet him in battle, and Antilochus, for all his speed as a combatant, fled. A marauding animal that has killed a hound, or a drover beside its herd, will sometimes flee, even before the crowd of men has gathered. As Nestor's son Antilochus was running, Hector and the Trojans showered him with a whining barrage of missiles. He didn't turn and stand until he reached his own lines. It was then that the Trojans, like lions who have tasted raw meat, charged the ships and completed this part of Zeus's design. He steadily turned up the Trojans' intensity and softened the Greeks' resolve to win. Hector would win all the glory for now. Priam's son would burn the beaked ships with fire from heaven, and so fulfill the last syllable of Thetis' prayer. It was for this that Zeus waited, the glare from a burning ship. From then on he would will the Trojans back from the ships, and shift glory to the Greeks. With this intent he roused Hector against the hollow ships, and Hector needed no urging. Hector raged like the war god, the spear wielder. Fire that consumes a wooded mountainside, foam flecking his mouth, eyes burning under fierce brows, and the helmet encasing his face a sinister glitter, as Hector fought, as Zeus himself shed a cone of light from the ether around the solitary warrior, but only for this brief moment. Pallas Athena was hastening his doom under Achilles' hands. Yes, Hector was eager, but for all his efforts probing the Greek lines where he saw the greatest concentration of fine weapons, he could not break their ranks. They were as solid as a wall, or an iron cliff that drops sheer into the gray sea and withstands whistling winds and swollen waves that break against its rock face. The Greeks were not going to budge, so Hector, with a nimbus of fire about him, leapt high and fell upon their bulk. Waves driven by winds sometimes reach tsunami proportions. When one breaks over a ship, the entire vessel is hidden by foam, and the wind roars like devils in the sail. The crew shudders and their hearts turn to ice. So narrow is their passage out of death. So too the Greeks under Hector's charge. A maleficent lion charges a herd of cows grazing in the bottom land of a great marsh. There is no counting how many, and with them is only a single herdsman, inexperienced at contesting a heifer's carcass with a wild beast. The herdsman walks at the front or rear, but the lion attacks in the middle and is soon feeding on its kill. The others stampede off.
It was marvelous to see the Greeks scattering before Hector and Father Zeus. Even though Hector killed only one man, Periphetes of Mycenae, the son of that Copreus who used to shuttle messages from Eurystheus to Heracles. His son was better in every way, whether it came to running or fighting, and he had one of the best minds in Mycenae. Now he yielded the glory to Hector. As he turned, he tripped on the rim of his shield, a Mycenaean style that went down to his feet and protected him from spears, but not from himself. As he stumbled and fell backward, his helmet ringing like a gong in his astonished ears. Hector was quick to take advantage, putting a spear into his chest before his watching comrades were able to react. They grieved for their friend, but were too afraid of shining Hector to help him. The Greeks regrouped within the ship's perimeter, but the Trojans kept coming. The outermost ships were conceded, but the Greeks did take a stand by their huts. They were massed now, too afraid to spread out through the camp, and they kept calling back and forth to each other. Nestor of Gerenia, the old general, implored them all in the name of their parents. Fight like the men you are, my friends, and feel some shame before the men around you. Remember your children, your wives, your possessions, and your parents, whether they are dead or alive. For the sake of those who are not here, I beseech you to stand firm and fight, and not retreat. This helped, but Athena helped them more, pushing aside the wondrous cloud of mist from their eyes. Light flooded in from both sides, from the ships behind and the battlefield in front. They could all see Hector now, and his men. The entire Greek army, from the idle in the rear to the champions in front, could see the enemy. Ajax decided it was time to make his move. Separating himself from the rest of the Greeks, he boarded a ship and strode along its deck, wielding a long pike made for naval warfare, some 40 feet in length, joined with iron rings. And then, as skillfully as a stunt rider jumps from horse to horse, as his chariot, drawn by a team of hand-picked thoroughbreds, speeds from plain to city down a highway lined with specters who cheer him on. Ajax leapt from ship to ship, and his voice, like a shock wave from the wide blue sky, admonished the Greeks to defend their ships and the huts clutched beneath them. Hector reacted quickly, a streak of bronze armor flashing out from the general's sea of bronze. Like a golden eagle dive-bombing down to a riverbank where a flock of wild geese, or cranes, or long-necked swans are feeding.
Hector made like that for a dark, proud ship, and a great hand reached down from Ida and pushed him on, and his army with him. The fighting began again beside the ships. So keenly you would have thought the troops on both sides were fresh and had just entered battle. Their minds were different, though. The Greeks fought as if they would never get out of this battle alive, while every Trojan heart beat with the hope of burning the ships and killing Greek heroes. Such were their thoughts as they faced off in battle. Hector laid hold of the stern of a ship, a beautiful vessel that had brought Botesilas over to Troy, but would not bring him back home. It was about this ship that the Greeks and Trojans fought in close combat. Instead of withstanding assaults from arrows and javelins in flight, they fought toe-to-toe here, of one heart in battle, hacking at each other with axes and hatchets, enormous swords and double-edged spears. Many fine blades with black leather ferrules fell to the ground, some from the hands, others from the shoulders of men as they fought. The earth flowed black with their blood. Hector, once he had grasped the horn of the ship's stern, would not let go, and he called to the Trojans.
Fire! Bring fire! Okay, and raise the war cry. All together, Zeus has given us this day as payment for everything to seize the ships that came here against the gods' will and have brought us endless troubles because of the cowardice of our elders, who, when I wanted to bring the fight here, kept me back and withheld my army. But if Zeus clouded our minds then, there is no doubt he is urging us on now.
At this, the Trojans intensified their attack. Ajax, battered by everything they could throw, and sensing death if he stayed where he was, inched back along the 7-foot crossplank he had been standing on and jumped from the deck. He took up a position guarding the ship, his spear point menacing any Trojan who tried to bring up fire, and his voice kept booming out alarms to his compatriots.
Soldiers of Greece, be men, my friends. We have to dig on in defense now. Do you think we have allies to back us up, or some stronger wall that will protect us? There's no fortified city behind us now, with reinforcements there to turn the tide. We're out here on the plain of Troy, with the sea at our backs, far from home, surrounded by armed men. If there's a way out, it's in our hands, not in slacking off.
And as Ajax spoke, his spear carved holes in the various Trojans, who thought that they might please Hector by bringing fire to the ship. He mangled a good dozen at close range like this.
As they fought around the well-bent ships, Patroclus came to Achilles, the shepherd of the people. Tears poured down his cheeks like the dark water of a spring that pours its black waters over a high cliff. When Achilles saw him, godlike Achilles, the fast runner, felt pity as he spoke words that flew like arrows. Why do you weep, Patroclus? You are like a little girl, a babe who runs to her mother and begs to be picked up, clutching her gown, holding the mother back from her work. Crying, she stares upwards, begging to be lifted. You are like that little girl, pouring forth your tender tears. Do you have something to say to the Myrmidons, or to me myself, or have you heard some private news from Phthia? Surely your father Menoetios, son of Actor, is still alive, and they say Peleus too, the son of Iacchus, among the Myrmidons. Certainly we would grieve to hear that either died, or are you sad because of the Argives, who died beside the hollow ships with the account of their own arrogant actions. Say it, don't hide it, so we both may know. You groaned deeply, then Patroclus, the horseman, said, O Achilles, son of Peleus, by far the best of the Achaeans, do not be angry, for so great an anguish has come to the Achaeans, those who before in the best in the contendings, all of them now lie wounded amongst ships, pierced by missiles. The great Diomedes, son of Tydeus, is wounded. Odysseus, too, famed for his work with the spear, and Eurypylus is shot with an arrow in the thigh. The doctors, learned in drugs, are working to heal them. But you, Achilles, are impossible. I hope that no such anger ever lays hold on me such as you nourish, a rashness that only destroys. How shall anyone yet to be born have benefit of you if you will not ward off from the Argives a terrible fate? You are pitiless. I don't think that Peleus the horseman was your father, or Thetis your mother. The grey sea bore you, and the steep cliffs, for your mind is unbending. But if in your mind you are avoiding some oracle, and your reverend mother has told you something she heard from Zeus, at least quickly send me forth, and with the host of the Myrmidons, so that I may be a light of salvation to the Danaans. Let me wear your armor. Perhaps if I look like you, the Trojans will pull back from the war, and sons of the Achaeans, and catch their breath, worn out as they are, for breathing space in the battle is brief. Easily, I think, we who are fresh may drive back toward the city men worn out by the battle cry, away from the ships and huts. So he spoke in supplication, the fool, for in truth he prayed for his own dark death and fate. Deeply moved, Achilles, fast runner, said, Patroclus, you are like a god. What words you have spoken. I take no heed of any oracle that I know of, nor has my reverend mother said anything to me she has learned from Zeus. But this terrible grief is in my heart and soul. Where a man aims to steal from his equal and take from his prize, because he is in greater power, this is a horrendous grief to me. For I have suffered pain in my heart. The girl, the son of the Achaeans, chose me for a prize, whom I myself captured and sacked a well-walled city. This very girl, King Agamemnon, son of Atreus, is taken from my hands, as if they were some mere wanderer without rights. All the same, we let that pass. It is something that happened. It was never my intention to nurse an unending anger in my heart, that I would hold on to my anger only until the war cry in battle should reach my own ships. But go ahead, you can dress in my glorious armor and lead the war-loving Myrmidons to battle. If in truth the dark clouds of the Trojans have powerfully shrouded the ships, and only the shore of the sea supporters, the others, and the Argives a scant dab of land still left, the whole city and the Trojans have come without fear against them. For the Trojans do not see the face of my helmet glinting before them, or they would soon fill the channels with the bodies of the dead as they flee. If only Agamemnon were well disposed towards me.
As it is, the Trojans have surrounded the camp with battle, for the spear in the hands of Diomedes, son of Tydeus, does not reach to ward off destruction. Nor have I yet heard the voice of the son of Atreus, as he bellows from his loathed maw. No, it is the voice of man-killing Hector that breaks about me as he urges on the Trojans, who with their din possess the whole of the plain, overwhelming the Achaeans in battle. Even so, Patroclus, go. Fall upon them with power. Ward off destruction from the ships so that they do not burn the ships with blazing fire and take away our homecoming. Only listen. Let me place in your mind the sum of my counsel, that you might win for me great honor and glory among all the Danaans, who then will return the most beautiful woman along with wonderful gifts. Once you have driven the Trojans from the ships, come back. If the loud thundering husband of Hera grants you success, do not desire to fight without me against the war-loving Trojans. You will make my honor less. And do not exult in war and the contendings in killing the Trojans. Do not lead on to Ilion. I fear that one of the Olympians, who never die, may enter the fight. For Apollo, who works from afar, loves them very much. Come back, then. Once you have shown a light of salvation among the ships, let the others fight on the plain. How I wish that Father Zeus and Athena and Apollo would allow not one of the Trojans to escape, of all there are, and not one man of the Greaves either, but that just the two of us might escape death, that alone we might loose the sacred veil of the city.
And so the two spoke to one another in this fashion. But Ajax no longer held his ground, overcome by missiles. The mind of Zeus and the mighty Trojans bore him down with their constant firing. His shining helmet rang incessantly around his temples as it was struck, hit constantly on the handsome cheek pieces. His left shoulder grew weary from holding the gleaming shield, but still the Trojans could not drive it back upon him with their steady fusillade. Ever tormented by heavy breathing, sweat poured everywhere from his limbs in abundance, nor could Ajax get a chance to catch his breath. Evil everywhere, evil piled on evil. Tell me now, muses who live on Olympus, how fire first fell on the ships of the Achaeans. Hector closed in on Ajax, and with his great sword struck his spear of ash just behind the socket. He cut it clean away so that Ajax, son of Telamon, now wielded a useless shaft. The spear's bronze point spun away and clanged on the ground. Ajax saw in his daring heart the doing of the gods, and he shivered, seeing how Zeus, who thunders on high, had brought to nothing Ajax's counsel of war, and how he willed a Trojan victory. Ajax withdrew from the hail of arrows as the Trojans cast consuming fire into the ship. Quickly, an unquenchable flame engulfed it. Thus fire took hold of the ship's stern, but Achilles, striking both his thighs, addressed Patroclus.
Rise up now, Patroclus, master of horses. I see the rush of consuming fire in the fleet. May they not take the ships and prevent our escape. Quick, put on my armor. I will assemble our companions.
So Achilles spoke. Patroclus put on the gleaming bronze. First, he bound the beautiful shin guards to his calves, fitted with silver fasteners. Second, he placed around his chest the breastplate of the swift-footed grandson of Aeacus, handsomely made, decorated with stars. Around his shoulders he slung the sword of bronze with silver studs, and he took up the large, powerful shield, and on his mighty head he set the helmet, well made with the crest of horsehair. Its plume nodded terribly from on high. He took 2 strong spears that perfectly fitted his grasp, but he did not take the spear of the grandson of Aeacus. Heavy, great, powerful, no other Achaean could wield the spear. Achilles, son of Peleus alone, could wield it. Herion from the peak of Pelion had given it to his father to be used for the killing of heroes.
Achilles ordered Automedon, the breaker of ranks, quickly to yoke the horses. Patroclus honored him most after Achilles, trusting him to await his call in the midst of battle. Automedon led the swift horses Xanthos and Balios, who ran like the breath of the wind beneath the yoke. The harpy Podarge had borne them to Zephyr, west wind, as she grazed in the meadow beside the stream of ocean. In the traces he placed the fine horse Pedasos, whom Achilles had captured when he sacked the city of Eschen, a mortal stallion following deathless horses. But Achilles went through the huts and urged all the Myrmidons to arm, and they ran out like flesh-eating wolves in whose hearts is an unspeakable rage, wolves who have killed a horned stag in the mountains and who dine upon him, and their cheeks are red with blood, and in a pack they course to the black waters of a dark spring. With their thin tongues they lap the surface of the water, all while vomiting blood and gore, and their hearts and their breasts are unflinching, and their bellies are gorged. Even so did the leaders of the Myrmidons swarm forth around Patroclus, the companion of the grandson of Aeacus, the fast runner, and among them stood warlike Achilles, urging on the horses and men in their armor.
50 fast ships did Achilles, beloved of Zeus, lead to Troy, and in each 50 men rowed, his companions. He appointed 5 men whom he trusted as leaders to give commands, but he himself ruled all, great in his power. Menestheus of the flashing corselet led one band, son of the heaven-fed river Sperchios. The daughter of Peleus, lovely Polydora, bore him to untiring Sperchios, bedding down with the god. But in the name of Menestheus, in name Menestheus was the son of Boros, the son of Pereus, who wedded Polydora in a public rite after Boros gave wedding gifts beyond counting. Warlike Eudorus led the second band. His mother was unmarried, Polymele, the daughter of Phylas, fair in the dance. The powerful killer of Argos fell in love with her when he saw her among the singers on the dance floor of Artemis, of the golden arrows and the echoing case. Hermes the deliverer and the echoing chase. Hermes the deliverer promptly went to her upper chamber and slept with her in secret. And she gave him the noble son Eudorus, superior in running and war. When the goddess of childbirth, Eileithyia, had brought him forth into the light, and he saw the rays of the sun, Achilles, strong and powerful, the son of Actor, led Polymele to his house after giving countless wedding gifts. The old man Phylas raised Eudorus, nursing him and cherishing him if he were his own son. Pisander led the third band, the warlike son of Mamelos. He stood out among all the Myrmidons for his spear fighting, second only to Patroclus, the companion of the son of Peleus, in his fighting skills. Phoenix, the old horseman, led the fourth band, and the fifth was commanded by Alcmaedon, son of Laerces. When Achilles had organized them in companies with their leaders, he lay upon them a powerful command. Myrmidons, do not forget the threats that you made against the Trojans as you waited beside the fast ships, all during the time of my anger. And then you criticized me, saying, cruel son of Peleus, surely your mother suckled you on bile, pitiless one, who hold your unwilling compassions back beside the ships. Let us sail home in our seafaring ships, because an evil anger has fallen on his heart. Often you would gather together to make such criticism, but now the great work of war, which before you so desired, is set before you. So let every man go to fight against the Trojans with a brave heart. So speaking, he roused up the strength and spirit in each man. They closed up their ranks when they heard their king, as when a man builds a wall of close-set stones for a high-roofed house that will resist the blasts of the winds. Even so they set side by side with their helmets and their bossed shields. Shield leaned against shield, helmet against helmet, man against man. Their horsehair crests attached to the bright shield plates touched each one as the men nodded their heads. So close to one another did they stand. In front of all, 2 men put on their armor, Patroclus and Automedon, being of a single mind to fight in forefront of the Myrmidons.
But Achilles went off to his hut, and he opened the lid of a chest, beautiful, ornate, that silver-footed Thetis had placed in his ship to carry with him, after filling it with shirts and cloaks that keep away the wind, and woolen rugs. He kept a well-made cup there, nor did any other man drink from it the flaming wine, nor did he pour from it an offering to any other god than Father Zeus. Achilles took it from the chest. He first purified it with sulphur, then he washed it in beautiful streams of water. Then he washed his hands and poured out the flaming wine. Standing in the middle of the court, he prayed to Zeus. He poured out wine looking to the sky, and Zeus, who delights in the thunder, was aware of him. Zeus the king, lord of Dodona, Pelasgian, you who live far away, ruler of wintry Dodona. Around you live the Seloi, your diviners, who sleep on the ground with unwashed feet. Surely in earlier times you heard my word when I prayed, and you honoured me. You punished the army of the Achaeans. So fulfill for me now my desire. I myself remain now amidst the gathering of the ships, but I send forth my companion with my many myrmidons to fight. O Zeus, who thunders from afar, grant him glory. Make brave his heart at his breast, so that even Hector will know whether my companion knows how to fight alone, or whether his hands rage invincibly only when I have entered the toil of Ares. But when he has driven the battle and war cry away from the ships, may he then return unscathed to the swift ships, with all his armour and his companions who fight in close. So he spoke in prayer, and Zeus the counsellor heard him. The father gave him one half his wish, but the other he refused. He granted that Patroclus pushed back the war and battle from the ships, but he denied that he returned safe from the battle. Once he had poured out a drink offering and prayed to Zeus the father, Achilles went back into his hut, and he put the cup back into the chest. He came forth and stood outside his hut, for he desired in his heart to behold the dread contendings of Trojan and Achaean. They who were arrayed with great-hearted Patroclus rushed out in high spirits against the Trojans. At once they prowled forth like wasps on the roadside that boys habitually torment, always teasing them in their houses on the road, the foolish young children, and the wasps make a common evil for many. And if some wayfaring man stirs up the wasps by accident, they all fly out in the bravery of their hearts to defend their children. With a heart and spirit like this, the Myrmidons poured from the ships, and an unquenchable cry arose. Patroclus gave a loud shout, calling out to his companions, Myrmidons, companions of Achilles, the son of Peleus, be men, my friends. Remember your furious valour, that we might show honour to the son of Peleus, who is by far the best of the Argives, himself and his followers who fight in close, so that the son of Atreus, wide-ruling Agamemnon, may know his blindness, who showed no honour to the best of the Achaeans. So speaking, he roused up the strength and the spirit of each man, and they fell upon the Trojans in a mass. Around them, the ships rang terribly from the shouting of the Achaeans. When the Trojans saw the powerful son of Menetius, himself and his aid shining in their armour, the heart in every man was stirred, and the battalions were shaken. Thinking that among the ships the swift-footed son of Peleus had cast aside his anger and chosen to work as a team, each Trojan looked to where he might flee total destruction. Patroclus threw his shining spear straight into the midst of them, where men thronged to the closest, beside the stern of the ship of great-hearted Protesilaus. He hit Pericles, who led the chariot-fighting Paeonians from Amydon, from the wide-flowing Axius river. He hit him in the right shoulder. Pericles fell on his back in the dust, groaning, and his companion Paeonians were driven in rout. Patroclus drove them all in rout when he killed their leader, who was the best in the fight. He drove them from the ships, extinguished the blazing fire. The ship was left there half-burned, as the Trojans fled with a wondrous roar, as the Danaans poured forth from the hollow ships. An unquenchable cry ensued, just as when Zeus, who gathers the lightning, moves a thick cloud from the highest peak of a great mountain, and all the mountain toplands and the high headlands and the valleys are revealed as the infinite air breaks out from heaven. So the Danaans drove back the destructive fire from the ships and gained a brief breathing space. But there was no end to the war, for the Trojans did not yet run headlong from the black ships before the war-loving Achaeans. They still held their ground and backed off from the ships only when hard pressed.
Then, among the captains, man killed man as the fighting was scattered. First, Patroclus, the powerful son of Menetius, hit the thigh of Aurelichus with a sharp spear, just as Aurelichus turned around, and he drove the bronze straight through. The spear broke bone, and Aurelichus fell on his face on the earth. Then, war-loving Menelaus stabbed Thoas where his chest was exposed by his shield. He loosened his limbs. Meges, the son of Phyleus, watched the Trojan Amphiclus as he rushed at him, but Meges was quicker and hit him on top of his leg, where man's muscle is thickest. The tendons were cut by the point of the spear, and darkness fell over his eyes. Then the sons of Nestor, one Antilochus, stabbed Atimneus with his sharp spear as he drove the bronze spear through his side. Atimneus fell forward, but Maurus, his brother, standing nearby, rushed on Antilochus with his spear. Enraged because of his brother, he took a stand in front of the dead body. But godlike Thrasymedes, another son of Nestor, was too quick for him. And before his enemy could thrust, he stabbed Maurus. He did not miss, but hit him on the shoulder. The point of his spear sliced off the base of his arm from its muscles and completely broke the bone. Morris fell to the ground with a thud, and darkness closed over his eyes. Thus, the two brothers, conquered by the two brothers, went to Erebos, the noble companions of Sarpedon, the spearmen of Amisidorus, the man who raised up the raging chimera, an evil man. Ajax, the son of Oileus, leaped on Cleobulos and took him alive as he tripped in the melee, but he loosed his strength by hitting him in the neck with his hilted sword. The whole sword was warmed by his blood, and the powerful fate of dark death covered Cleobulos's eyes. Boeotian Peneleos and the Trojan Lycon ran up upon one another. For with their spears they had missed. The two men cast their spears in vain. So then they ran against one another with their swords. Lycon smashed down on the plate of Peneleos' helmet and its plume of horsehair, but the sword was shattered at the hilt. Peneleos slashed Lycon on the neck, beneath the ear, and the whole blade went in so that only the skin was held on his head. The head hung to one side as Lycon's limbs were loosened. Then the Cretan captain, Meriones, overtook Acamas with swift strides and hit him on the right shoulder as he was mounting his car. Acamas fell from the car, and a mist came over his eyes. Meriones' companion, Idomeneus, stabbed Aramas in the mouth with his pitiless bronze. Bronze spear went straight through and came out beneath his brain, splitting the bones. Aramas's teeth came flying out, and both his eyes filled with blood. He gaped, spewing blood through his mouth and nostrils, and the black cloud of death came over him. And so each of these men, the leaders of the Danaans, killed his man, as ravaging wolves assail sheep or kids, selecting them from the flock who are scattered over a mountain through the carelessness from a shepherd. And seeing the flock, the wolves quickly snatch them up, for the flock knows no valor. And even so, the Danaans assail the Trojans, who thought only shrieking flight, forgetful of their zealous valor. And big Ajax wished to throw his spear at Hector, clothed in bronze, but Hector, through his knowledge of war, hid his broad shoulders beneath the shield of bull's hide, watching the whizzing arrows and hearing the thud of spears. Truly he knows that the tide of victory was turning, but he nonetheless held his ground and sought to save his trusting comrades. As when from Olympus a cloud comes into the heavens after clear weather, when Zeus spreads out a squall, even so did the cry of the rout come from the ships. Nor did Trojans cross the ditch in good order. Hector's swift horses bore him away in full armor, but he left the Trojan troops behind, for the ditch held them back against their will. In the trench they had dug, many swift horses who drew the chariots broke their poles behind their yokes and abandoned the cars of their rivals.
Patroclus followed close in, calling violently to the Danaans, urging on evil to the Trojans, who filled all the ways with cries of rot, for their ranks were broken. On high a storm of dust spread up to beneath the clouds, and the single-hoofed horses strained to go back to the city, away from the ships and the tents. Patroclus, wherever he saw the Trojans most huddled together in rot, there he went, screaming, and the men kept falling from their cars, headlong beneath the axles, and their chariots fell over, rattling. Straight over the ditch, leaped his swift horses immortal that the gods had given to Peleus as a glorious gift. Flying over onwards, his heart urged him to go up against Hector. He wanted to strike him down, but Hector's swift horses carried him safely away. As when a storm weighs down the whole black earth on the harvest day, when Zeus pours down the rattling rain because he rages against men who by violence gave false judgments in the assembly, driving out justice without regard for the vengeance of the gods, and all the rivers rise in flood, and the torrents gouge ravines into many hillsides, and down to the dark sea. The rivers rush with a mighty roar headlong from the mountains, and they ruin the fields of men. Even so mighty was the crash of the Trojan mares as they raced away. When Patroclus had cut off the foremost battalions, he hemmed them in by, turning back toward the ships, nor would he allow them to enter the city, though they desired to, but in the space between the ships and the river and a high wall of the city, he rushed upon them, killing as he went, taking revenge for First of all, he struck Pronos with his bright spear on his chest, where the flesh was exposed, next to his shield, and he loosened his limbs. Pronos fell with a thud. Next, he rushed on Thestor, son of Enops, as he cowered in his highly polished car, his wits distraught with terror, and the reins had slipped from his hands. Patroclus came up close and hit him with a spear in the right jaw. The spear went through the teeth, and with the spear Patroclus dragged Thestor over the chariot railing, as when a man sitting on a projecting cliff hauls in a sacred fish out of the sea to the land with a line and a gleaming bronze hook. Even so, he dragged him, gaping with his spear. He released him face down. Thestor's breath soul left him as he tumbled down. Then Patroclus hit Earlos with a rock as Earlos rushed on him. He hit him full on the head split in two inside the helmet. Earlos fell prone on the earth, and the death dissolved. The breath soul was poured all around him. Then, one after another, he brought down to the nourishing earth Irmas and Amphistrius and Iphlats and Telemachus, son of Damastor, and Ecos, and Pyrrhus, and Iphias, and Epius, and Pelemus, son of Argeus. When Sarpedon saw his companions who wore their shirts unbelted, fallen on the land at the hands of Patroclus, the son of Minucius, he called aloud, scolding the godlike Lycinians. Shame, O Lycinians! Where are you running to? Now sharpen up. I will myself take on this man, so that I might know who's wielding this power here and doing so many evils to the Trojans, for he has loosed the knees of many fine men. He spoke and leaped from his chariot in full armor. Patroclus from the other side saw him jump from the car, and just as vultures with bent claws, carved beaks, fight on the top of a high peak, scolding terribly, even so did they rush on one another, shrieking. The son of Whiling Cronos took pity when he saw them, and he spoke to Hera, his sister and wife. Woe, woe, that Sarpedion, the dearest of men to me, is fated to die at the hands of Patroclus, son of Minutus. My heart is divided in two ways as I consider whether to snatch him alive myself from the tearful battle and place him in the rich land of Lycia, or whether I should kill him at the hands of the son of Minutus. Then the cow-eyed revered Hera answered, most dread son of Cronos, what words you have spoken. You want to relieve from painful death a mortal man long ago doomed by fate. Do it, but all the other gods will disapprove, and I will tell you something else, and you best give it careful consideration. If you send forth Sarpedion still alive to his own home, consider then whether another of the gods will wish also to send his own dear son out of ferocious contendings, for there are many offsprings of the deathless ones fighting around the great city of Priam, and you will instill a dread anger among them. But he is dear to you, and your heart grieves for him. Well, let him be killed at the hands of Patroclus, son of Minutus. But when his breath, soul, and life have left him, then send death and sweet sleep to carry him off until they come to the land of broad Lycia, where his brothers and relatives will bury him in a tomb and set up a marker, for that is the reward of mortals.
So she spoke, and the father of men and gods did not disobey. He poured out a bloody rain to the earth in honour of his dear son, whom Patroclus was about to kill in deep-soiled Troy, far from the land of his fathers. When the two men had come close to one another, Patroclus cast at famous Thrasydemus, the gallant aide to Prince Sarpedon. He hit him in his lower belly and loosed his limbs. Then Sarpedon, throwing at Patroclus next, missed Patroclus with his bright spear, but he killed the trace horse Pedasus, hitting the horse with his spear in the right shoulder. Pedasus whinnied aloud and breathed out his life as he fell down in the dust and his spirit flew from him. The other two horses reared in opposite directions. The yoke creaked and the reins were tangled as the trace horse died in the dust. But for this, Automedon, famed for his spear, found a solution. Drawing his stout sword from beside his thigh, he leapt down and cut away the trace horse, and he succeeded in doing so. The other two horses straightened and strained at the reins. Then the two fighters again came together in strife that consumes the soul. Sarpedon missed his shot with his bright spear. The point of the spear went over Patroclus' left shoulder and did not hit him, and Patroclus then rushed on with the bronze. His missile did not leave his hand in vain. He got Sarpedon there where the lungs shut in around the throbbing heart. Sarpedon fell as when some oak falls, or a poplar, or a tall pine that carpenters cut in the mountain with their sharpened axes to be a beam for a ship. Even so before his horses and his car he lay stretched out, groaning and grasping at the bloody dust. Just as a lion goes into a herd and kills a tawny, great-hearted bull among the cows that shuffle as they walk, and the bull perishes moaning in the jaws of the lion, even so the leader of the shield-bearing Lycians raged as he lay dying at the hands of Patroclus. And he called out to his dear companion, "Dear Glaucus, a warrior among men, now you must be the spearman and the bold fighter. Now let evil war be your desire, and you must be swift. First go up and down the ranks and urge the leaders of the Lycians to fight for Sarpedon. Then yourself fight for me with the bronze. The Achaeans take my armour now that I have fallen in the gathering of the ships. I will on every day, in time, to come be a shame and a reproach to you. Hold your ground with power and urge on all the people."
So speaking, the end that is death covered his eyes and nostrils. Patroclus set his foot on Sarpedon's chest and drew the spear out of the flesh. Sarpedon's lungs came with it. At one moment he drew out the point of the spear, and with it came the breath soul. The Myrmidons held Sarpedon's snorting horses, who longed to flee, no longer connected to the chariot of their master. But dread grief came on Glaucus, who had heard the voice of Sarpedon. His heart was sore because he had been unable to defend him. With his hand, Glaucus took his own arm and pressed it. The wound that the Teucer had dealt him with his arrow when Glaucus rushed the high walls, defending his companions, tormented him. In prayer, Glaucus called out to Apollo, who works from afar, "Hear me, O king, who may be in the rich lands of Lycia or in Troy, but you are everywhere able to hear a man in trouble. Even as now, trouble has come to me. For I have a terrible wound. My arm on both sides is racked with sharp pains, nor can I stop the flow of blood, and my shoulder is heavy from the wound. I cannot hold my spear firmly so that I can go and fight against the enemy. A man has perished, Sarpedon, by far our best, the son of Zeus, who cannot defend even his own son. But do you, O king, heal this terrible wound. Make the pain go away. Give me strength so that I may call aloud to urge on the Lycians and make war, and for myself fight around the body of him who has died." So he spoke in prayer, and Phoebus Apollo heard him. At once he stopped the pain in the grievous wound. He dried up the blood, and he placed the strength in his spirit. Glaucus recognized what had happened and rejoiced that the great god had quickly heard his prayer. First he urged on the leaders of the Lycians to fight around Sarpedon, going up and down the troops. Then he went into the ranks of the Trojans, taking longer strides, to Polydamas, the son of Pentheus and good Antenor. And he went after Aeneas and Hector, clothed in bronze.
Standing near Hector, he spoke words that went like arrows. "Hector, certainly now you have forgotten the allies who on your account waste away their lives far from their loved ones and the land of their fathers. But you are not willing to defend them. Sarpedon, the leader of the shield-bearing Lycians, lies dead. He who guarded Lycia by his judgments and strength. Brazen Ares has killed him beneath the spear of Patroclus. My friends, take your stand beside him. Feel anger in your hearts. Don't let the Myrmidons take away his armor and treat his body with contempt, angry because all the Danaians who have died are all those whom we have killed, and with our spears beside the swift ships." So he spoke, and deep grief seized the Trojans, unbearable, not to be endured. For Sarpedon was the bulwark of the city. Although he came from afar, many men followed him, but he himself was best in the fight. Then the Trojans went straight for the Danaians. In a vengeful rage, Hector led the way, aflame because of Sarpedon.
But Patroclus of the shaggy heart, the son of Menoetus, urged on the Achaeans. First he addressed the two Ajaxes, already anxious to fight. "Ajaxes, now is the time. Let it be your desire to put up a defence for us, acting as you always did in the midst of warriors, or braver still. A man lies dead who first leaped within the walls of the Achaeans, Sarpedon. Let us see if we can take his corpse and mutilate it and then strip the armor from his shoulders, and with the pitiless bronze perhaps kill some of his companions who come to defend the corpse. So Patroclus spoke, and the Ajaxes themselves were eager to put up a defence. When the fighters on either side had bolstered their battalions, the Trojans and Lycians, and the Myrmidons and the Achaeans, they gathered round the dead man to fight, shouting terribly. Greatly resounded the arms of the men. Zeus stretched the all-destroying night over the dread contendings, so that a ruinous labour of battle might rage around his own son. At first the Trojans drove back the Achaeans with twinkling eyes. A man was hit in no way the worst among the Myrmidons, the good Epagus, the son of great-hearted Agacles. He ruled in Bodaean, well populated in olden times. But then he killed a noble relative and fled to Peleus and Antithetis with feet of silver. They sent him to follow along with Achilles, breaker of men, to Iliad, with its fine horses in order to fight the Trojans.
Hector got Epagus when he was taking hold of the corpse, hitting him on the head with a stone. The whole head split in two within its heavy helmet, and he fell on his face over the corpse, and over him poured out the death that rends the spirit. Pain overcame Patroclus when his companion was killed. He headed straight through the four fighters, like a swift falcon that puts to flight crows and starlings like that. O Patroclus, master of horses, did you rush straight at the Lycians and Trojans, and your heart was filled with anger on account of your companion? Patroclus smashed Sthenelaus, the dear son of Ithaemenes, in the neck with a rock, and it broke away the tendons. Glorious Hector and the foremost Trojans gave ground beneath this assault, as far as the flight of a long javelin that a man makes when he tests himself in a contest and also in war under pressure of the murderous enemy. Even so far did the Trojans pull back and the Achaeans advance.
A heavy grief took hold of the Achaeans when that good man fell, but the Trojans were happy. They moved up and surrounded Bathocles in a crowd. The Achaeans did not forget their courage, but carried their power straight against the Trojans. Meriones took a Trojan, Lauganos, heavy with armor, the brave son of Onotor, a priest of Idaean Zeus, whom the people honored like a god. Meriones hit him beneath the jaw under the ear, and swiftly his breath soul left his limbs, and hateful darkness took him. Aeneas threw his bronze spear at Meriones, for he hoped to get him as he advanced under the cover of his shield. But Meriones saw it coming and avoided the bronze spear, stepping forward. The long spear was fixed in the ground behind him, and the butt of the spear quivered. Then Ares at length put a stop to the spear's fury. Aeneas grew angry and said, Meriones, although you dance nimbly, my spear would have put a quick end to your dancing forever if I'd hit you. Meriones, famed for his spear, then answered him, Aeneas, it's a hard thing for you, although you are strong, to stifle the strength of every man who defends himself and comes against you, for you are mortal too. If I should hit you a direct blow with my sharp spear, though you're strong and depend upon the strength of your hands, soon you would give up your glory to me, and your breath soul to Hades, famed for his horses. So he spoke, but the brave Patroclus reproached him. Meriones, why do you, a good man, start this kind of talk? Surely I do not think that insulting words will drive back the Trojans from the corpse. Before that the earth will hold many. The outcome of the war is in your hands. Words are for the council. There is no need to multiply words, but to fight.
So Patroclus spoke, and led the way, and Meriones, a man like a god, followed after him. As a clamour of woodcutters arises in the valleys of a mountain, and the sound is heard from far off, even such a clamour arose from the earth with its broad roads, a clanging of bronze and of hide and of well-made shields, as they thrust at one another with sword and two-edged spears. No longer could even a clever man have seen good Sarpedon, because he was wrapped in missiles and blood and dust from his head all the way to the bottom of his feet. They crowded around the corpse as when flies swarm in a farmstead around the full milk pails in the season of spring when milk drenches the vessels. Even so they crowded around Sarpedon's corpse. Nor did Zeus ever turn his shining eyes away from the savage contendings, but he gazed steadily at the men and pondered much in his heart about the killing of Patroclus. He wondered whether in the savage fight over godlike Sarpedon, glorious Hector should kill Patroclus with the bronze and strip away the armour from his shoulders, or whether he should increase the labour of war for still more men. As he pondered, This seemed to him to be the better course, that the valiant aid to Achilles, the son of Peleus, should again drive the Trojans and the heavily armoured Hector towards the city and take the lives of many. In Hector first he implanted the coward's spirit. Mounting his chariot, Hector turned in flight, and he called to the other Trojans to flee, for he recognized a turning of the sacred scales of Zeus. The brave Lycians did not wait then, but they fled, all of them, when they saw their leader pierced in the heart, lying in the assembly of the dead with many fallen on top of him, for the son of Cronos strained taut the cords of war.
From the shoulders Sapodon they stripped the armour, bronze and shining, and they carried it to the hollow ships. The brave son of Menoetius gave to his companions to carry. And then Zeus, who gathers the clouds, spoke to Apollo. Come now, dear Phobos, cleanse Sarpedon of the dark blood when you have removed him from the shower of arrows, and carry him far away and bathe him in the streams of the river. Anoint him with ambrosia, and put around him immortal clothing. Send him to be borne by swift conveyors, the twins Sleep and Death, who will quickly place him in the rich land of broad Lycia, where his brothers and relatives will bury him in a tomb and set him up with a gravestone, for that is the reward of mortals. So he spoke, and Apollo obeyed his father. He went down from the mountains of Ida to the dread din of battle, and immediately he raised up Sarpedon from a storm of arrows. He carried him far away and washed him in the streams of the river. He anointed him with ambrosia, and put around him immortal clothing. Then he sent him to be borne by swift conveyors, the twins Sleep and Death, who quickly set him down in the rich land of broad Lycia. But Patroclus, with a call to his horses, and Automedon went after the Trojans and the Lycians. He was blind the fool. If he had obeyed the word of the son Peleus, he would have avoided the dire fate of Black Death. But the intent of Zeus is always stronger than that of men. He drives even brave men to rout and easily takes away victory when he himself rouses men to fight. And it was Zeus who then put the spirit into the beast of Patroclus. Who first, who last did you kill, O Patroclus? When did the gods call you to death? Adrastos first, and Ortnos, and Achelchos, and Pidamos, son of Megas, and Epistor, and Melanopos, and then Elasos, and Mylios, and Pylates. You killed all of these men, and all the rest, every last one, though only of flight.
Then the sons of the Achaeans would have taken high-gated Troy at the hands of Patroclus, for he raged around them and in front of them with his spear. The Phoebus Apollo did not take his stand on the well-built wall, aiming destructive thoughts against Patroclus and helping the Trojans. 3 times Patroclus leaped on the corner of the high wall. 3 times did Apollo push him back, thrusting against his shining shield with his deathless hands. But when Patroclus leaped on them for the 4th time, like a god, Apollo spoke words with a terrible cry that went like arrows. Pull back, god-nourished Patroclus. It is not fated that the city of the high-minded Trojans perish beneath your spear, nor by that of Achilles, who is much better than you. So he spoke, and Patroclus retreated, avoiding the anger of Apollo, who shoots from a great distance.
Hector pulled up his single-hooved horses at the Scaean gates. He debated whether he should fight, driving again into the melee, or whether he should call out to the people to shut themselves behind the walls. While he was so pondering, Phoebus Apollo stood beside him in the form of a man, young and strong. Asios, the uncle of horse-taming Hector, the brother of Hecabe, the son of Dymas, who lived in the Phrygia on the banks of the Sangrios River. Taking his likeness, Apollo, the son of Zeus, said, Hector, why do you cease fighting? Gather yourself. I wish that I were as much stronger than you as I am weaker. Then you would regret pulling back from the war. But come, send your strong hooved horses against Patroclus. Maybe you can take him, and Apollo will give you glory. So, speaking, he went again, a god into the labour of men. Glorious Hector ordered wise Cebriones to lash his horses into the battle.
But Apollo went away into the crowd. He sent evil tumult into the Argives and gave glories to the Trojans and to Hector. Hector let the other Danaans go and did not try to kill them, but he drove his strong hooved horses against Patroclus, who from his side leaped to the ground from his car, holding a spear in his left hand. His hand covered it. With his other hand he picked up a rock, shining, jagged. His hand completely covered it. He planted his feet firmly and threw it. He did not back off from his enemy, nor did he hurl in vain, but he hit Hector's charioteer, Cebrion's bastard son of the famous Priam, right on the forehead with the sharp stone, as Cebrion's held the reins of the horses. The stone smashed both his brows together, and the bone did not withstand the blow. His eyes fell to the ground in the dust right there before his feet. Like a diver, he sailed from the well-made car, and his breast soul left his bones.
Mocking him, O horseman Patroclus, you said, "Ha! Here is a nimble man. How lightly he dives. If he should ride on the fishy sea, he would satisfy many by diving for oysters, leaping from the ship, even in a storm. Considering how he now dives onto the plain from his car, well now, there are plenty of divers among the Trojans." So speaking, he made for the warrior Cebriones, swooping on him like a lion that in laying waste a farmstead has taken a blow on its chest, and his own bravery brings him to ruin. Even so, O Patroclus, did you leap eagerly on Cebriones. And against him, Hector leaped to the ground from his car. The two of them grappled like lions who fight on the peaks of a mountain over a dead deer, both hungry, both with high heart. Even so, the two masters of the war cry fought over Cebriones. Patroclus, the son of Menetios, and glorious Hector tried to slash each other's flesh with the pitiless bronze. Hector took hold of the head of the corpse and would not let go. Patroclus pulled at the foot, and the other Trojans and Danaans joined the dread contending. As east wind and south wind strive with one another to shake a deep wood in the valley of a mountain, a wood of oak and ash and smooth-barked dogwood that dash their long branches against one another, with a wondrous sound amid a crashing of broken branches. Even so, the Trojans and Achaeans leaped upon one another and cut each other to pieces. Nor did either side think of ruinous flight. Many sharp spears were fixed around Cebriones, and arrows flew from many bowstrings, and many large stones smashed against the shields of the men as they fought around Cebriones, where he lay great in his greatness, in the whirl of the dust, forgetful of his horsemanship.
Now for as long as Helios straddled mid-heaven, for so long missiles hit men on both sides, and the people fell. But when Helios turned to the time for the unyoking of oxen, then the Achaeans were stronger than what was fated to be. Out from the range of arrows they carried the warrior Cebriones out of the battle din of the Trojans, and they stripped the armor from his shoulders. And then Patroclus, intending evil, fell on the Trojans. 3 times he rushed on them, the equal to swift Ares, screaming terribly, and 3 times he killed 9 men. But when for the 4th time he charged like a god, then, O Patroclus, came the end of your life. For Phoebus met you in the dread conflict, an awesome power. Patroclus did not see Phoebus as he came through the melee. Hidden in a thick cloud, Apollo met him. Apollo stood behind him and struck him on the back between his broad shoulders with the flat of his hand, and his eyes went spinning. Phoebus Apollo then knocked the helmet from Patroclus's head, and it rolled ringing beneath the feet of the horses, the helmet with its fitted crest and plumes, all befouled with blood and dust. It was not allowed before that this helmet with horsehair plume be befouled with dust, for it protected the head of a godlike man and his handsome forehead, Achilles. But then Zeus gave it to Hector to wear on his head, and now destruction was coming on Hector. And the long shadowed spear that Patroclus held in his hands was wholly broken, heavy, large, strong, with a bronze tip. From his shoulders the tasseled shield with its shield strap fell to the ground, and Apollo, the son of Zeus the king, loosed the breastplate. Now blindness seized Patroclus's mind. His shining limbs were loosed beneath him, and he stood in a daze. Then Euphorbus, the son of Panthous, a Dardanian, cast at him with his sharp spear from close range and hit him in the middle of the back between the shoulders. Euphorbus, who surpassed all his age mates in throwing the spear and in horsemanship and in swiftness of foot. He had already thrown 20 men from their cars, coming recently with his chariot to learn the art of war. He first cast his spear at you, O horseman Patroclus, but he did not kill you. Euphorbus pulled his ashen spear from Patroclus's flesh, then ran back to mix in with the crowd. He did not come again at Patroclus, now naked in the fight. Patroclus, overcome by the blow of the god and by the spear, withdrew back into the throng of his companions, avoiding death. When Hector saw great-hearted Patroclus withdraw, wounded by the sharp bronze, he came close to him through the ranks, and he stabbed him with his spear in the lower part of the belly. He drove through the bronze. Patroclus fell with a thudding sound, greatly paining the Achaeans. As when a lion conquers an untiring boar in fight, struggling with high hearts over a small spring on the peaks of a mountain that they both want to drink from. The boar pants hard, but the lion overcomes him with his strength. Even so did Hector, son of Priam, take away the life of the brave son of Menoetius, who had killed many, standing near him and striking him with his spear. Boasting, Hector spoke words that went like arrows. Patroclus, you said that you would sack our city and take away the day of freedom from our Trojan women and drive them in your ships to the land of your fathers. Fool! In front of them, the swift horses of Hector stride out to fight, and I myself am preeminent among the war-loving Trojans. I who can keep them from the day of slavery. But you, vultures will devour you now, dog. Achilles, for all his excellence, did you no good. He no doubt gave you much advice, as you went forth, and he remained behind. Don't return to the hollow ships, Patroclus, master of horsemen, before you've torn the bloody breastplate from around the chest of man-killing Hector. Thus, I imagine, he spoke to you, and he persuaded you in your folly. Patroclus, the horseman, you spoke back to Hector, all strength gone. You make a great boast now, O Hector. Zeus, the son of Cronos, has given you victory, and Apollo, who easily overcame me, for they took my armor from my shoulders. But if 20 men such as you had faced me, all would have perished here, conquered by my spear. But ruinous fate and the son of Leto has killed me. And of men, Euphorbus, you are only the third in my killing. But I will tell you something, and you'd best lay it to heart. Your own life is not long, but death already stands close beside you, and powerful fate, that you be killed at the hands of Achilles, the blameless grandson of Aeacus. So he spoke, and then death covered him, and his breast soul fled to the house of Hades, lamenting its fate, leaving behind manliness and youth. And even though he was dead, glorious Hector spoke to him. Patroclus, why do you prophesy for me my sheer destruction? Who knows whether Achilles, the son of Thetis with pretty hair, might first be hit by my spear and lose his life? So speaking, he put his heel on the corpse and pulled out his bronze from the wound, and he pushed Patroclus backwards from the spear. At once he went after Automedon with his spear, the godlike aid of Achilles the fast runner, for Hector wanted to strike him. But the swift immortal horses, which the gods had given to Peleus as splendid gifts, bore Automedon away.
And the felling of Patroclus at the hands of the Trojans in the fighting did not go unnoticed by warlike Menelaus. And he set out through the front-line warriors, armored in gleaming bronze, and stood astride the body, as a mother cow lows over her firstborn, knowing nothing before this of bearing young. So fair-haired Menelaus stood over Patroclus. He held before him his spear in the circle of his shield, straining to kill any man who might come against him. And Euphorbus, son of Panthous, of the strong ash spear, did not lose sight of blameless Patroclus as he felled him, but took a stand close by him, and called out to Menelaus, beloved by Ares, "Son of Atreus, Menelaus, cherished by Zeus, leader of the people, give way. Leave the corpse, and let the bloodied spoils be. For none of the Trojans or our illustrious allies struck Patroclus with his spear before me in the ferocious combat. Therefore let me win outstanding glory among the Trojans, lest I strike you and strip you of the life you hold as sweet as honey." Then greatly troubled fair Menelaus answered, "Father Zeus, it is no good thing to brag vaingloriously. The pride of the leopard is not so great, nor of the lion, nor of the wild baneful boar, in whose breast the heart is mightiest in vaunting of his strength, as the pride carried by the sons of Panthous of the strong ash spear. And yet Panthous' son, strong Hyperenor, breaker of horses, had no enjoyment of his youth when he made light of me, and stood up to me, and said that I was most shameful of warriors. And I do not think he returned on his own feet to delight his dear wife and doting parents. And so I say I will undo your strength too, should you stand against me. So I urge you to retreat back into your host, and not stand against me, before you suffer some harm. Even a fool learns after the event." So he spoke, but he did not persuade Euphorbus, who spoke in answer, "Now, Menelaus, cherished by Zeus, you will surely pay for my brother whom you killed and boast of, and made his wife a widow in the inmost part of her new bridal chamber, and upon his parents laid a cursed grief and lamentation. Yet I might stop the lamentation of those unhappy wretches, were I to carry your head and armor and drop them into the hands of my father Panthous and my mother shining Phrontis. Come, this trial will not be long untested, nor unfought, this trial of either prowess or of flight." So speaking, Euphorbus stabbed the circle of Menelaus' shield. The bronze did not smash through, but the spear point was bent back in the mighty shield. Then Menelaus, son of Atreus, rose up with his bronze spear, having made prayer to Zeus the Father, and struck Euphorbus at the base of his throat as he was retreating backward. And trusting in his strength of hand, he leaned his weight into the blow. The spear point drove straight through the soft neck, and Euphorbus fell with a thud, and his armor clashed upon him. His hair, like the hair of the Graces, was made wet with blood, his locks, which were pinched in like a wasp's waist by clasps of silver and gold. Like a flourishing young olive tree that a man nurtures in a sequestered place, where abundant water soaks it, conspicuous in beauty, and which the breath of winds from all directions sets a-quiver, and it is thick with white flowers. And of a sudden the wind coming with a strong storm blast uproots it from its hollow and lays it out upon the earth. Such was Euphorbus of the strong ash spear, son of Panthous, who fell at the hand of Menelaus, son of Atreus, who began stripping his armor. As when a lion, raised in the mountains, trusting his prowess, snatches a cow from a grazing herd, choosing whichever is best. Her neck he shatters utterly, taking her in his powerful teeth first, then her blood and entrails he devours entirely. And around him the dogs and men and herders howl a great deal from a distance, but are not willing to approach him, for great is the sickly fear that seizes them. So the heart and the breast of no man dared to come against glorious Menelaus. Then would the son of Atreus easily have carried off the splendid armor of Panthous' son, had not Phoebus Apollo grudged him. Apollo, who stirred up Hector, swift Ares' equal, likening himself to a man, Mentes, leader of the Ciconians. And speaking winged words, Apollo addressed him. Hector, now do you run about chasing after what cannot be won, the horses of brilliant Iacides. They are difficult for mortal men to control and drive, for any other man than Achilles, whom an immortal mother bore. And all the while Atreus' warlike son Menelaus, standing guard over Patroclus, has slain the best of the Trojans, Euphorbus, son of Panthous, and stopped him of his fierce courage.
So speaking, he set out again, a god among the fighting throng of men, and dreadful grief covered Hector's dark heart round. And then when he glanced across the ranks, at once he saw the one man taking away the illustrious armor, the other lying upon the earth, and blood streaming from the wound that had been struck. And Hector set out through the frontline warriors, armored in gleaming bronze, crying a piercing cry, like to the inextinguishable flame of Hephaestus. And the son of Atreus marked his sharp crying, and troubled, he took counsel with his own great-hearted spirit. O me, if I should abandon the splendid armor and Patroclus, who lies here dead for the sake of my honor, I fear that, should one of the Danaans see me, he would reproach me. But if I should battle on my own with Hector and with the Trojans out of shame, I fear they would in their multitude surround me, who am but one. Hector of the shimmering helm leads all the Trojans to this spot. But why does my heart debate these things? When a man seeks to go to battle against the will of a god with a man whom some god honors, swift and great will disaster's wave roll upon him. Therefore no Danaan would reproach me, who might see me retreating before Hector, since Hector fights with help from God. If only I could somewhere hear word of Ajax of the great war cry, we too, returning, could recollect our fighting spirit, and against even divine power we might somehow drag away the body for Peleus' son Achilles. This would be least of evils. While he churned these things through his heart and mind, all the while the ranks of Trojans came on, Hector at the lead. Then Menelaus withdrew back and left the body, turning always around like a thick-maned lion that dogs and men pursue away from a farmstead, with spears and shouting, and the brave heart in its breast is chilled, and it goes unwillingly from the fold. So away from Patroclus fair Menelaus went. Then wheeling about, he took his stand when he reached the band of his companions, glancing around for great Ajax, the son of Telamon. And he soon saw him on the left wing of all the fighting, encouraging his companions and stirring them on to battle. For Phoebus Apollo had cast unearthly fear in them. Straightway he went on the run, and coming up to him, spoke out, Ajax, come, old friend, let us rush to Patroclus, who has died, and see if we can carry his body at least to Achilles, naked as it is, for Hector of the shimmering helm has his armor. So he spoke, and stirred the spirit of brilliant Ajax, and he set out through the front ranks, together with fair Menelaus. And when Hector had taken the illustrious armor, he began to drag at Patroclus, so as to cut his head from his shoulders with his sharp bronze sword, after hauling away the corpse to give it to the Trojan dogs. But Ajax drew near, bearing his shield like a tower, and Hector, turning back, withdrew into the throng of his companions, and sprang up into his chariot, and he gave the splendid armor to the Trojans to carry to the city, to be his own great glory. And Ajax, putting his broad shield as covering about the son of Menoetius, took his stand, as a lion stands over its young, a lion that hunting men encounter as it leads its little ones in the woods, and the lion is confident in its strength, and draws down all the folds of its forehead to veil its scowling eyes. So Ajax stood astride the warrior Patroclus, and on the other side Menelaus, the son of Atreus, beloved by Ares, took his stand, and great was the grief swelling in his breast. Then Glaucus, the son of Hippolochus, leader of the Lycian men, looking at Hector from beneath his brows, rebuked him with harsh words. Hector, best in beauty, so it turns out you fall far short in battle. Rumor has you excellent for this, for being a runner. Take thought now for how you might save your home and city on your own, with the people who live in Ilion, for there is no Lycian who will go to battle with the Danaans for the sake of your town, since it seems there is no thanks for doing battle against enemy men without respite forever. How would you save some lesser man from among the throng of battle, you of iron heart? Since Sarpedon, your guest friend and your comrade, you left as prey for Argives, a thing to scavenge, he who was of great service to you and to your city when he was living. But now you have not courage to ward off the dogs from him. Now, therefore, if any of the Lycian men obeys me, we will go home, and Troy's sheer destruction will be certain. For if the Trojans now had any spirit of great confidence, something unshakable, such as enters men who on behalf of their fatherland inflict the toil of war and battle on their enemies, we would soon drag Patroclus inside the wall.
If he arrived at the great city of Lord Priam dead, when we dragged him from the heat of battle, then would the Argives quickly ransom the splendid armour of Sarpedon, and we would bring him into Ilion. For so great is the man whose henchman has been killed, best by far of the Argives by the ships, as are his close fighting comrades. But you did not dare stand against great-hearted Ajax, looking him in the eyes amid the war cries of your enemies, nor fight him face to face, because he is your better. Then looking at him from under his brows, Hector of the shimmering helm addressed him. Glaucus, why, being the man you are, do you speak so brazenly? Old friend, and yet I used to think that with regard to wits, you are above the others of all those who dwell in Lycia of the rich soil. But now I utterly scorn your judgment. What a thing you have said, you who say that I do not stand up to monstrous Ajax. I dread neither combat nor the thunders of horses, but the mind of Zeus, who wields the aegis, is even mightier. Zeus who puts even a brave man to flight and takes away his victory easily, but at another time urges him on to battle. But come here, old man, stand by me, and watch my work of war. Either I will be a coward the whole day long, as you declare, or I will put a stop to some Danaan for all his high desire for deeds of prowess, from defending dead Patroclus. So speaking, he called the Trojans, shouting loud, Trojans and Lycians and Dardanians who fight at close quarters, be men, my friends, and recollect your fierce courage, while I put on the armour of noble Achilles, the splendid armour which I stripped from slaying strong Patroclus. Having spoken so, Hector of the shimmering helm then departed from the deadly battle, and running, overtook his comrades quickly, at no great distance, catching them with his swiftness of feet, as they carried to the city the famous armour of the son of Peleus. And standing apart from the sorrowful fighting, he exchanged his armour. His own he gave to be carried to sacred Ilion by the war-loving Trojans, and he put on the immortal armour of Peleus' son Achilles, which the heavenly gods gave to his beloved father, and he then gave it to his son when he grew old. But the son would not grow old in the armour of his father. And as from afar Zeus, who gathers the clouds, saw him arrayed in the armour of the godlike son of Peleus, shaking his head, he addressed his own heart. Ah, poor wretch, death troubles your heart not at all. Death, which is now close by you, you are putting on the immortal armour of a noble man, before whom all others tremble. His companion you have slain was both strong and gentle, and you are not right to take the armour from his head and shoulders. But yet I will hand you now a great victory, compensation for this, that Andromache will not receive you safe return from fighting, nor the famous armour of the son of Peleus. He spoke, and the son of Cronos nodded with his blue-black brows. He fitted the armour upon Hector's body, and the terrible battle spirit of Ares entered him, and Hector's limbs were filled inside with strength and courage. And he went towards his illustrious allies, crying aloud, and appeared to them all, made bright by the armour of the great-hearted son of Peleus. And going among them, he stirred the spirit of each with his words, Mesles and Glaucus and Medon and Thesilochus, Asteropaeus, Dacinor and Hippothous, and Phocus and Chromios and Enemos, the augur of birds. Hear me, in myriad tribes of allies who dwell around us. It was not to solicit and seek mere numbers that I gathered each of you here from your cities, but so that with willing heart you might save for me Troy's wives and children from warmongering Achaeans. With these things in mind, I wear down my own people with demands for food and gifts to raise the courage of each of you. Therefore, let each man now turn to face straight forward, either to perish or survive, for this is a communion of war. Whoever should drag Patroclus, dead as he is, among the horse-breaking Trojans, the man to whom Ajax yields, to him I should give over half the spoils, and half I myself shall have, and his glory shall be as great as even mine. So he spoke, and they set out in full force straight for the Danaans with uplifted spears, and greatly did their hearts hope to drag the corpse from the grip of Telamonian Ajax, the fools, for over it Ajax would rob the life of many.
And then Ajax spoke to Menelaus of the war cry. Old man, Menelaus cherished by Zeus, I no longer think we two ourselves will return home from this battle. I do not so much fear for the body of Patroclus, which will soon glut the dogs and birds of Troy, as I fear for my own head, lest something befall me, and for yours, since this cloud of war smothers all things round. This Hector and sheer destruction come once more upon us. But come, call the best of the Danaans. Perhaps someone may hear. So he spoke, nor did Menelaus of the war cry disobey, and he cried out in a piercing voice, so as to be heard by the Danaans. O friends, leaders and counselors of the Danaans, who in the house of the sons of Atreus, Agamemnon and Menelaus, drink the public's wine, and who each commands his people, whose glory and honor is granted from Zeus. Hard it is for me to distinguish each of the leaders, so great the strife of war has blazed. But let each man of his own will set out. Let each be angered in his heart that Patroclus become a thing of play for the dogs of Troy. So he spoke, and swift Ajax, son of Oileus, was sharp to hear, and came first to join him, running through the fighting throng. And after him came Idomeneus and Idomeneus's henchman Meriones, equal to the man-slaughtering war-god Enyalios, but who from his own wits could name the others, all those who coming after stirred the Achaeans fighting. And the Trojans surged forward in a throng, and Hector gave lead. As when at the outpouring of a river rain filled from Zeus above, a great sea swell roars against the running current, and the capes boom around as the surf splatters seaward. So then did the Trojans advance with a roar, and the Achaeans took their stand around the son of Menoetius, united in spirit, fenced about with their shields of bronze, and around their gleaming helmets the son of Cronus poured thick mist, since before this he had no hatred for Menoetius' son, while he was living and was henchman to Achilles, and he abhorred that he should become prey for the dogs of the Trojan enemy. Therefore Zeus roused the companions of Patroclus to defend him. And first the Trojans forced the dark-eyed Achaeans back, abandoning the body they fled. But not one of them did the high-hearted Trojans kill with spears for all their desire. But they began to drag the body. Yet for a short while only were the Achaeans to desert it. Ajax swiftly wheeled them hard around, Ajax, who in stature and deeds exceeded the other Danaans after blameless Achilles. He charged through the front lines with the courage of a wild boar that in the mountains easily scatters the dogs and sturdy youths as it wheels through the narrow valleys. So did the son of noble Telamon, glorious Ajax, easily scatter the ranks of Trojans as he sped toward them, those who stood astride Patroclus, and who were most intent on dragging him to their city and claiming glory. And already the glorious son of Pelasgian Lethos, Hippothous, was dragging Patroclus by the foot through the powerful combat, having tied it near the ankle with his sword strap around the tendons, seeking the favor of Hector and the Trojans. But evil came to him swiftly, nor did any of them ward it off from him for all they desired. The son of Telamon, springing through the throng of battle, struck him at close quarters through his helmet with its cheeks of bronze. The crested helmet split apart around the spear point, smashed by the great spear and his weighty hand, and his brains spurted from the wound along the spearhead socket, mingled with his blood. And there, at once, his life force was undone, and from his hands he let drop the foot of great-hearted Patroclus to lie upon the ground, and he close by it fell face first upon the body, a long way from the rich soil of Nerissa. Nor did he repay his beloved parents for his nurture, and short was the life allotted to him, who was broken under the spear of great-hearted Ajax? And once again, Hector took aim at Ajax with his shining spear, but watching straight in front, he evaded the bronze point, barely. And Hector struck Schedius, the son of great-hearted Iphitos, by far the best of the Phocians, who used to live in a house in famous Panopeus, ruling over many men. This man he struck squarely below the collarbone, and all the way through the sharp spear point of bronze projected at the base of his shoulder. He fell with a thud, and his armor clashed upon him.
And Ajax then struck Phorcys, the brilliant son of Phaenops, in the middle of his stomach, as he stood astride Hippotheos, and shattered the hollow of his breastplate, and the bronze spear made his entrails gush through, and falling in the dust he clutched the earth with his clenched hand. Then the front ranks fell back, even shining Hector, and the Argives gave a great cry and dragged off the dead men, Phorcys and Hippotheos, and undid the armour from their shoulders. Then would the Trojans once more have gone up to Ilion, broken by their cowardice before the warlike Achaeans, and the Argives would have won glory even beyond the fate decreed by Zeus with their strength and power. But Apollo himself roused up Aeneas, likening himself in the form of Periphas the herald, son of Epitos, who at the side of Aeneas's old father had grown old as a herald, and had kindly thoughts in his mind for him. Likening himself to this man, Apollo, son of Zeus, addressed him. Aeneas, how would you and your men defend sheer Ilion if a god were against you? In truth, I have seen other men trusting in their might, their strength, their manhood, their own numbers, although fewer protect their country. Zeus desires victory for us more than the Danaans, but you and your men are struck with unspeakable panic and do not fight. So he spoke, and Aeneas, looking him in the face, recognized Apollo, who shoots from afar. And calling loud, he spoke to Hector. Hector, and you other leaders of the Trojans and their allies, for shame now, that under the hands of the warlike Achaeans you go up into Ilion, broken by your cowardice. But come, for one of the gods standing close to me has said that Zeus, the supreme master of battles, still supports us. Therefore, let us go straight against the Danaans. Do not let them bring Patroclus at their leisure to the ships now he has died. So he spoke, and leaping out far beyond the front fighters, he took his stand. And others wheeled about and took up position facing the Achaeans. And then Aeneas stabbed Leocritos with his spear, the son of Arispus, and the noble companion of Lycomedes. And as he fell, Lycomedes, dear to Ares, pitied him. And coming up, he stood very close and took aim with his shining spear, and struck Apicion, son of Hippasos, shepherd of his people, in the liver beneath the midriff. And straightway his limbs were loosed beneath him. He, who had come from Pioneer of the rich soil, and had also been, after Astyopios, best in waging battle. And as he fell, warlike Asteropios pitied him, and he advanced straight forward, determined to go to battle with the Danaans. But it was no longer possible, for on every side they had made a barrier with their shields. And as they stood around Patroclus, holding their spears before them, and Ajax ranged among them all, giving his many orders. No man, he commanded, was to retreat from the body, nor was any man to fight in front beyond the other Achaeans, but to stand close around the body and fight at close quarters. Thus, towering Ajax enjoined them, and the earth was soaked with crimson blood, and one upon the other fell the bodies of both the Trojans and their enduring allies, and of the Danaans, for they too did not fight without bloodshed, although far fewer died, for they were always mindful to defend one another throughout their company from Sleer shorter. So they thought in the likeness of fire, nor could you have said the sun or moon was ever safe in the sky, for they were shrouded in mist at the place of battle, where all the bravest stood around the fallen son of Menoetius. But the rest of the Trojans and strong-grieved Achaeans fought untroubled beneath the clear high air, and the piercing rays of the sun were spread, and no cloud appeared over all the earth and mountains. They fought with pause for rest, evading one another's arrows and the groaning pain they bring, standing off at a good distance. But those in the middle of the mist and fighting suffered painfully, worn down by pitiless bronze, all who were bravest. But two men of renown, Thrasymedes and Antilochos, had not yet learned of the falling of the blameless Patroclus, but still thought that he was alive in the front of the throng, waging battle. These two, watchful for the death and flight of their comrades, battled on by themselves, since so Nestor had enjoined them, urging them away from the black ships toward the place of battle.
Before the others, the great strife of hard contention rose the whole day long, and always, relentlessly, the sweat of toil stained the knees and shins and feet of each man under him, and the hands and eyes of those who fought about the noble henchmen of swift-footed Aeacides. When a man gives the hide of a great ox bull, dripping with fat, to his servants to stretch, and taking it, they stretch it, standing about in a circle, and soon its own moisture goes, and the fat soaks in with so many pulling, and the whole of it is stretched, its whole extent, so there and there, in little space. They pulled the body on either side, and great was their heart's hope, the Trojans to drag it to their city, the Achaeans to drag it to the hollow ships, and about it a savage contest rose. Nor would Ares, who drives the army into battle, nor Athena, have made light of it had they seen, not even if war rage gripped them strongly. Such was the evil toil of men, and even horses that Zeus strained tight this day above Patroclus, but godlike Achilles did not yet know that Patroclus was dead. For the men were fighting at great distance from the swift ships, beneath the wall of Troy. So Achilles did not ever, in his heart, imagine he had died, but believed that having come right up to the city gates, Patroclus would return alive, since Achilles did not in any way imagine he would try to sack the citadel without him, nor even with him. For many a time, listening in private, he had heard this from his mother, who always would make report to him of the design of mighty Zeus. But this time his mother did not tell him of such great evil as had happened, that his dearest companion had died. And always, around the body of Patroclus, gripping their pointed spears, the men relentlessly pressed hard upon and killed each other. And thus would one of the bronze-clad Achaeans speak, "O friends, it will be no distinction to return for us to the hollow ships, but right here may the black earth open for us all. This would be far better for us than if we yield this man to the horse-breaking Trojans to drag their city and to claim the glory." And in turn, one of the great-hearted Trojans would cry out, "O friends, even if fate has us all die together beside this man, let no one draw back from this battle." Thus a man would speak and rally the strength of each. So they fought, and the unyielding tumult reached through the murmuring high clear air to the brazen sky, and at a distance from the battle the horses of Aeacides had been mourning from the time they first learned of the falling of their charioteer in the dust at the hands of man-slaying Hector. Indeed, Automedon, the courageous son of Diores, struck them again and again, lashing with his swift whip. Again and again he spoke to them with soothing words. Again and again he threatened. But they were neither willing to go back to the ships by the broad Hellespont, nor into the fighting with the Achaeans, but remained immovable as a marker of stone that stands upon the burial mound of a man who has died, or of a woman. So they remained motionless, holding the splendid chariot in place, hanging their head upon the earth, and hot tears from their lids flowed down to the ground as they wept, with longing for their charioteer, and their luxuriant manes were soiled as they streamed down from under their yoke-pad on either side. And seeing them as they wept, the son of Cronus pitied them, and shaking his head, he addressed his own heart. "Ah, poor wretches, why did we give you to Lord Peleus, a mortal man, you who are ageless and immortal? Was it so you might suffer grief among unhappy men? For there is nothing more wretched than mankind of all things that breathe and creep upon the earth. But verily, not on you, not your elaborate chariot, will Hector son of Priam ride, for I will not allow it. It is not enough that he has the armor and so exults. I shall cast strength into your knees and your heart, and so that you may bring Automedon back safe from fighting to the hollow ships, and I shall still give the Trojans the glory of killing until that time they come to the well-bent ships. So speaking, he breathed new strength into the horses, and they tossed the dust from their manes to the earth, lightly carried the swift chariot among the Trojans and Achaeans, and on them Automedon went to battle, grieving though he was for his companion, charging with the horses like an eagle among geese. Out from the Trojan tumult he would adroitly flee, and then adroitly would rush in, pressing hard through the throng of battle. But he killed no men as he charged in pursuit, for alone in the divine chariot it was not possible both to attack with spear and to manage the flying horses. But at length the comrades set eyes upon him, Alcimedon, son of Laerces, son of Haemon, and he took position behind the chariot and spoke to Automedon. Automedon, which of the gods now put this useless plan in your heart and took away your good wits? How will you fight against the Trojans at the head of the battle on your own, your companions slain, and Hector exulting with the arms of Aeacides on his own shoulders?
And in turn Automedon, the son of Diores, answered him, Alcimedon, who else of the Achaeans is your equal, to control and hold the strength of these immortal horses? If only Patroclus, the god's equal in skill, were alive, but now death and fate have swallowed him. Come now, take the whip and glossy reins, and I will dismount the chariot to fight. So he spoke, and Alcimedon, leaping at once into the swift fighting chariot, seized the whip and reins into his hands. And Automedon leapt down, and shining Hector marked him, and at once spoke to Aeneas from close by. Aeneas, leader and counsel of the bronze-clad Trojans, I see the 2 horses of swift-footed Achilles making appearance in the fighting with the unworthy charioteers. I could hope to capture them, if you were willing in your heart to join with me, since they would not endure our onslaught, standing up to go to war against us. So he spoke, nor did the good son of Anchises disobey, and the 2 men set out directly, their shoulders covered by their shields, of tough ox-hide hammered with much bronze. And going with them were both Chromios and godlike Aretus, and greatly did their hearts hope to kill the 2 men and seize the high-necked horses, fools who were not destined to return without the spilling of blood by Automedon. For he, making prayer to Zeus the Father, was filled round his dark heart with strength and courage. And forthwith he spoke to Alcimedon, his trusted comrade. Alcimedon, do not hold the horses at a distance from me, but have them breathing hard upon my back, for I do not think that Hector son of Priam will check his fury until he has mounted behind the fine-maned horses of Achilles, killing us both, and put to flight the ranks of Argive men, or himself is taken among the front-line fighters. So speaking, he called out to the 2 Aeantes and Menelaus. Aeantes and Menelaus, leaders of the Argives, leave the body to those who can best stand over it and ward off the ranks of men. And you ward off death's pitiless day from those who are living. For bearing hard for this place through the battle and its tears are Hector and Aeneas, who are the best men of the Trojans. But these things surely lie in the laps of the gods. I will make my throw, and all that follows will be Zeus's care. He spoke, and balancing the long-shadowed spear he hurled it, and struck the circle of the shield of Aretus, and it did not protect him from the spear, but the bronze passed straight through, and piercing his war-belt into the pit of his stomach it drove. And as when a sturdy young man, wielding his sharp axe, smites behind the horns of a field-ranging ox, so as to cut all the way through, and it falls, lurching forward, so Aretus lurched, then fell on his back, and in his belly the shaking spear, keenly sharp, unstrung his limbs. And Hector took aim at Automaton with his shining spear, but he, looking straight ahead, dodged the bronze spear point, for he ducked forward, and the long spear shaft was fixed in the earth behind him, the butt end quivering. Then mighty Ares took away its force. And surely now with swords they would have been stabbing at close quarters, had not the 2 Aeantes driven them apart as they raged, coming through the battle throng when their companion called. Struck with dread before them, Hector and Aeneas and godlike Chromios retreated back again, and left Aretus lying there, his life ripped out. And Automedon, swift Ares' equal, stripped his armor and spoke vaunting, "Now I have indeed lightened my heart of a little grief for the dying of this son of Menoetius, although I have killed a lesser man." So speaking, he seized the bloody spoils and placed them in the chariot, and himself climbed up, covered from his feet to his hands above with blood, like a lion that has feasted on a bull. And once again the powerful combat was drawn tight across Patroclus, hard to bear, full of tears. And thereon Athena stirred the struggle, coming down from heaven. Far thundering Zeus sent her to rally the Danaans, for now his intent had changed. As when for mortal men Zeus bends the livid rainbow from the heavens to be war's portent, or portent of a chilling storm that stops men from their working of the earth and afflicts the flocks, so Athena, having concealed herself in a livid cloud, plunged into the host of the Achaeans, and stirred each man.
And first she addressed the son of Atreus, strong Menelaus, rousing him, since he was close by her, having likened herself to Phoenix in body and unwearying voice. For you, Menelaus, it will surely be a disgrace and rebuke, should the trusted companion of illustrious Achilles be dragged by swift dogs beneath the walls of Troy. Come, stand strong, rally the whole of your army. Then in turn Menelaus of the war cry addressed her. Phoenix, old father born long ago, if only Athena would give me strength, and keep off the rush of flying spears and arrows, then I would have heart to stand beside and protect Patroclus. For his dying has touched my heart to the quick. But Hector has the dread strength of fire, nor does he cease rampaging with his bronze spear, for to him Zeus gives glory. So he spoke, and the gleaming-eyed goddess Athena rejoiced, that to her, of all the gods, he had prayed first. And she placed strength in his shoulders and in his knees, and threw into his breast the boldness of a horsefly, that though driven repeatedly away from a man's skin, craves to bite, so delectable is human blood to it. And with such boldness did Athena fill him round his dark heart, and he made his way to Patroclus, and took aim with his shining spear. And there was among the Trojans a certain Podes, son of Aetion, a rich man and a good man, and Hector honored him above all others in his realm, since he was his own companion at the feasts. This man fair Menelaus struck down across his war belt as he was darting for flight, and the bronze point drove right through, and he fell with a thud. Then Menelaus, son of Atreus, dragged the body out of the Trojans' reach into the band of his own companions. And Apollo, standing close, goaded Hector, in the likeness of Phaenaps, son of Asius, who of all Hector's guest friends was dearest to him, and had his home in Abaetus. Hector, what other Achaean shall ever fear of you, who flee before such a one as Menelaus, who is before a feeble spearman? And now he departs carrying, on his own, a dead body out from under the Trojans. He killed your trusted comrade, a noble man among the front fighters, Podes, son of Aetion. So he spoke, and a dark cloud of grief enveloped Hector, and he set out through the front-line fighters armored in gleaming bronze. And as he did, the son of Cronus took up the tasseled, glinting aegis, and drew the clouds down over Ida. Flashing lightning forth, he thundered fearfully, and shook the aegis, giving victory to the Trojans, and the Achaeans he put to flight. And Peneleus, the Boeotian, first began to rout, for he was struck on the shoulder by a spear as he turned to face ahead, the tip grazing him. The spear point of Polydamas just scratched the bone, for he came up close to make his throw. In turn, Hector stabbed Laetus from close quarters on the wrist of his hand. Laetus, son of great-hearted Electrion, and put a stop to his fighting. Glancing all around him, he retired in fear, since in his heart he could no longer hope to do battle, spear in hand, with the Trojans. And as Hector was rushing after Laetus, Idomeneus struck him on the breastplate across his chest, beside the nipple. But the long spear shattered at the shaft head socket, and the Trojans shouted aloud. Then Hector took aim at Idomeneus, Deucalion's son. As he stood in his chariot, he missed by a little, but struck the henchman and charioteer of Meriones, Chaerenas, who had followed him from strong-built Lyctus. For Idomeneus first set out on foot when he left the double-ended ships, and would have handed a great victory to the Trojans, had not Chaerenas sharply driven the swift-footed horses and come as salvation's light to him, and warded off the pitiless day of death. But he lost his own life at the hands of man-slaying Hector, for Hector struck him below the jaw and ear, and the spear shoved his teeth out at the root, and cut his tongue in two. Chaerenas fell from the chariot, and the reins streamed to earth, and Meriones, stooping, took them with his own hands from the ground and spoke to Idomeneus. Lash on now, until you come to the swift ships. You know yourself, the Achaean strength is gone. So he spoke, and Idomeneus lashed the fine-maned horses towards the hollow ships, for fear had fallen on his heart.
And he did not escape great-hearted Ajax and Menelaus, that Zeus was giving to the Trojans the turn of victory's tide. And great Telamonian Ajax was the first of them to speak. Alas, by now even a great fool can see that Father Zeus himself stands with the Trojans. All their weapons find their mark, whoever throws them, good warrior or bad, Zeus directs them all alike. But all ours fall like this, useless to the ground. But come, let us consider the best plan, and how we will drag this body away, and how we ourselves, returning home, can bring joy to our own companions, who as they look this way are doubtless filled with grief, nor still believe that man-slaying Hector's might and invincible strength of hand can be restrained, but that he will fall upon our black ships. If only there were some companion who could swiftly bring a message to the son of Peleus, since I do not think that he has learned of this disastrous news. The companion dear to him has died. And yet nowhere can I see such a one of the Achaeans, for they and the horses are alike engulfed in mist. Father Zeus, come, save the sons of the Achaeans from this mist. Make clear the air, grant our eyes to see, and destroy us in the light of day, since thus it pleases you. So he spoke, and as he wept his tears, Zeus the Father pitied him, and scattered the mist forthwith, and thrust back the murk. The sun shone out, and thereupon the whole field of battle was revealed. Then Ajax spoke to Menelaus of the war cry. Look about now, god-cherished Menelaus. If you can see Antilochus still living, great-hearted Nestor's son, dispatch him to go with all speed to brilliant Achilles, to tell him that his dearest companion has died. So he spoke, nor did Menelaus of the war cry disobey, but set out like a lion from a cattle fold, who when he has worn himself out harrying dogs and men, who do not suffer him to seize the cream of their herd, on alert the whole night long, and he in his lust for meat makes straight for them, but achieves nothing, for showers of spears fly against him from the men's strong hands, and burning torches, which he shrinks from for all his urgent desire. And at dawn he departs far away, his spirit aggrieved. So from Patroclus, Menelaus of the war cry departed much against his will, for greatly did he fear lest the Achaeans, in the face of panic that cannot be endured, should abandon the body of Patroclus as spoil for their enemies. Much he enjoined on Meriones and the Iantes. Iantes, leader of the Argives, and Meriones, now let each of you be mindful of gentle, unhappy Patroclus, for to all men he knew to be kind while he was alive, and now death and fate have swallowed him. So speaking, fair Menelaus departed, peering about in every direction, like an eagle, which they say sees the most keenly of all things on wing under heaven, and which even on high does not fail to mark a swift-footed hare lying low under a thick-leaf bush, but swoops for it, and swiftly seizing it, snatches its life away. So now, Menelaus, cherished by Zeus, your shining eyes wandered everywhere across the band of your many comrades, and with the hope of somewhere seeing the son of Nestor still alive. And very soon he spotted him on the left wing of all the fighting, encouraging his companions and stirring them on to battle. And going to him, fair Menelaus stood close and spoke to him. Antilochus, come over here, you whom Zeus cherishes, so that you may learn our disastrous news. Would that it had never happened. By now I think you know yourself by looking that some god has rolled disaster among the Danaans, and victory is the Trojans. The best of the Achaeans has died, Patroclus, and great is the loss befallen the Danaans. Come, run at once to the ships of the Achaeans, to tell Achilles that with all speed he might bring the body safe to his ship. Naked though it is, for Hector of the shimmering helm has the armor.
So he spoke, and Antilochus was struck with horror, hearing this word. For a long while he was held speechless, his eyes filled with tears, and his strong, full voice was checked. But even so, he was not careless of Menelaus' behest, and he left on the run. His armor he handed to his blameless companion, Laodocus, who was reeling round his single-hoofed horses hard by. Antilochus' feet carried him, weeping, from the battle, to bear his evil message to Achilles, son of Peleus. Then Menelaus, cherished by Zeus, your heart did not wish to defend the exhausted comrades of Antilochus, those he had left. For great was the yearning of the Pelians for him. But instead he sent godlike Thrasymedes to them, and himself went back to the warrior Patroclus, running, and took his stand beside the two Aeantes, and straightway addressed them. I have sent that one to the swift ships, to go to Achilles, the fleet of foot. But I do not think that he is coming now, for all his great anger with shining Hector, for in no way would he go unarmed to battle with the Trojans. Let us ourselves consider the best plan, and how we shall drag away this body, and how we ourselves shall escape death and fate out from under the shouting throng of Trojans. Then answered him great Telamonian Ajax, all these things you say properly, O glorious Menelaus. Come, you and Meriones, quickly get under the body, and lifting it, carry it from the field of battle. Then behind you two we will fight shining Hector and the Trojans, we two of like spirit, of the same name, who before this have withstood the cut of war, standing firm beside each other. So he spoke, and they took the body in their arms with a mighty effort from the ground up on high. And thereon the Trojan host behind them shouted out as they saw the Achaeans lift the body, and they charged for them like dogs that spring at a wounded boar ahead of their young hunters. And for a time they race along, straining to rip it to pieces. And when the boar at last turns on them, trusting in his courage, they withdraw back and scuttle in fear hither and thither. So for a while the Trojans followed, keeping always in a group, stabbing with their swords and double-edged spears. But when at last the two Aeantes wheeled around and took their stand against them, then their skin changed color, nor did any dare to wage a contest for the body by charging forward. So with fierce resolve they bore the body from the fighting toward the hollowed ships, and the line of war was stretched tight upon them, like a line of savage fire, that as it sweeps toward a city full of men, rearing of a sudden, consumes it, and the houses are destroyed in its great blazing, and the wind's force roars upon it. So as they made their way, the incessant din of horses and of spearmen was upon them. And they, like mules who, throwing their steady strength around their work, drag from the mountain down a rocky path a beam or a great timber for a ship, and their spirit within is exhausted alike with toil and sweat as they press on, so with fierce resolve they carried the dead man. And behind them the two Aeantes held the Trojans off, as a wooded ridge holds off water, a ridge that happens to jut across the plain, and that holds off even the baneful coursings of mighty rivers, swiftly diverting the flow of each, and causes them to go across the plain. Nor do they shatter the ridge with their power as they gush forth. So always the two Aeantes restrain the fighting of the Trojans behind their comrades. But the Trojans followed close, and two among them more than most, Anchises' son Aeneas and shining Hector, and before them, as a cloud of daws or starlings goes, shrieking of their destruction, as they spy the coming of a hawk that bears death to tiny birds. So before Hector and Aeneas, the young Achaeans went shrieking of their destruction, and forgot their fire for battle. And much fine armor fell around the ditch from the Danaans as they fled, and there was no cessation in the battle.
So these fought on in the likeness of blazing fire. Meanwhile Antilochus came, a swift-footed messenger, to Achilleus, and found him sitting in the front of the steep-horned ships, thinking over in his heart of things which had now been accomplished. Disturbed, Achilles spoke to the spirit in his own great heart. Ay me, how is it that once again the flowing-haired Achaeans are driven out of the plain on their ships in fear and confusion? May the gods not accomplish vile sorrows upon the heart in me, in the way my mother once made it clear to me when she told me how, while I yet lived, the bravest of all the Myrmidons must leave the light of the sun beneath the hands of the Trojans. Surely then, the strong son of Menoetius has perished, unhappy. And yet I told him, once he had beaten the fierce fire off, to come back to the ships, not to fight in strength against Hector. Now he was pondering this in his heart and his spirit, and meanwhile the son of stately Nestor was drawing near him, and wept warm tears, and gave Achilles his sorrowful message. Ay me, son of valiant Peleus, you must hear from me the ghastly message of a thing I never wish had happened. Patroclus has fallen, and now they are fighting over his body, which is naked. Hector of the shining helm has taken his armor. He spoke, and the black cloud of sorrow closed on Achilles. In both hands he caught up the grimy dust and poured it over his head and face, and fouled his handsome countenance. And the black ashes were scattered over his immortal tunic. And he himself, mightily in his might, in the dust lay at length, and took and tore at his hair with his hands, and defiled it. And the handmaidens Achilles and Patroclus had taken captive, stricken at heart, cried out aloud, and came running out of the doors about valiant Achilles. And all of them beat their breasts with their hands, and the limbs went slack in each of them. On the other side, Antilochus mourned with him, letting the tears fall, and held the hands of Achilles as he grieved in his proud heart, fearing Achilles might cut his throat with iron. He cried out terribly aloud, and the lady his mother heard him, and as she sat in the depths of the sea at the side of her aged father, and she cried shrill in turn, and the goddesses gathered about her, all who along the depth of the sea were the daughters of Nereus. For Glauce was there, Cimodoce and Thalaea, Nessae and Spero and Thoe and Oxide Helia. Cimothoe was there, Actaia and Limnorea, Melite and Iaira, Amphithoe and Agawe, Doto and Proto-Dinamene and Pherusa, Dexamene and Amphinome and Callianaira, Doris and Panope, and glorious Galatea, Nemertes and Abseudes and Callianassa. Clymene was there, Ianeira and Ianassa, Myra and Dorothea, and lovely-haired Amathea, and the rest who along the depth of the sea were the daughters of Nereus. The silvery cave was filled with these, and together all of them beat their breasts, and among them Thetis led out the threnody. Hear me, Nereids, my sisters, so you may know, all of you, well, all the sorrows that are in my heart, when you hear of them from me. I may my sorrow the bitterness of this best of childbearing, since I gave birth to a son who was without fault and powerful, conspicuous among heroes. And he shot up like a tree, and I nurtured him, like a tree grown in the pride of the orchard. I sent him away with the curved ships into the land of Ilion to fight with the Trojans. But I shall never again receive him, won home again to his country and into the house of Peleus. Yet, while I see him live and he looks on the sunlight, he has sorrows. And though I go to him, I can do nothing to help him. Yet I shall go, to look on my dear son, and to listen to the sorrow that has come to him as he stays back from the fighting.
So she spoke, and left the cave, and the others together went with her in tears, and about them the wave of the water was broken. Now these, when they came to the generous Troad, followed each other out on the seashore, where close together the ships of the Myrmidons were hauled up about swift Achilles. There, as he sighed heavily, the lady, his mother, stood by him and cried out, shrill and aloud, and took her son's head in her arms. Then, sorrowing for him, she spoke to him in winged words. Why then, child, do you lament? What sorrow has come to your heart now? Speak out, do not hide it. These things are brought to accomplishment through Zeus, in the way that you lifted your hands and prayed for, that all the sons of the Achaeans be pinned on their grounded vessels by reason of your loss, and suffer things that are shameful. Then, sighing heavily, Achilles of the swift feet answered her, My mother, all these things the Olympian brought to accomplishment. But what pleasure is this to me, since my dear companion has perished, Patroclus, whom I loved beyond all other companions, as well as my own life. I have lost him, and Hector, who killed him, has stripped away that gigantic armor, a wonder to look on and splendid, which the gods gave Peleus, a glorious present, on that day they drove you to the marriage bed of a mortal. I wish you had gone on living then with the other goddesses of the sea, and that Peleus had married some mortal woman. As it is, there must be on your heart a numberless sorrow for your son's death, since you can never again receive him won home again to his country, since the spirit within does not drive me to go on living and be among men, except on condition that Hector first be beaten down under my spear, lose his life, and pay the price for stripping Patroclus, the son of Menoetius. Then, in turn, Thetis spoke to him, letting the tears fall. Then I must lose you soon, my child, by what you are saying, since it is decreed your death must come soon after Hector's. Then deeply disturbed Achilles of the swift feet answered her, I must die soon then, since I was not to stand by my companion when he was killed. And now, far away from the land of his fathers, he has perished, and lacked my fighting strength to defend him. Now, since I am not going back to the beloved land of my fathers, since I was no light of safety to Patroclus, nor to my other companions, who in their numbers went down before glorious Hector, but sit here beside my ships, a useless weight on the good land, I, who am such as no other of the bronze-armored Achaeans in battle, though there are others also better in counsel. Why, I wish that strife would vanish away from among gods and mortals, and gall, which makes a man grow angry for all his great mind, that gall of anger that swarms like smoke inside of a man's heart, and becomes a thing sweeter to him by far than the dripping of honey. So it was here that the Lord of men Agamemnon angered me. Still, we will let all this be a thing of the past, and for all our sorrow beat down by force the anger deeply within us. Now I shall go, to overtake that killer of a dear life, Hector. Then I will accept my own death, at whatever time Zeus wishes to bring it about, and the other immortals. For not even the strength of Heracles fled away from destruction, although he was dearest of all to Lord Zeus, son of Cronos, but his fate beat him under, in the wearisome anger of Hera. So I likewise, if such is the fate which has been wrought for me, shall lie still when I am dead. Now I must win excellent glory, and drive some of the women of Troy, or some deep-girdled Dardanian woman, lifting up to her soft cheeks both hands, to wipe away the close bursts of tears in her lamentation, and learn that I stayed too long out of the fighting. Do not hold me back from the fight, though you love me. You will not persuade me. In turn, the goddess Thetis of the silver feet answered him, Yes, it is true, my child. This is no cowardly action, to beat aside sudden death from your afflicted companions. Yet see now, your splendid armor, glaring and brazen, is held among the Trojans, and Hector of the shining helmet wears it on his shoulders, and glories in it. Yet I think he will not glory for long, since his death stands very close to him. Therefore, do not yet go into the grind of the war god, not before with your own eyes you see me come back to you. For I am coming to you at dawn, and as the sun rises, bringing splendid armor to you from Lord Hephaestus. So she spoke and turned, and went away from her son, and turning now to her sisters of the sea, she spoke to them. Do you now go back into the wide fold of the water to visit the ancient of the sea in the house of our father, and tell him everything. I am going to tall Olympus and to Hephaestus, the glorious smith, if he might be willing to give me for my son renowned and radiant armor. She spoke, and they plunged back beneath the wave of the water, while she, the goddess Thetis of the silver feet, went onward to Olympus to bring back to her son the glorious armor.
So her feet carried her to Olympus. Meanwhile, the Achaeans, with inhuman clamor, before the attack of man-slaughtering Hector, fled until they were making for their own ships in the Hellespont. Nor could the strong, grieved Achaeans have dragged the body of Patroclus, henchman of Achilles, from under the missiles, for once again the men and the horses came over upon him, and Hector, Priam's son, who fought like a flame in his fury. 3 times from behind, glorious Hector caught him by the feet, trying to drag him, and called aloud on the Trojans. 3 times the 2 Iantes, with their battle fury upon them, beat him from the corpse. But he, steady in the confidence of his great strength, kept making, now a rush into the crowd, or again at another time stood fast with his great cry, but gave not a bit of ground backward. And as herdsmen who dwell in the fields are not able to frighten a tawny lion in his great hunger away from a carcass, so the 2 Iantes, marshals of men, were not able to scare Hector, Priam's son, away from the body. And now he would have dragged it away and won glory forever, had not swift wind-footed Iris come running from Olympus with a message for Peleus' son to arm. She came secretly from Zeus and the other gods, since it was Hera who sent her. She came and stood close to him and addressed him in winged words. Rise up, son of Peleus, most terrifying of all men. Defend Patroclus, for whose sake the terrible fighting stands now in front of the ships. They are destroying each other. The Achaeans fight in defense over the fallen body, while the others, the Trojans, are rushing to drag the corpse off to windy Iliad. And beyond all, glorious Hector rages to haul it away, since the anger within him is urgent to cut the head from the soft neck and set it on sharp stakes. Up then, lie here no longer, let shame come into your heart. Let Patroclus become sport for the dogs of Troy to worry. Your shame, if the body goes from here with defilement upon it.
Then in turn Achilles of the swift foot answered her, Divine Iris, what god sent you to me with a message? Then, in turn, swift wind-footed Iris spoke to him, Hera sent me, the honored wife of Zeus. But the son of Cronus, who sits on high, does not know this, nor any other immortal of all those who dwell by the snows of Olympus. Then in answer to her spoke Achilles of the swift foot, How shall I go into the fighting? They have my armor, and my beloved mother told me I must not be armored, not before with my own eyes I see her come back to me. She promised she would bring magnificent arms from Hephaestus, nor do I know of another whose glorious armor I could wear, unless it were the great shield of Telamonian Aias. but he himself wears it, I think, and goes in the foremost of the spear fight over the body of fallen Patroclus. Then in turn, swift wind-footed Iris spoke to him. Yes, we also know well how they hold your glorious armor, but go to the ditch and show yourself as you are to the Trojans. If perhaps the Trojans might be frightened, then give way from their attack, and the fighting sons of the Achaeans get wind again after hard work. There is little breathing space in the fighting. So, speaking, Iris of the swift foot went away from him. But Achilles, the beloved of Zeus, rose up, and Athene swept about his powerful shoulders the fluttering Aegis, and she, the divine among goddesses, about his head circled a golden cloud, and kindled from it a flame far shining.
As when a flare goes up into the high air from a city, from an island far away, with enemies fighting about it, who all day long are in the hateful division of Ares, fighting from their own city. But as the sun goes down, signal fires blaze out one after another, so that the glare goes pulsing high for men of the neighboring islands to see it, in case they might come over in ships to beat off the enemy. So from the head of Achilles the blaze shot into the bright air. He went from the wall and stood by the ditch, nor mixed with the other Achaeans, since he followed the close command of his mother. There he stood and shouted, and from her place Pallas Athena gave cry, and drove an endless terror upon the Trojans. As loud as comes the voice that is screamed out by a trumpet, by murderous attackers who beleaguer a city, so then high and clear went up the voice of Aeacides. But the Trojans, when they heard the brazen voice of Aeacides, the heart was shaken in all, and the very floating-maned horses turned their chariots about, since their hearts saw the coming afflictions.
The charioteers were dumbfounded as they saw the unwearied, dangerous fire that played above the head of great-hearted Pelion blazing, and kindled by the goddess grey-eyed Athene. 3 times across the ditch brilliant Achilles gave his great cry, and 3 times the Trojans and their renowned companions were routed. There at that time 12 of the best men among them perished upon their own chariots and spears. Meanwhile the Achaeans gladly pulled Patroclus out from under the missiles and set him upon a litter, and his own companions about him stood mourning, and along with them swift-footed Achilles went, letting fall warm tears as he saw his steadfast companion lying there on a carried litter and torn with the sharp bronze. The man he had sent off before with horses and chariot into the fighting, who never again came home to be welcomed. Now the lady Hera of the ox eyes drove the unwilling, weariless sun god to sink in the depth of the ocean, and the sun went down, and the brilliant Achaeans gave over their strong fighting and the doubtful collision of battle. The Trojans, on the other side, moved from the strong encounter in their turn, and unyoked their running horses from under the chariots, and gathered into assembly before taking thought for their supper. They stood on their feet in assembly, nor did any man have the patience to sit down, but the terror was on them all, seeing that Achilles had appeared, after he had stayed so long from the difficult fighting. First to speak among them was the careful Polydamas, Panthous' son, who alone of them looked before and behind him. He was companion to Hector, and born on the same night with him, but he was better in words, the other with the spear far better. He, in kind intention toward all, stood forth and addressed them. Now take careful thought, dear friends, for I myself urge you to go back into the city, and not wait for the divine dawn in the plain beside the ships. We are too far from the wall now. While this man was still angry with great Agamemnon, for all that time the Achaeans were easier men to fight with. For I also used then to be one who was glad to sleep out near their ships, and I hoped to capture the oar-swept vessels. But now I terribly dread the swift-footed son of Peleus. So violent is the valour in him, he will not be willing to stay here in the plain, where now Achaeans and Trojans from either side sunder between them the wrath of the war god. With him, the fight will be for the sake of our city and women. Let us go into the town. Believe me, thus it will happen. For this present immortal night has stopped the swift-footed son of Peleus. But if he catches us still in this place tomorrow and drives upon us in arms, a man will be well aware of him, be glad to get back into sacred Ilion, the man who escapes. There will be many Trojans the vultures and dogs will feed on. But let such a word be out of my hearing. If all of us will do as I say, though it hurts us to do it, this night we will hold our strength in the marketplace, and the great walls and the gateways and the long, smooth-planed, close-joined gate timbers that close to fit them shall defend our city. Then early in the morning, under dawn, we shall arm ourselves in our war gear and take stations along the walls. The worse for him if he endeavours to come away from the ships and fight us here for our city. Back he must go to his ships again, when he wears out the strong necks of his horses, driving them at a gallop everywhere by the city. His valour will not give him leave to burst in upon us nor sack our town. Sooner the circling dogs will feed on him. Then, looking darkly at him, Hector of the shining helm spoke. Polydamas, these things that you argue please me no longer, when you tell us to go back again and be cooped in our city. Have you not all had your glut of being fenced in our outworks? There was a time when mortal men would speak of the city of Priam as a place with much gold and much bronze. But now the lovely treasures that lay away in our houses have vanished, and many possessions have been sold and gone into Phrygia and into Maeonia the lovely, when great Zeus was angry. But now, when the son of devious devising Cronos has given me the winning of glory by the ships, to pin the Achaeans on the sea, why, fool, no longer show these thoughts to our people. Not one of the Trojans will obey you. I shall not allow it. Come then, do as I say, and let us all be persuaded. Now take your supper by positions along the encampment, and do not forget your watch, and let every man be wakeful. And if any Trojan is strongly concerned about his possessions, let him gather them and give them to the people to use them in common. It is better for one of us to enjoy them than for the Achaeans. In the morning, under dawn, we shall arm ourselves in our war gear and waken the bitter god of war by the hollow vessels. If it is true that brilliant Achilles is risen beside their ships, then the worse for him if he tries it, since I, for my part, will not run from him out of the sorrowful battle, but rather stand fast to see if he wins the great glory or if I can win it. The war god is impartial. Before now, he has killed the killer.
So spoke Hector, and the Trojans thundered to hear him. Fools, since Pallas Athene had taken away the wits from them. They gave their applause to Hector in his counsel of evil, but none to Polydamas, who had spoken good sense before them. They took their supper along the encampment. Meanwhile the Achaeans mourned all night in lamentation over Patroclus. Peleus' son led the thronging chant of their lamentation, and laid his manslaughtering hands over the chest of his dear friend with outbursts of incessant grief. as some great bearded lion when some man, a deer hunter, has stolen his cubs away from him out of the close wood. The lion comes back too late, and is anguished, and turns into many valleys quartering after the man's trail on the chance of finding him, and taken with bitter anger. So he, groaning heavily, spoke out to the myrmidons. Ah me! It was an empty word I cast forth on that day, when in his halls I tried to comfort the hero Menoetius. I told him I would bring back his son in glory to Opus with Ilion sacked, and bringing his share of war spoils allotted. But Zeus does not bring to accomplishment all thoughts in men's minds. Thus it is destiny for us both to stay in the same soil here in Troy, since I shall never come home, and my father, Peleus the aged rider, will not welcome me in his great house, nor Thetis my mother, but in this place the earth will receive me. But seeing that it is I, Patroclus, who follow you underground, I will not bury you till I bring to this place the armor and the head of Hector, since he was your great-hearted murderer. Before your burning pyre, I shall behead 12 glorious children of the Trojans, for my anger over your slaying. Until then, you shall lie where you are in front of my curved ships, and beside you women of Troy and deep-girdled Dardanian women shall sorrow for you night and day, and shed tears for you, those whom you and I worked hard to capture by force, and the long spear in days when we were storming the rich cities of mortals. So speaking, brilliant Achilles gave orders to his companions to set a great cauldron across the fire, so that with all speed they could wash away the clotted blood from Patroclus. They set up over the blaze of the fire a bathwater cauldron, and poured water into it, and put logs underneath and kindled them. The fire worked on the swell of the cauldron, and the water heated. But when the water had come to a boil and the shining bronze, then they washed the body and anointed it softly with olive oil, and stopped the gashes in his body with stored-up unguents, and laid him on a bed, and shrouded him in a thin sheet from head to foot, and covered that over with a white mantle. Then all night long, gathered about Achilles of the swift feet, the Myrmidons mourned for Patroclus and lamented over him. But Zeus spoke to Hera, who was his wife and his sister. So you have acted then, Lady Hera of the ox eyes. You have roused up Achilles of the swift feet. It must be then that the flowing-haired Achaeans are born of your own generation. Then the goddess, the ox-eyed Lady Hera, answered him, Majesty, son of Cronus, what sort of thing have you spoken? Even one who is mortal will try to accomplish his purpose for another, though he be a man and knows not such wisdom as we do. As for me, then, who claim I am highest of all the goddesses, both ways, since I am eldest born and am called your consort, yours, and you in turn are lord over all the immortals. How could I not weave sorrows for the men of Troy, when I hate them? Now as these two were saying things like this to each other, Thetis of the silver feet came to the house of Hephaestus, imperishable, starry and shining among the immortals, built in bronze for himself by the god of the dragging footsteps. She found him sweating as he turned here and there to his bellows busily, since he was working on 20 tripods, which were to stand against the wall of his strong-founded dwelling. And he had set golden wheels underneath the base of each one, so that of their own motion they could wheel into the immortal gathering, and return to his house, a wonder to look at. These were so far finished, but the elaborate ear handles were not yet on. He was forging these and beating the chains out. As he was at work on this in his craftsmanship and his cunning, meanwhile the goddess Thetis, the silver-footed, drew near him. Charis of the shining veil saw her as she came forward. She, the lovely goddess, the renowned strong-armed one, had married.
She came, and caught her hand, and called her by name, and spoke to her. Why is it, Thetis of the light roads, you have come to our house now? We honor you and love you, but you have not come much before this. But come in with me, so I may put entertainment before you. She spoke, and, shining among divinities, led the way forward, and made Thetis sit down in a chair that was wrought elaborately and splendid with silver nails, and under it was a footstool. She called to Hephaestus, the renowned smith, and spoke a word to him. Hephaestus, come this way. Here is Thetis, who has need of you. Hearing her, the renowned smith of the strong arms answered her. Then there is a goddess we honor and respect in our house. She saved me, when I suffered much at the time of my great fall, through the will of my own brazen-faced mother, who wanted to hide me for being lame. Then my soul would have taken much suffering, had not Eurynome and Thetis caught me and held me. Eurynome, daughter of Ocean, whose stream bends back in a circle. With them I worked 9 years as a smith, and wrought many intricate things. Pins that bent back, curved clasps, cups, necklaces, working there in the hollow of the cave, and the stream of ocean around us went on forever with its foam and its murmur. No other among the gods or among mortal men knew about us, except Eurynome and Thetis. They knew, since they saved me. Now she has come into our house, so I must by all means do everything to give recompense to lovely hair Thetis for my life. Therefore set out before her fair entertainment, while I am putting away my bellows and all my instruments. He spoke, and took the huge blower off from the block of the anvil limping, and yet his shrunken legs moved lightly beneath him. He set the bellows away from the fire, and gathered and put away all the tools with which he worked in a silver strong-box. Then with a sponge he wiped clean his forehead, and both hands, and his massive neck and hairy chest, and put on a tunic, and took up a heavy stick in his hand, and went to the doorway limping. And in support of their master moved his attendants. These are golden, and in appearance like living young women. There is intelligence in their hearts, and there is speech in them and strength, and from the immortal gods they have learned how to do things. These stirred nimbly in support of their master, and moving near to where Thetis sat in her shining chair, Hephaestus caught her by the hand, and called her by name, and spoke a word to her. Why is it, Thetis of the light robes, you have come to our house now? We honor you and love you, but you have not come much before this. Speak forth what is in your mind. My heart is urgent to do it if I can, and if it is a thing that can be accomplished. Then in turn Thetis answered him, letting the tears fall. Hephaestus, is there among all the goddesses on Olympus one who in her heart has endured so many grim sorrows as the grief Zeus, son of Cronos, has given me beyond others? Of all the other sisters of the sea he gave me to immortals, to Peleus, Aeacus' son, and I had to endure mortal marriage, though much against my will. And now he, broken by mournful old age, lies away in his halls. Yet I have other troubles. For since he has given me a son to bear and to raise up conspicuous among heroes, and he shot up like a young tree, I nurtured him, like a tree grown in the pride of the orchard. I sent him away in the curved ships to the land of Ilion to fight with the Trojans, but I shall never again receive him won home again to his country and into the house of Peleus. Yet while I see him live and he looks on the sunlight, he has sorrows, and though I go to him, I can do nothing to help him. And the girl the sons of the Achaeans chose out for his honor, powerful Agamemnon took her away again out of his hands. For her his heart has been wasted in sorrow. But meanwhile the Trojans pinned the Achaeans against their grounded ships, and would not let them win outside. And the elders of the Argives entreated my son, and named the many glorious gifts they would give him. But at that time he refused himself to fight the death from them. Nevertheless, he put his own armor upon Patroclus, and sent him into the fighting, and gave many men to go with him. All day they fought about the Scaean gates, and on that day they would have stormed the city, if only Phoebus Apollo had not killed the fighting son of Menoetius there in the first ranks, after he had wrought much damage, and given the glory to Hector. Therefore now I come to your knees, so might you be willing to give me for my short-lived son a shield and a helmet, and 2 beautiful greaves fitted with clasps for the ankles, and a corslet. What he had was lost with his steadfast companion, when the Trojans killed him. Now my son lies on the ground, heart sorrowing. Hearing her, the renowned smith of the strong arms answered her, Do not fear. Let not these things be a thought in your mind. And I wish that I could hide him away from death and its sorrow at that time when his hard fate comes upon him, as surely as there shall be fine armor for him, such as another man out of many men shall wonder at when he looks on it.
So he spoke, and left her there, and went to his bellows. He turned these towards the fire, and gave them their orders for working. And the bellows, all 20 of them, blew on the crucibles, from all directions blasting forth wind to blow the flames high. Now as he hurried to be at this place, and now at another, wherever Hephaestus might wish them to blow, and the work went forward. He cast on the fire bronze, which was wearious, and tin with it, and viable gold, and silver, and thereafter set forth upon its standard the great anvil, and gripped in one hand the ponderous hammer, while in the other he grasped the pincers. First of all, he forged a shield that was huge and heavy. elaborating it about, and threw around it a shining triple rim that glittered. And the shield strapped was cast of silver. There were 5 folds composing the shield itself, and upon it he elaborated many things in his skill and craftsmanship. He made the earth upon it, and the sky, and the sea's water, and the tireless sun, and the moon waxing into her fullness, and on it all the constellations that festoon the heavens, the Pleiades and the Hyades, and the strength of Orion and the bear, whom men give also the name of the wagon, who turns about in a fixed place and looks at Orion, and she alone is never plunged into the wash of the ocean. On it he wrought in all their beauty 2 cities of mortal men, and there were marriages in one, and festivals. They were leading the brides along the city, their fair maiden chambers under the flaring of torches, and the loud bride song was arising. The young men followed in circles of dance, and among them the flutes and the lyres kept up their clamour, as in the meantime the women standing in each at the door of her court admired them. The people were assembled in the marketplace, where a quarrel had arisen, and 2 men were disputing over the blood price for a man who'd been killed. One man promised full restitution in a public statement, but the other refused and would accept nothing. Both then made for an arbitrator to have a decision, and people were speaking up on either side to help both men. But the heralds kept the people in hand, as meanwhile the elders were in session on benches of polished stone in the sacred circle, and held in their hands the staves of the heralds who lift their voices. The 2 men rushed before these, and took turns to speak their cases, and between them lay on the ground 2 talents of gold, to be given to that judge who in this case spoke the straightest opinion. But around the other city were lying 2 forces of armed men, shining in their war gear. For one side counsel was divided, whether to storm and sack, or share between both sides the property and all the possessions the lovely citadel held hard within it. But the city's people were not giving away, and armed for an ambush. Their beloved wives and their little children stood in the rampart to hold it, and with them the men with age upon them. But meanwhile the others went out, and Ares led them, and Pallas Athene. These were gold, both, and golden raiment upon them, and they were beautiful and huge in their armour, being divinities, and conspicuous from afar. But the people around them were smaller. These, when they were come to the place that was set for their ambush, in a river, where there was a watering place for all animals, there they sat down in a place shrouding themselves in the bright bronze. But apart from these, there were sitting 2 men to watch for the rest of them, and waited until they could see the sheep and the shambling cattle, who appeared presently. And 2 herdsmen went along with them, playing harpily on pipes, and took no thought of the treachery. Those others saw them, and made a rush, and quickly thereafter cut off on both sides the herds of cattle and the beautiful flocks of shining sheep, and killed the shepherds upon them. But the other army, as soon as they heard the uproar arising from the cattle as they sat in their councils, suddenly mounted behind their light-foot horses and went after, and soon overtook them. These stood their ground and fought a battle by the banks of the river, and they were making casts at each other with their spears bronze-headed, and hate was there, with confusion among them, and death the destructive. She was holding a live man with a new wound, and another one unhurt, and dragged a dead man by the feet through the carnage. The clothing upon her shoulders showed strong red with men's blood. All close together like living men, and fought with each other, and dragged away from each other the corpses of those who had fallen.
He made upon it a soft field, the pride of the tilled land, wide and triple ploughed with many ploughmen upon it, who wheeled their teams at the turn and drove them in either direction. And as these making their turn would reach the end strip of the field, a man would come up to them at this point and hand them a flagon of honey-sweet wine, and they would turn again to the furrows in their haste to come again to the end strip of the deep field. The earth darkened behind them and looked like earth that had been ploughed, though it was gold. Such was the wonder of the shield's forging. He made on it the precinct of a king, where the laborers were reaping, with the sharp reaping hooks in their hands. Of the cut swaths, some fell along the lines of reaping, one after another, while the sheaf binders caught up the others and tied them with bind ropes. There were 3 sheaf binders who stood by, and behind them were children picking up the cut swaths and filled their arms with them, and carried and gave them away. And by them the king, in silence, and holding his staff, stood near the line of the reapers happily. And apart, and under a tree, the heralds made a feast ready, and trimmed a great ox they had slaughtered. Meanwhile the women scattered for the workmen to eat abundant white barley. He made on it a great vineyard, heavy with clusters lovely and in gold, but the grapes upon it were darkened, and the vines themselves stood out through pools of silver. About them he made a field ditch of dark metal, and drove all around this a fence of tin. And there was only one path to the vineyard, and along it ran the grape bearers for the vineyard stripping. Young girls and young men, in all their light-hearted innocence, carried the kind sweet fruit away in their woven baskets, and in their midst a youth with a singing lyre played charmingly upon it for them, and sang the beautiful song for Linos in a light voice. And they followed him, and with singing and whistling and light dance steps of their feet kept time to the music. He made upon it a herd of horn-straight oxen. The cattle were wrought of gold and tin, and thronged in speed and with lowing out of the dung of the farmyard to a pasturing place by a sounding river, and beside the moving field of a reed bed. The herdsmen were of gold, who went along with the cattle. 4 of them and 9 dogs, shifting their feet, followed them. But among the foremost of the cattle 2 formidable lions had caught hold of a bellowing bull, and he with loud lowings was dragged away, as the dogs and the young men went in pursuit of him. But the 2 lions, breaking open the hide of the great ox, gulped the black blood in the inward guts, as meanwhile the herdsmen were in the act of setting and urging the quick dogs on them. But they, before they could get their teeth in, turned back from the lions, but would come and take their stand very close, and bayed and kept clear. And the renowned smith of the strong arms made on it a meadow, large and in a lovely valley for the glimmering sheep flocks, with dwelling places upon it, and covered shelters and sheepfolds. And the renowned smith of the strong arms made elaborate on it a dancing floor, like that which once in the wide spaces of Knossos Daedalus built for Ariadne of the lovely tresses. And there were young men on it, and young girls, sought for their beauty with gifts of oxen, dancing and holding hands at the wrist. These wore, the maidens, long light robes, but the men wore tunics of fine spun work and shining softly, touched with olive oil. And the girls wore fair garlands on their heads, while the young men carried golden knives that hung from sword belts of silver. At whiles on their understanding feet they would run very lightly, as when a potter crouching makes trial of his wheel, holding it close in his hands to see if it will run smooth. At another time they would form rows and run, rows crossing each other, and around the lovely chorus of dancers stood a great multitude happily watching, while among the dancers 2 acrobats led the measures of song and dance revolving among them. He made on it the great strength of ocean river, which ran around the uttermost rim of the shield's strong structure. Then, after he had wrought this shield, which was huge and heavy, he wrought for him a corslet brighter than fire in its shining, and wrought him a helmet massive and fitting close to his temples, lovely in intricate work, and laid a gold-ridged top along it, and out of pliable tin wrought him leg armor. Thereafter, when the renowned smith of the strong arms had finished the armor, he lifted it and laid it before the mother of Achilles. And she, like a hawk, came sweeping down from the snows of Olympus, and carried with her the shining armor, the gift of Hephaestus.
Dawn in her yellow robe rose in the east, out of the flowing ocean, bearing light for deathless god and mortal men. And Thetis brought to the beach her gifts from the god of fire. She found her dear son lying beside Patroclus, wailing, while his men stood by in tears around him. Now amid that throng, the lovely goddess bent to touch his shoulder, and said to him, "Ah, child, let him lie dead. For all our grief and pain, we must allow it. He fell by the god's will. But you now take the war gear from Hephaestus. No man ever bore upon his shoulders gear so magnificent." And she laid the armor down before Achilles, clanging loud in all its various glory. Myrmidons began to tremble at the sound, and dared not look straight at the armor. Their knees shook. But anger entered Achilles as he gazed, his eyes grown wide and bright as blazing fire, with fierce joy as he handled the gods' gifts. After appraising them in his delight, he spoke out to his mother swiftly. Mother, these the god gave me are miraculous arms, handiwork of immortals, plainly far beyond the craft of men. By heaven, I'll wear them. Only I feel the dread that while I fight, black carrion flies may settle on Patroclus' wounds, where the spearheads marked him, and I fear they may breed maggots to defile the corpse. Now life is torn from it. His flesh may rot. But silvery-footed Thetis answered, Child, you must not let that prey on you. I'll find a way to shield him from the black fly hordes that eat the bodies of men killed in battle. Though he should lie unburied a long year, his flesh will be intact and firm. Now, though, for your part, call the Achaeans to assembly. Tell them your anger against Agamemnon is over and done with. After that, at once, put on your gear, prepare your heart for war. Her promise gave her son wholehearted valor. Then turning to Patroclus, she instilled red nectar and ambrosia in his nostrils to keep his body whole. And Prince Achilles passed along the surf line with a shout that split the air and roused men of Achaia, even those who up to now had stayed amid the massed ships, navigators, helmsmen, men in charge of rations and ship stores. Aye, even these now headed for assembly, since he who for so long had shunned the battle, Achilles, now appeared upon the field. Resolute Diomedes and Odysseus, familiars of the war god, limped along, leaning on spears, for both had painful wounds. They made their way to the forefront and sat down, and last behind them entered the Lord Marshal Agamemnon, favoring his wound. He too had taken a slash from Antenor's son, Coon. When everyone had crowded in, Achilles, the great battlefield runner, rose and said, Agamemnon, was it better for us in any way, when we were sore at heart, to waste ourselves in strife over a girl? If only Artemis had shot her down among the ships on the day I made her mine, after I took Lyrnessus, fewer Achaeans would have died hard at the enemy hands, while I abstained in anger. Hector's gain, the Trojans' gain. Achaeans here hence will remember our high words, mine and yours. But now we can forget them, and, as we must, forego our passion. By heaven, I drop my anger now. No need to smoulder in my heart forever. Come, send your long-haired Achaeans into combat, and let me see how Trojans will hold out, if camping near the beachhead's their desire. I rather think some will be glad to rest, provided that they get home, away from danger, out of my spear's range.
These were his words, and all the Achaeans gave a roar of joy to hear the prince abjure his rage. Lord Marshal Agamemnon then addressed them, standing up, not in the midst of them, but where he had been sitting. Friends, fighters, Danaans, companies of Ares, it is fair to listen to a man when he has risen and not interrupt him. That's vexation to any speaker, able though he may be. In a great hubbub, how can any man attend or speak? A fine voice will be muffled. While I open my mind to the son of Peleus, Argives, attention. Each man weigh on my words. The Achaeans often brought this up against me and chided me, but I am not to blame. Zeus and fate and a nightmare fury are, for putting savage folly in my mind in the assembly that day, when I wrested Achilles' prize of war from him. In truth, what could I do? Divine will shapes these things. Runia's folly, eldest daughter of Zeus, beguiles us all. Her feet are soft from walking not on the earth, but over the heads of men to do them hurt. She traps one man or another. Once indeed she deluded Zeus, most noble of gods and men, they say. But feminine Hera with her underhanded ways tricked them, the day Alcmene in high Thebes was to have given birth to Heracles. Then glorying Zeus remarked to all the gods, Hear me, gods and goddesses. I'll tell you of something my heart dwells upon. This day the childbirth goddess, Iliad, brings into light a man who will command all those around him, being of the race of men who come of my own blood. But in her guile the Lady Hera said, You may be wrong, unable to seal your word with truth hereafter. Come, Olympian, swear to me a great oath he will indeed be lord of all his neighbors, the child of your own stock in the race of men who drops between a woman's legs today. Zeus failed to see her crookedness. He swore a mighty oath and mightily went astray. For flashing downward from Olympus' crest, Hera visited Argos of Achaea, aware that the strong wife of Perseus' son, Sthenelus, was big with child, just entering her 7th month. But Hera brought this child into the world's daylight beforehand by 2 months, and checked Alcmene's labor to delay the birth of hers. To Zeus, the son of Cronus, then she said, Zeus of the bright bolt, Father, let me add a new event to your deliberations. Even now a superior man is born to be lord of the Argives, Eurystheus, a son of Sthenelus, a son of Perseus, of your own stock, and it is not unfitting for him to rule the Argives. This report sharply wounded the deep heart of Zeus. He picked up Folly by her shining braids in sudden anger, swearing a great oath that never to starred heaven or Olympus, Folly, who tricks us all, should come again. With this he whirled her with one hand and flung her out of the sky. So to the men's earth she came, but ever thereafter made Zeus groan to see his dear son toil at the labors for Eurystheus. So too with me. When in the shimmering helm great Hector slaughtered Argives near the ships, could I ignore my folly, my delusion? Zeus had stolen my wits. My act was blind. But now I wish to make amends, to give all possible satisfaction. Rouse for war, send in your troops. I here repeat my offer to all that Odysseus promised yesterday. Stay if you will, though the war god presses you. Men in my service will unload gifts from my own ship, so that you can see how richly I reward you.
Achilles answered, Excellency, Lord Marshal Agamemnon, make the gifts if you are keen to. Gifts are due, or keep them. It is for you to say. Let us recover joy of battle soon, that's all. No need to dither here and lose our time. Our great work still undone. When each man sees Achilles in a charge, crumpling the ranks of Trojans with his bronze-shod spear, let each remember that is the way to fight his man. Replied Odysseus, the shrewd field commander, brave as you are, and like a god in looks, Achilles, do not send Achaean soldiers into the fight unfed. Today's melee will not be brief, when rank meets rank and heaven breathes fighting spirit into both contenders. No, tell all troops who are near the ships to take roast meat and wine for heart and staying power. No soldier can fight hand to hand in hunger all day long until the sun goes down. Though in his heart he yearns for war, his legs go slack before he knows it. Thirst and famine search him out, and his knees fall as he moves. But that man stayed victualling and wine can fight his enemies all day. His heart is bold and happy in his chest. His legs hold out until both sides break of the battle. Come then, dismiss the rank to make your breakfast. Let the Lord Marshal Agamemnon bring his gifts to the assembly ground where all may see them. May your heart be warmed. Then let him swear to you before the Argives, as men and women by their nature do. So may your heart be peaceful towards him, and let him sate your hunger with rich fares in his own shelter, that you may lack nothing due in justice. Afterwards, Agamemnon, you will be more just to others too. There is no fault in a king's wish to conciliate a man with whom he has been quick to anger. And the Lord Marshal Agamemnon answered, Glad I am to hear you, son of Laertes, finding the right words at the right time for all these matters. And the oath you speak of, I will take willingly, with all my heart, and will not before heaven be forsworn. Now let Achilles wait here. though the war god tugs his arm. And all the rest of you wait here assembled till the gifts have come down from our quarters, and our peace is made. For you, Odysseus, here is my command. Choose the finest young peers of all Achaia to fetch out of my ship those gifts we pledged Achilles yesterday, and bring the women. Let Talthybius prepare for sacrifice, and the armies name aboard to Zeus and Helios. Replied Achilles, Excellency, Lord Marshal, another time were better for these ceremonies. Some interval in the war, and when I feel less passion in me. Look, those men lie dead, whom Hector killed when Zeus allowed him glory, and yet you two propose a meal? By God, I'd send our soldiers into action now, unfed and hungry. Have a feast, I'd say, at sundown when our shame has been avenged. Before that, for my part, I will not swallow food or drink, my dear friend being dead, lying before my eyes blood white by spear cuts. Feet turned to his hut's door, his friends in mourning around him. Your concerns are none of mine. Slaughter and blood are what I crave, and groans of anguished men.
But the shrewd field commander Odysseus answered, Achilles, flower and pride of the Achaeans, you are more powerful than I am, and a better spearman too. Only in sizing matters up, I'd say I'm just as far beyond you, being older, knowing more of the world. So bear with me. Men quickly reach satiety with battle, in which the reaping bronze will bring to earth big harvests, but a scanty yield, when Zeus, war's overseer for mankind, tips the scales. How can a fasting belly mourn our dead? So many die, so often, every day, when would soldiers come to an end of fasting? No, we must dispose of him who dies, and keep hard hearts, and weep that day alone. And those whom the foul war has left unhurt will do well to remember food and drink, so that we may again close with our enemies, our dangerous enemies, and be tough soldiers, hardened in mail of bronze. Let no one now be held back waiting for another summons. Here is your summons. Woe to the man who lingers beside the Argive ships. No, all together, let us take up the fight against the Trojans. He took as escort sons of illustrious Nestor, Phyleus' son Meges, Thoas, and Meriones, and the son of Creon, Lycomedes, and Melanippus, to Agamemnon's quarters. No sooner was the work assigned than done. They brought the 7 tripods Agamemnon promised Achilles, and the 20 cauldrons shining, and the horses, a full dozen. Then they conducted 7 women, skilled in housecraft, with Briseis in her beauty. Odysseus weighed 10 bars of purest gold and turned back, followed by his young Achaeans, bearing the gifts to place in mid-assembly. Now Agamemnon rose. Talthybius the crier, with his wondrous voice, stood near him, holding the boar. The son of Atreus drew the sheath knife that he carried, hung beside the big sheath of his sword, and cut first bristles from the boar. Arms wide to heaven he prayed to Zeus, as all the troops kept still, all sitting in due order in their places, hearing their king. In prayer he raised his eyes to the broad sky and said, May Zeus, all highest and first of the gods, be witness first, then earth and Helios and the Furies underground, who punish men for having broken oaths. I never laid a hand on your Briseis, proposing bed or any other pleasure. In my quarters the girl has been untouched. If one word that I swear is false, may the gods plague me for a perjured liar. He slit the boar's throat with his blade of bronze. Then Talthybius, wheeling, flung the victim into the offshore water, bait for fish. Achilles rose amid the Argive warriors, saying, Father Zeus, you send mankind prodigious follies. Never otherwise had Agamemnon stung me through and through. Never would he have been so empty-headed as to defy my will and take the girl. No, for some reason Zeus had death at heart for the Achaeans, and for many. Well, go to your meat, then we'll resume the fighting. Thus he dismissed the assembly. All the men were quick to scatter, each to his own ship. As for the gifts, the Myrmidons took over and bore them all to Achilles' ship, to stow within his shelter. There they left the women and drove the horses to the herd.
The girl, Briseis, in her grace like Aphrodite, on entering, saw Patroclus lying dead of spear wounds, and she sank down to embrace him with a sharp, sobbing cry, lifting her hands to tear her breast, soft throat, and lovely face, this girl, shaped like the goddesses of heaven. Weeping, she said,
Patroclus, my dear, very dear, cursed as I am, you were alive still when I left this place. Now I come back to find you dead, my captain. Evil follows evil so, for me. The husband to whom father and mother gave me, I saw brought down by spears before our town, with my 3 brothers, whom my mother bore. Dear brothers, all 3 met their day of wrath. But when Achilles killed my lord and sacked the royal city of Minos, not a tear would you permit me, no. You undertook to see me married to the prince Achilles, conveyed by ship to Phthia, given a wedding among the Myrmidons. Now must I mourn your death forever, who were ever gentle. She wailed again, and women sobbed about her, first for Patroclus, then for each one's grief. Meanwhile, Achaean counselors were gathered, begging Achilles to take food. He spurned it, groaning.
No, I pray you, my dear friends, if anyone will listen, do not nag me to glut and dull my heart with food and drink. A burning pain is in me. I'll hold out till sundown without food. I say I'll bear it.
With this, he sent the peers away, except the 2, Atridae and the great Odysseus. Oh yeah, okay, I'll do this. Where's Hector? Okay, Hector, Idomeneus, and old Lord Phoenix. These would have comforted him, but none could quiet or comfort him until he entered the bloody jaws of war. Now, pierced by memory, he sighed and sighed again and said,
Ah, once you, too, poor fated friends, and best of friends, would set a savory meal deftly before us in our field shelter, when the Achaeans wished no time lost between onsets against Trojans. Now there you lie, broken in battle. Ha! Lacking you, my heart will fast this day from meat and drink as well. No greater ill could come to me, not news of my father's death, my father weeping soft tears now in Phthia, for what want of that son in a distant land, who wars on Troy for Helen's sake, that woman who makes the blood run cold. No greater ill even should my son die, who is being reared on Skyros, Neptolemos, if indeed he's living still. His heart's desire had been that I alone should perish far from Argos here at Troy, that you should sail to Phthia, taking my son aboard your swift black ship at Skyros, to introduce him to his heritage, my wide lands, my servants, my great hall. In this late year, Peleus may well be dead and buried, or have few days yet to live, beset by racking age, always awaiting dire news of me, of my own death.
As he said this, he wept. The counselors groaned, remembering each what he had left at home. And seeing their sorrow, Zeus took pity on them, saying quickly to Athena,
Daughter, you seem to have left your fighting man alone. Should one suppose you care no more for Achilles? There he sits before the curving prows and grieves for his dear friend. The other soldiers flock to meet. He thirsts and hungers. Come, infuse in him sweet nectar and ambrosia, that an empty belly may not weaken him.
He urged Athena to her own desire, and like a gliding sea hawk shrilling high, she soared from heaven through the upper air.
while the Achaeans armed throughout the ranks. Nectar and ambrosia she instilled within Achilles, that his knees be not assailed by hollow famine. Then she withdrew to her mighty father's house. Meanwhile the troops were pouring from the shipways to the field, as when cold snowflakes fly from Zeus in heaven, thick and fast under the blowing north wind, just so that multitude of gleaming helms and bossed shields issued from the ship, with plated cuirasses and ashwood spears. Reflected glintings flashed to heaven, as the plain in all directions shone with a glare of bronze, and shook with trampling feet of men. Among them Prince Achilles armed. One heard his teeth grind hard together, and his eyes blazed out like licking fire, for unbearable pain had fixed upon his heart. Raging at the Trojans, he buckled on the arms Hephaestus forged. The beautiful greaves, fitted with silver anklets, first he put upon his legs, and next the cuirass on his ribs. Then over his shoulder he slung the sword of bronze with the silver scabbard. Finally, he took up the massive shield, whence came a radiance like the round full moon. And when at sea to men on shipboard comes the shining of a campfire on a mountain, in a lone sheepfold, while the gusts of night wind take them, loath to go, far from their friends, over the teeming sea. Just so Achilles' finely molded shield sent light into the heavens. Lifting his great helm, he placed it on his brows, and like a star the helm shone with its horse-tail blowing free, all golden, that Hephaestus had set in upon the crest. Achilles tried his armor, shrugging and flexing, making sure it fitted, sure that his gleaming legs had play. Indeed, the gear sat on him light as wings. It buoyed him. Now from a spear case he withdrew a spear, his father's, weighty, long, and tough. No other Achaean had the strength to handle it, the great Pelian shaft of ashwood, given his father by the centaur Chiron from the crest of Pelion, to be the death of heroes. Automedon and Alcimos with swift hands yoked his team, making firm the collars on the horses, placing the bits between their teeth, and pulling the reins to the war car. Automedon then took in hand the shining whip and mounted the chariot, and at his back Achilles mounted in full armor, shining bright as the blinding lord of noon. In a clarion voice he shouted to the horses of his fathers, "Xanthos and Balios, known to the world as the foals of great Podarge, in this charge care for your driver in another way. Pull him back, I mean to the Danaans, back to the main body of the army. Once we are through with battle, this time no one leaving him there dead, like Lord Patroclus." To this, from under the yoke, the nimble Xanthos answered, and hung his head, so that his mane dropped forward from the yoke pad to the ground. Hera, whose arms are white as ivory, gave him a voice to say, "Yes, we shall save you this time too, Achilles, in your strength. And yet this day of your destruction comes, and it is nearer. We are not the cause, but rather a great God is, and mighty fate. Nor was it by our sloth or sluggishness the Trojans stripped Patroclus of his armor. No, the magnificent god that Leto bore killed him in action, and gave Hector glory. We might run swiftly as the west wind blows, most rapid of all winds, they say. But still, it is your destiny to be brought low by force, a god's force and a man's." On this, the Furies put a stop to Xanthos' voice. In anger and gloom, Achilles said to him, "Xanthos, why prophesy my death? No need. What is in store for me I know well. To die here, far away from my dear father, my mother too, no matter. All that matters is that I shall not call a halt today till I have made the Trojans sick of war." And with a shout, he drove his team of trimmed hood horses into the front line.
So by the beaked ships the Argives formed for battle, arming round you, Achilles, Achilles starved for war, and faced by the Trojans' ranks along the plain's high ground. At the same time, from the peak of rugged-ridged Olympus, Zeus commanded Themis to call the gods to council. Themis made her rounds, ranging far and wide, and summoned all to march to Father's halls. Not a single river failed to come, none apart from the ocean stream that holds the earth in place, nor a single nymph who haunts the rustling groves and the river springs and the lush grassy meadows. All flocked to the halls of Zeus, who gathers storms, and found their seats in the colonnades of polished stone Hephaestus built for Father Zeus with all his craft and cunning. And so the powers assembled deep in Zeus's halls. Nor did the god of earthquakes fail to hear the goddess. Surging up from the sea, he came to join their ranks, took a seat in their midst, and probed Zeus's plans. Why now, great king of the lightning? Why summon the gods to council once again? Still some concern for Troy's and Achaea's armies, now that the battle is set to burst in flames between them. But Zeus, who marshals the thunderheads, replied, God of the earthquake, well you know my plans, the strategy in my mind, and why I call you here. These mortals do concern me, dying as they are. Still, here I stay on Olympus, throned aloft, here in my steep mountain cleft, to feast my eyes and delight my heart. The rest of you, down you go to Trojans, go to Achaeans. Help either side as the fixed desire drives each god to act. If Achilles fights the Trojans unopposed by us, not for a moment will they hold his breakneck force. Even before now they'd shake to see him coming. Now, with his rage inflamed for his friend's death, I fear he'll raise the walls against the will of fate. And with that command Zeus roused incessant battle. Down the immortals launched to the field of action. Their warring spirits split the gods two ways. Hera went to the mast ships with Pallas Athena, Poseidon, who grips the earth, and Hermes, god of luck, who excels them all at subtle twists and tactics. And the god of fire flanked them, seething power, hobbling along, but his shrunken legs moved nimbly. But Ares swept down with the Trojans, helmet flashing, and pacing him went Phoebus with long hair streaming, and Artemis showering arrows, Leto and river Xanthus, and goddess Aphrodite strong with eternal laughter. Now, while the gods had still kept clear of mortal men, the Achaeans kept on gaining glory. Great Achilles, who held back from the brutal fighting so long, had just come blazing forth. Chilling tremors shook the Trojans' knees down to the last man, terrified at the sight. The headlong runner coming, gleaming in all his gear, afire like man-destroying Ares. But once the Olympians merged with mortal fighters, Strife, the mighty driver of armies, rose in strength, and Athena bellowed her stunning war cry. Standing now at the edge of the deep-dug trench outside the ramparts, now at the thundering cliffs she loosed her vibrant cry. And Ares bellowed his cry from far across the lines, churning black as a whirlwind, roaring down now from the city's crest, commanding Trojans on, and now running along the Simois banks and scaling Sunlight Hill.
So the blissful gods were rousing both opposing armies, clashing front to front. But then in their own ranks their overpowering strife broke out in massive war. Down from the high skies the father of men and gods let loose tremendous thunder. From down below Poseidon shook the boundless earth and towering heads of mountains. The whole world quaked. The slopes of Ida with all her springs and all her peaks, and the walls of Troy, and all Achaea's ships. And terror-struck in the underworld, Hades, lord of the dead, cringed, and sprang from his throne and screamed shrill. Fearing the god who rocks the ground above his realm, giant Poseidon would burst the earth wide open now, and lay bare to mortal men and immortal gods at last the houses of the dead, the dank, mouldering horrors that fill the deathless gods themselves with loathing. So immense the clash as the war of gods erupted. There, look! Rearing against the lord Poseidon, Phoebus Apollo loomed, bristling winged arrows. Rearing against Ares, blazing-eyed Athena. Rearing against Hera, Artemis, with arrow of gold and cry that he'll lose the hunt, the goddess raining shafts, huntress sister of Phoebus, the distant deadly archer. Rearing against Leto, Hermes, the running god of luck. And against the fire god rose the great deep swirling river that immortals call the Xanthus, and mankind calls Scamander. So God went up against God, but blazing Achilles strained to engage Prince Hector, plunge in battle with him beyond all others. Achilles yearning now to glut with Hector's blood, his no other. Ares who hacks at men behind his rawhide shield. But Aeneas it was, whom Phoebus, urger of armies, filled with power now, and drove against Achilles. Phoebus, masking his voice like Priam's son Lycaon, like him to the life the son of Zeus called out. Captain of Trojan councils, where have they gone? Those threats you made in your cups before the kings, boasting you'd face Achilles man to man in battle. But Aeneas turned and gave the god an answer. Son of Priam, why press me to go against Achilles? It's much against my will, his fury is overwhelming. Nor would it be the first time I've had to face the matchless headlong runner. Once before he chased me hard with his spear, down from Ida the day he raided our flocks and sacked Lyrnessus, Pedasus' fort as well, but Zeus saved me then, put force in my heart and spring in my racing knees. Else I'd gone down at Achilles' hands. Athena's too. The goddess sweeping before him lent the light of safety, calling Achilles on that day with his bronze spear to slaughter Lelegus and Trojans. That is why no mortal can fight Achilles head to head. At every foray one of the gods goes with him, beating back his death. Even without that power, his spear flies straight to the mark, never stops, not till it bores clean through some fighter's flesh. But if only Zeus would stretch the ropes of war dead, even the man would have no easy victory then, believe me, not though he claims he's made of solid bronze. Apollo, son of Zeus, encouraged him still more. Hero, why not invoke the deathless gods yourself? They say you're a son of Aphrodite, Zeus's daughter. But Achilles sprang from a lesser goddess's loins. Aphrodite's a child of Zeus, but Thetis comes from the old man of the sea. So ram him straight on with your tough bronze. Now, and not for a moment, let him turn you back with his stinging proud contempt and brazen threats.
That breathed enormous strength in the good captain. Right through the front he went, helmed in flashing bronze. Nor did the white-armed hero fail to see and kiss his son advancing there through the press to face Achilles. And rallying other gods around her, Hera shouted, "Bend to the work, you two, Poseidon, Athena, decide in your hearts how this assault will go. Here comes Aeneas, look, helmed in flashing bronze to oppose Achilles now, and Phoebus speeds him on. Come, spin him round in his tracks and drive him back. That, or else one of us might stand beside Achilles and lend him winning force. His courage must not flag. Let him know he's loved by the greatest gods on high, while the gods who up till now have shielded Troy from war and death are worthless as the wind. We swept down from Olympus, all to join this fight, so Achilles might not fall at Trojan hands today. Afterward he must suffer what the fates spun out on the doomed fighter's lifeline drawn that day his mother gave him birth. If Achilles fails to learn all this from our own immortal voices, he will quail when a god attacks him face to face. The gods are hard to handle when they come blazing forth in their true power." But the god who grips the earth restrained the queen. "Hera, so hard, so senseless. Don't leap to extremes. I at least have no real lust to drive our forces against the gods of Troy. Our side is so much stronger. Come now, let us move off and settle down together far from the trampled field, take a lookout post, and leave the war to mortals. But if Ares or Phoebus cares to start things off, if they block Achilles and keep him out of action, they will have a fight on their hands then and there, an all-out fight with us. But not for long, I trust. They will soon break off and slink back to Olympus, home to the gathered gods who wait their coming, overwhelmed by the crushing power of our fists." And with that threat, the god of the sea blue main led the way to the fortress raised for godlike Heracles. Earth piled on both sides, a high imposing breastwork. Men of Troy and Pallas Athena flung up for the man where he could raise and escape that sea monster whenever it charged him hard from shore to plain. There Poseidon sat at ease with his deathless friends, who spread unbroken shrouds of mist around their shoulders, while far on the other side the gods of Troy sat down on the brows of Sunlight Hill, flanking you, Apollo, god of the wild cry, and Ares, scourge of cities. So either side of the lines they took positions, weighing tactics, each Olympian force reluctant now to launch out first on the wrenching horrors of war, while Zeus on the heights sat poised to thunder orders. But the whole plain, filled with men and flashed with bronze, with troops and horse, and beneath their feet the earth quaked as armies rushed together. And now, in the no man's land, two champions, greatest of all, strode enclosed, both men burning for battle, Aeneas son of Anchises, and brilliant Achilles.
As they closed on each other, both in range, the matchless runner Achilles opened up. Aeneas, why so far from your own ranks, standing all exposed? Does your courage really drive you to challenge me? In hopes of ruling your stallion-breaking friends and filling Priam's throne? Even if you kill me, would Priam drop his crown in your hands? For that? The king has sons. He's sound of limb. No half-wit either, huh? Or have the Trojans sworn to carve you a fine estate, the choicest land in the realm, rich in vineyards, and good tilled fields for you to lord it over? If only you kill me? Oh, but I think you'll find the work quite taxing. I seem to remember once before you fled my spear. Or have you forgotten the time I caught you all alone? I cut you off from your flocks and sent you scurrying down the slopes of Ida? Running for dear life, legs driving, never a look behind? And you escaped that time. You fled to Lyoness's walls, but at one charge, I sacked the place. With Athena's help and Father Zeus, I tore the day of freedom away from all the women, dragged them off as slaves. Zeus saved you then, and other gods joined in, but he won't save you now. I'd say, though the hope goes racing through your mind, go back to your own rank and file. I tell you, don't stand up against me, or you will meet your death. Even a fool learns something once it hits him. But Aeneas, taking a long, deep breath, replied, don't think for a moment, Achilles, son of Peleus. You can frighten me with words like a child, a fool. I'm an old hand myself at trading taunts and insults. We both know each other's birth, each other's parents. We've heard their far-flung fame on the lips of mortal men, though you have never set eyes on mine or I on yours. They say you are Peleus' son, that fine, flawless man. Your mother, Thetis, sleek-haired child of the sea. And I am Aeneas. I can boast Anchises' blood, the proud Anchises, but my mother is Aphrodite. Our parents, one pair or the other, will mourn a dear son today. Certain it is, I warn you, we won't break off from battle and leave the field with no more than a youngster's banter light as this. But what about my birth, if you'd like to learn it well? First to last, though many people know it, here's my story, Achilles. Starting with Dardanus, Storm King Zeus's son, who founded Dardania long before holy Troy arose. That city, reared on the plain to shelter all our people, they still camped on the slopes of Ida, wet with spring. Then Dardanus had a son, in turn, King Erechthonius, and he was the richest man in all the world. 3,000 mares he owned, grazing the marshes, brood mares in their prime, proud of their leaping foals. And the north wind, lusting for the herd at pasture, taking on the build of a black stallion, mounted several, and swelling under his force, they bore him 12 colts. And when they'd frisk on the tilled fields ripe with grain, they'd brush the crests of the corn and never snap a stalk. But when they'd frisk and vault on the sea's broad back, they'd skim the crests of white caps' glistening foam. Now Erechthonius sired Tros, lord of the Trojans, and Tros in turn had 3 distinguished sons, Ilus, Assaracus, and Ganymede, radiant as a god, and he was the handsomest mortal on earth. And so the immortals, all struck by his beauty, snatched him away to bear the cup of Zeus and pour out wine for all the deathless gods. Ilus in turn sired a valiant son, Laomedon. Laomedon had his sons as well, Tithonius and Priam, Lampus, Clytus, Titonium, the gallant aid of Ares, and Assaracus fathered Capys. He had a son Anchises, and Anchises fathered me, but Priam had Prince Hector. There, you have my lineage. That is the blood I claim, my royal birth. As for strength in war, Zeus lends power to some, and others he washes away, whatever his pleasure, the strongest god of all. Come, Achilles, no more bragging on this way like boys, standing here in the thick of a pitched battle. Plenty of insults we could fling against each other, enough to sink a ship with 100 benches. A man's tongue is as glib and twisty a thing. Plenty of words there are, all kinds at his command, with all the room in the world for talk to range and stray. And the sort you use is just the sort you'll hear. What do we need of wrangling, hurling insults, cursing each other here like a pair of nagging women, boiling over with petty, heartsick squabbles, blustering into the streets to pelt themselves with slander? Much of it true, much not. Anger stirs up lies. I blaze for battle. Your taunts can't turn me back, not till we fought it out with bronze. On with it. Taste the bite of each other's brazen spears.
With that, he hurled a heavy lance at the great and awesome shield, and its massive surface clanged as it took the point. Achilles had thrust it forth with his strong fist, fearing staunch Aeneas' spear with its long shadow would drive its whole length lightly through his buckler. Groundless fears. The fighter had no idea at all that famous gifts of the gods do not break lightly, can't be crushed when a mortal hand assails them. So now not even seasoned Aeneas' heavy shaft could smash Achilles' shield. The gold blocked it, forged in the god's gift. It did bore through 2 plies, but 3 were left, since the crippled smith had made it 5 plies thick, with 2 of bronze on the outside, inside 2 of tin, between them 1 of gold where the ashen spear held fast. Achilles next. He hurled his spear, and its long shadow flew, and the weapon struck the balanced round shield of Aeneas, under the outer rim where the bronze ran thinnest, backed by the thinnest bull's hide. Straight through the Pelian ash burst, the shield rang out with a screech, but Aeneas crouched low, holding the buckler off his chest, terrified as the shaft shot past his back, hurled so hard it plunged deep in the ground, even after it tore up 2 round plies of the shield that cased his body. Dodging the big spear, Aeneas got to his feet, a dizzying swirl of anguish rushing down his eyes. Blind with fear, the point had struck so close. But drawing his sharp sword, Achilles charged, wild, hurtling toward him, loosing a savage cry as Aeneas hefted a boulder in his hands, a tremendous feat. No 2 men could hoist it, weak as men are now, but all on his own he raised it high with ease. Then and there he'd have struck Achilles lunging in, the rock would have hit him square in casque or shield. The gear would have warded off grim death, and Achilles, closing, would have slashed his life away with a well-honed blade. If the god of earthquakes had not marked it quickly and called the gods at once who grouped around him. Now I tell you, my heart aches for great Aeneas. He'll go down to the house of death this instant, overwhelmed by Achilles, all because he trusted the distant, deadly archer's urgings. Poor fool. As if Apollo would lift a hand to save him now from death, grim death. Aeneas the innocent. Why should Aeneas suffer here for no good reason, embroiled in the quarrels of others not his own? He always gave us gifts to warm our hearts, gifts for the gods who rule the vaulting skies. So come, let us rescue him from death ourselves, for fear the son of Cronus might just tower in rage if Achilles kills this man. He is destined to survive. Yes, so the generation of Dardanus will not perish, obliterated without an heir, without a trace, Dardanus, dearest to Zeus of all the sons that mortal women brought to birth for father. Now he has come to hate the generation of Priam, and now Aeneas will rule the men of Troy in power, his sons' sons, and the sons born in future years. But Hera, the queen, broke in, her eyes open wide. Decide in your own mind, god of the earthquake, whether to save Aeneas now or let him die, crushed by Achilles, for all his fighting heart. But time and again we too have sworn our oaths in the eyes of all the gods, I and Pallas Athena, never to drive the fatal day away from the Trojans, not even when all Troy burns in the ramping flames, when the warring sons of Achaea burn her down. As soon as he heard that, the god of earthquakes surged through the clashing troops, and raining spears to reach the place where the two famed heroes fought. Quickly he poured a mist across Achilles' eyes, wrenched the spear from stalwart Aeneas' shield, laid the bronze-shod ashen shaft at Achilles' feet, and hoisting Aeneas off the earth, he slung him far. And over the massing lines of men and massing chariots, high in the air Aeneas vaulted, hurled by the god's hand, till he came to ground at the battle's churning flank, where Cauconian units braced themselves for action. The god of the earthquake swept beside him there, and gave the man a burst of winging orders. Aeneas, what god on high commands you to play the madman, fighting against Achilles' overwhelming fury? Both a better soldier and more loved by the gods, pull back at once whenever you're thrown against him, or go down to the house of death against the will of fate. But once Achilles has met his death, his certain doom, take courage then. Go fight on the front lines then. No other Achaean can bring you down in war.
With that, with destiny made clear, he left him there on the spot, and turning back to Achilles, quickly brushed away the mist from his eyes, the magic god-sent haze. And Achilles stared with all his might, dazzled, disgusted too, and addressed his own great heart. Impossible! Look, a marvel right before my eyes. That spear I hurled is lying here on the ground. That man, I cannot see him. The one I hurled at, wild to cut him down. Ah, so the deathless gods must love Aeneas too. And I thought his vaunts were empty, hollow boasting. Well, let him go, I say. Never, never again will he have the nerve to test my fighting power. Even now he was glad to save himself from death. Now, quick, I'll marshal our battle-hungry Argives, face the rest of the Trojans, test them, fight them down. And back to the lines he leapt and urged each man. No more standing back from the Trojans, brave Achaeans. Now fighter go against fighter, out for bloodshed. It's hard for me, strong as I am, single-handed to make for such a force and fight them all. Why, not even Ares, the deathless god of war, not even Athena, for all their heavy labor, could hack a passage through such jaws of battle. But I, whatever fists and feet and strength can do, that I will do, I swear. Not hang back, not 1 inch. Straight through enemy columns I go plowing now, and no Trojan, I guarantee, will thrill with pleasure once he meets my spear shaft head to head. Spurring his men, while Hector aflash in armor urged his Trojans, thinking he'd even go up against Achilles. No fear of Pelides now, my gallant Trojans. I too could battle the deathless gods with words. It's hard with a spear, the gods are so much stronger. Not even Achilles can bring off all his boasts. Some he'll accomplish, some cut short, half done. I'm off to engage the man, though his fists are fire, and his fury burnished to iron. Spurring them on to raise their spears for full assault, and the Trojans' fury massed and mounted. War cries broke, but Apollo suddenly stood by Hector, shouting, "Don't for a moment duel Achilles, Hector, out in front of your ranks. Withdraw to your main lines and wait him there, out of the crash of battle. Else he'll spear you down, or close for the kill and hack you with his sword." So Hector drew back to his thronging comrades, terrified to hear the voice of God. Not Achilles, armored in battle power, down he flung on the Trojans, loosed barbaric cries, and his first kill was a Phytian, or Tryntius' hardy son and a chief of large contingents. Born of a river nymph to Tryntius, scourge of towns, below Tmolus' snows in the wealthy realm of Hyade. As the Trojan charged head on, Achilles speared him square in the brows. His whole skull split in half, and down he crashed, Achilles exulting over him. Here you lie, Otrynteus' son, most terrible man alive. Here's your deathbed, far from your birthplace, Skyja Lake, where your father's fine estate lies next to the Hellas stocked with fish, and next to the whirling Hermus.
Vaunting over the dark that swept his quarry's eyes, and the running rims of Argive war cars cut him to shreds at the onset's breaking edge. And next Achilles lunged at Demoleon, son of Antenor, a tough defensive fighter. He stabbed his temple and cleft his helmet's cheekpiece. None of the bronze plate could hold it. Boring through the metal and skull, the bronze spear point pounded. Demoleon's brains splattered all inside his casque, the Trojan beaten down in his fury. Hippodamus next. He leapt from his chariot, fleeing before Achilles. Achilles' spear shaft rammed him through the back, and he gasped his life away, bellowing like some bull that chokes and grunts when the young boys drag him round. The lord of Helice's shrine and the earthquake god delights to see them dragging. So he bellowed now, and the man's proud spirit left his bones behind. Achilles rushed with his spear at noble Polydorus, son of Priam. His father would not let him fight, ever. He was the youngest born of all his sons. Priam loved him most, the fastest runner of all, but now the young fool, mad to display his speed, went dashing along the front to meet his death. Just as he shot past, the matchless runner Achilles speared him square in the back, where his war belt clasped, golden buckles clinching both halves of his breastplate. Straight on through went the point and out the navel. Down on his knees he dropped, screaming shrill as the world went black before him, clutched his bowels to his body, hunched, and sank. But Hector, seeing his own brother Polydorus clutching his entrails, sinking limp to the ground, the mist came swirling down his eyes as well. He could bear no more. Wheeling off at a distance, shaking his whetted spear, he charged Achilles now, coming fierce as fire, but Achilles marked him quickly, and springing forth to take him, triumphed to himself. Here is the man who's raked my heart the most, who killed my cherished comrade. No more delay. Dodging each other down the passageways of battle. Under his brows he glared at royal Hector, shouting, "Quick, charge me, the sooner to meet your death." But Hector, his helmet flashing, never flinched. "Don't think for a moment, Achilles, son of Peleus, you can frighten me with words like a child, a fool. I'm an old hand myself at trading taunts and insults. Well, I know you are brave, and I am far weaker. True, but all lies in the lap of the great gods. Weaker I am, but I still might take your life with one hurl of a spear. My weapon can cut too, long before now its point has found its mark." Grim reminder! He brandished the shaft and hurled with all his might, but Athena blew it back from Achilles bent on glory. A quick light breath, and the shaft flew back again to tall Prince Hector and fell before his feet.
Achilles blazed, charging, raging to cut him down, loosing savage cries. But Phoebus whisked him away, easy work for a god, and wrapped him round in mist. 3 times the brilliant runner Achilles charged him, lunged with his bronze spear. 3 times he slashed at cloud. Then, at Achilles' 4th assault, like something superhuman, his terrifying voice burst out in winging words. "Now again you've escaped your death, you dog, but a good close brush with death it was, I'd say. Now again your Phoebus Apollo pulls you through, the one you pray to, wading into our storm of spears. We'll fight again, I'll finish you off next time, if one of the gods will only urge me on as well. But now I'll go for the others, anyone I can catch." Whirling, he stabbed Dryops, spearing him right through the neck. He dropped at his feet, and Achilles left him dead and smashed Demucus' knee. Philetor's strapping son stopped him right in his tracks with a well-flung spear, then sprang with his great sword and ripped his life away. Then he rushed at the sons of Bias, Laogonus, Dardanus, hurled them off their chariot, slammed them both to the ground, one with a spear thrust, one chopped down with a blade. Then Tros, Alastor's son, crawled to Achilles' knees and clutched them, hoping he'd spare him. Let Tros off alive, no cutting him down in blood. He'd pity Tros, a man of his own age. The young fool, he'd no idea, thinking Achilles could be swayed. Here was a man, not sweet at heart, not kind, no. He was raging, wild, as Tros grasped his knees, desperate, begging. Achilles slit open his liver. The liver spurted loose, gushing with dark blood, drenching his lap, and night swirled down his eyes as his life breath slipped away. And Mulius next, he reared and jammed his lance through the man's ear. So the lance came jutting out through the other ear, swung the horses around, but Achilles speared his back, and the spear shaft heaved him off the chariot too, and the panicked stallions bolted. Achilles now, like inhuman fire, raging on through the mountain gorges, splinter dry, setting ablaze big stands of timber, the wind swirling the huge fireball left and right, chaos of fire. Achilles storming on with brandished spear like a frenzied god of battle, trampling all he killed, and the earth ran black with blood. Thundering on like oxen broad in the brow, some field hand yokes to crush white barley heaped on a well-laid threshing floor, and the grain is husked out fast by the bellowing oxen's hoofs. Just so as the Achilles rampaged on, his sharp-hoofed stallions trampled shields and corpses, axle under his chariot splashed with blood, blood on the handrail sweeping around the car, sprays of blood shooting up from the stallion's hoofs and churning, whirling rims, and the son of Peleus charioteering on to seize his glory, bloody filth splattering both strong arms, Achilles' invincible arms.
And when they reached the crossing of the fair flowing stream of whirling Xanthos, born of immortal Zeus, there Achilles split the Trojans, chasing half from the plain toward their city, to where the Achaeans had fled, bewildered with fear, the day before. While shining Hector raged, there the Trojans streamed in rout, but Hera began to spread dense mist ahead to check them, and the other half were crammed into the deep-flowing, silver-eddied river. In they fell with a great crashing splash, and the headlong flowing waters roared, and the banks echoed loud all around, crying in distress. Men were trying to swim, spun here and there through the eddies, as when from under rushing fire locusts take to the air, fleeing toward a river, and the weariless fire blazes stirred of a sudden, and the locusts shrink into the water. So before Achilles, the flowing water of deep eddying Xanthus was filled with the mingled roar of men and horses. Then God-born Achilles left his spear there on the bank, propped against the tamarisks, and leapt in like something more than human. Gripping his sword, intent in his heart on dark deeds, he struck, turning this side and that. Abject groaning rose from those stricken by his sword, and the water was made red with blood, as before a great mawed dolphin, other fish, seeking safety, fill the inmost coves of a well-sheltered harbor. In their fear, for greedily it will devour whatever it catches. So the Trojans all along the running waters of the terrible river cowered under its steep banks, and Achilles, when he had wearied his hands with slaughtering, picked out 12 youths alive from the river, blood payment for the dying of Menoetius, son Patroclus. These he led out of the river, dazed with fear like fawns, and bound their hands behind them with straps of well-cut leather, which they wore around their own strong woven tunics, and gave them to his companions to lead away to the hollow ships. Then he charged back, raging still, to cut more men to pieces. And there he encountered a son of Dardanian Priam, fleeing from the river, like Can, whom Achilles himself once captured and took by force from his father's orchards while on night excursion. The youth had been cutting with sharp bronze a wild fig tree of its young branches to be rails for his chariot. Then evil, unforeseen, had come to him in godlike Achilles, At that time, Achilles sold him across the sea, leading him off to strong-built Lemnos in his ships, and the son of Jason paid for him. There, a guest friend, Eetion of Imbros, ransomed him, paying a great price, and dispatched him to bright Aersbe. From there, slipping away, he arrived at his father's house, and for 11 days rejoiced his heart among his dear ones, after coming back from Lemnos. But on the 12th day, a god cast him again in the hands of Achilles, who would dispatch him, unwilling yet, on his way to the house of Hades. When, then, swift-footed, godlike Achilles saw Lycaon naked, without helmet or shield, nor did he hold a spear. But all these things he had flung away to the ground, as, wrung with sweat, he fled from the river, and exhaustion overwhelmed his limbs. Then Achilles, troubled, spoke to his own great-hearted spirit. What is this? A great wonder is this I see with my eyes. Surely the great-hearted Trojans whom I killed will rise again from under the misted realms of darkness, seeing how this man appears, having escaped his pitiless day of death. He who was sold into holy Lemnos, nor did the deep of the gray salt sea keep hold of him, which detains so many against their will. But come and let him have a taste of my spear point, so that I may know in my mind and learn whether likewise he will return even from Hades, or whether the life-giving earth will keep him, which detains even the mighty below. So his thoughts churned as he waited, but the other came close to him, dazed with fear, seeking to lay hold of his knees, and beyond all measure he desired in his heart to escape death and evil and dark fate. He, godlike Achilles, lifted his great spear, seeking to stab him, but Lycaon ran under it and seized his knees, crouching, and the spear, flying forward over his back, stuck in the ground, eager to sate itself on human flesh.
And with one hand holding Achilles' knees, he made supplication. With the other he held the pointed spear, nor let it go. And speaking winged words, he addressed him. At your knees I implore you, Achilles, respect me and have mercy on me. I am as your suppliant, God-cherished Achilles. Respect my claim. For it was in your presence first I tasted the bread of Demeter, on the day when you captured me in our well-laid orchard, and sold me across the sea, taking me far from my father and friends, to holy Lemnos, and I earned you 100 cattle. Then paying 3 times as much, I was freed for ransom, and this is the 12th dawn for me since I came to Iliad, after suffering much. Now again deadly fate has put me in your hands. I must surely be hated by Father Zeus, who handed me to you again. To a short life, my mother, Laothoe, bore me, the daughter of aged Altes, who ruled the battle-loving Leleges, holding steep Pedasus by the river sat Neolis. Priam took his daughter in marriage, among many other women, and we 2 sons were born of her, and you will cut the throats of both. One already you killed among the foremost warriors, godlike Polydorus, when you struck him with your sharp spear. And now you will be my death here, for I do not believe I will escape your hands, since some divine force has brought me to this place. Yet I will say one other thing to you, and put this within your heart. Do not kill me, since I am not born of the same womb as Hector, who slew your strong and gentle comrade. So the glorious son of Priam addressed him, entreating him with his words, but the voice he heard was implacable. Fool, do not with me propose ransom, nor argue a case. Before the day of fate reached Patroclus, it is true. Until then my heart chose to spare the Trojans, and many I took alive and sold. But now there is no one who will escape death, whom God puts into my hands before the gates of Iliad, of all the Trojans, but especially the sons of Priam. Come now, friend, you die too. Why bewail this so? Even Patroclus died, who was far better than you. Do you not see how magnificent and mighty I am? I am born of a noble father, and a goddess the mother who bore me. Yet death and powerful fate is upon me too. There will be a dawn, or an afternoon, or noon, when someone will take the life from even me in battle, striking with a spear or an arrow from a bowstring. So he spoke, and the knees and the very heart of the other went slack. He let go the spear and sank to the ground, spreading both arms wide, and Achilles, drawing his sharp sword, struck him on the neck by the collarbone, and the whole of his double-edged sword plunged in, and Lycaon, face down upon the earth, lay outstretched, and his dark blood flowed forth and soaked the earth. Seizing his foot, Achilles flung him to the river to be carried off, and vaunting over him spoke winged words. Lie there now with the fish, who will lick you, your wounds, your blood, with no care for you. Nor will your mother mourn you on a funeral bier, but Scamander will carry you as he whirls toward the broad breast of the sea. Many a fish leaping through the waves will dart up beneath the dark ruffling of the water to eat the white shining fat of Lycaon. May you all die until we fall upon the city of sacred Iliad, you fleeing and I ravaging from behind. Nor will your river, for all its fair streams and silver eddies, defend you, to which you have so long made sacrifice of many bulls, and cast alive into its eddies single-hoofed horses. But even so you will die, all, an evil death, until all have atoned for the murder of Patroclus and the destruction of the Achaeans, whom you slew by the swift ships while I was away. So he spoke, and the river was provoked to growing anger in his heart, and turned over in his mind how he might stop godlike Achilles' slaughter, and ward off destruction from the Trojans. But holding his long-shadowed spear, the son of Peleus, raging to kill, sprang for Asteropaeus, the son of Pelagon, born of the wide-flowing river Axios, and of Parabeia, the eldest of the daughters of Achaemenus, for the deep eddying river lay in love with her. At this man Achilles charged, and from the river Asteropaeus stood to face him, wielding 2 spears in his hands, and into his heart Xanthos put strength, since he was angered for the young men slain in battle, those whom Achilles tore apart along his waters, and had not pity.
And when they had advanced almost upon each other, swift-footed, godlike Achilles first addressed the other. What man are you? From where? Who dares to come against me? They are sons of broken-hearted men who face my might. Then in turn, the glorious son of Pelagon addressed him. Great-hearted son of Peleus, why do you ask my lineage? I come from the rich soil of Paeonia, far from here, leading the Paeonian men with their long spears, and this is now the 11th dawn for me since I came to Ilion. And my lineage is from the broad-running river Axios, the Axios, who lets flow the loveliest water upon the earth, who bore Pelagon, famed for his spear, and men say that he begat me. And now let us go to battle, illustrious Achilles. So he spoke, threatening, and godlike Achilles raised at the ready his Pelian ash spear. And the warrior Asteropaeus at that same moment, with both hands cast with 2 spears, since he was ambidextrous. And with one spear he struck the shield, but it did not shatter through it, for the gold checked it, the gift of the god. With the other he grazed Achilles on the elbow of his right arm, and a dark cloud of blood gushed out, and passing over him, the spear fixed into the earth, longing to glut itself on flesh. And then Achilles let fly his straight-flying ash-wood spear at Asteropaeus, raging to kill, but missed him. And he struck the high bank of the river, and the ash spear was driven up to its middle in the bank. Then the son of Peleus, drawing his sharp sword beside his thigh, sprang for the man, raging, and the other was not able to draw Achilles' ash spear from the steep bank with the strength of his hand. 3 times he shook the spear, desperate to withdraw it, and 3 times his strength failed. And on the 4th time, bending the ash spear of Achides towards him, he sought it with all his might to break it. But before this, Achilles stripped his life away at close quarters with his sword, for he struck him in the stomach beside the navel, and all his bowels poured out on the ground. Then darkness covered his eyes as he gasped for breath. And Achilles, springing onto his chest, stripped his armor away and spoke, vaunting, "Lie there so! Hard it is to compete with the sons of the almighty son of Kronos, even for those born of a river. You said you were born of a wide-flowing river, but I claim the lineage of mighty Zeus. The man who fathered me is lord over many Myrmidons, Peleus, the son of Aeacus. And Aeacus was born of Zeus. So Zeus is greater than the rivers that flow to the sea, and the descendant of Zeus, in turn, is greater than a man born of a river. And there is a great river here beside you, if he can somehow help you. But it is not possible to do battle with Zeus, the son of Kronos, nor does the august river Achilles contend with him, nor the mighty strength of deep-flowing ocean, from whom all rivers and all the sea and all the fountains and deep wells flow. But even he fears the lightning bolt of mighty Zeus, and his dread thunder when it crashes to the heavens." He spoke, and withdrew his bronze spear from the river bank, but left the man there, since he had stripped the dear life from him, lying on the sands, the dark waters soaking him. Eels and fish attended to him, feeding on his fat, nibbling at his kidneys. Then Achilles set out after the Paeonians, marshallers of the chariot, who fled in terrified confusion still toward the swirling river. When they saw their best man in the powerful combat broken under the hands of the son of Peleus and by the strength of his sword. There Achilles slew Thrasylochus and Mydon and Astypilus and Menesos and Thrasios and Enios and Ophelestes. And now swift Achilles would have killed yet more Paeonians, had the deep swirling river not addressed him in anger, likening itself to a man, and shouted from the depths of his eddies, "O Achilles, you are mighty beyond all men, and beyond all men you perform outrageous deeds, for the gods themselves defend you always. If the son of Kronos grants you to destroy every Trojan, drive them away from me and commit your evil deeds upon the plain. For my lovely flowing waters are full of corpses, nor is there any place where I can pour forth my stream into the bright salt sea crammed with corpses. Your killing is annihilation. Come and let me alone. I stand aghast, leader of the people."
Then, answering him, Achilles of the swift speed spoke.
"As you will, God-cherished commander, but I will not relax my killing of the high-handed Trojans before driving them to their city and making trial of Hector to his face, to see whether he will break me or I him." So, speaking, he charged at the Trojans like something more than human.
Oh, and then the deep eddying river called to Apollo.
"For shame, god of the silver bow, child of Zeus, you have not observed the resolve of the son Kronos, who many times enjoyed you, to stand by the Trojans and defend them until the setting sun at last declines and darkens the rich plowland."
He spoke, and the far-famed Achilles leapt into midstream, springing from the overhanging bank, and with a seething surge the river sped towards him, and made turbulent all the streaming waters as he churned them and shoved aside the many bodies that were clotting along the stream, those whom Achilles killed. These he hurled, roaring like a bull from its banks, onto dry land, but the living he saved along his lovely flowing waters, sheltering them in his deep eddies. And about Achilles rose a churning, dreadful wave. Its falling torrent drove against his shield, nor was he able to stand with his feet, but with his hand he grabbed a mighty, strong-grown elm, and it uprooted, falling, tore the whole of the steep bank away, and checked the lovely flowing waters with its close-set branches, and dammed the river itself as it fell at full strength. Springing out of the whirling water, Achilles made a mad dash to fly across the plain, and in the swiftness of his feet, He was terrified. But the great god did not leave off, and roared against him with a darkening crest, to stop Achilles, the godlike, from slaughter, and keep destruction from the Trojans. The son of Peleus sprang as far as a spear is thrown, and with the rushing speed of a dark eagle, the hunter, the strongest and swiftest of all things on wings, like such he flashed, and on his chest the clash of bronze was terrible to hear, and swerved out from under the water. He fled. And behind him the river, racing, followed with a mighty roar, as when a man who breaks a ditch guides from dark water springing, the waters flowing among his plants and gardens, mattock in hand, striking the dams from the channel. And from the small stones are dislodged beneath its flowing, and falling on some sloping place, it swiftly comes gurgling forth, and then outstrips even he who guides it. So the swell of water flowing always caught Achilles, for all his swiftness, for gods are stronger than men. And as many times as swift-footed god like Achilles moved to take a stand against it, and to determine if all the immortal gods were driving him to flight, all who hold wide heaven, as many times did the great wave of rain-filled river keep striking his shoulders down from above. He kept leaping, his feet high. His heart hurried with fatigue, but the torrential river overwhelmed his knees' strengths, and, as it poured under, eating away the earth beneath his feet, and the son of Peleus wailed aloud, looking to broad heaven.
Zeus, father, so not one of the gods undertook to save me, who am pitiable. From the river, were I to be saved, I would suffer anything. None of the heavenly gods is so to blame as my own mother, who charmed me with false words. For she told me that below the armored Trojans' battlement, I would be destroyed by the swift arrows of Apollo. Would that Hector had killed me, who is the best of warriors bred here. Then would a brave man have been the slayer, and a brave man he would have slain. But now it is my fate to be taken by a mean death, trapped in a big river like a swineherd boy, whom a gully sweeps away as he crosses in bad weather.
So he spoke, and in a flash Poseidon and Athena went to him, and stood beside him, assuming the forms of men. Taking his hand in their hands, they assured him with his words, and Poseidon, who shakes the earth, was first of them to speak.
Son of Peleus, do not shrink back nor be alarmed. Such allies are we, two gods who stand by you, with Zeus approving, I and Pallas Athena. Since you are not destined to be killed by a river, he will soon give way. You yourself will see this. But we have close advice for you, if you will heed it. Do not rest your hands from war that levels all alike, until you have penned within Ilion's famed walls the Trojan men, those who should escape you, and after you've stripped the life from Hector, return to your ships. We grant you to win glory.
So speaking, they both departed to the immortals. Then Achilles set out, for the injunction of the gods had stirred him greatly, toward the plain, and the whole of it was filled with outpoured water, and much splendid armor of sturdy young men killed in battle was floating, and their corpses, and he sprang his knees high as he rushed straight on against the current. Nor did the broad flowing river check him, for Athena cast in him great strength. But neither did Scamander restrain his fury, but all those more raged against the son of Peleus. And rising high, he reared the crested wave of his flowing waters, and shouted, he called to the Simois river, Dear brother, let us both together contain the strength of this man, since he will soon sack the great city of Lord Priam. The Trojans will not stand firm throughout the press of battle. Come, defend them with all speed, and fill the currents of your waters from the springs, and stir all the torrents in the gullies. Raise a great wave, stir a tumult of timber and stone, so that we stop this savage man, who now is powerful and as determined as a god. For I think his strength will not help him, nor at all his beauty, nor that fine armor, which somewhere at the very bottom of the flood will lie buried beneath the mud, and his own body I will wrap around with sand, spreading more silted rubble than can be counted, rubble in abundance, nor will the Chians know how to pick out his bones. So much silt I will cover over him. His grave mound will have been built. He will have no need of mound building when the Achaeans perform his funeral rites. He spoke and rushed upon Achilles, seething, racing to a height, boiling with foam and blood and corpses, and a surging wave of the rain-filled river stood upraised and began to overpower the son of Peleus. But Hera shouted loud and great for fear for Achilles, lest the huge, deep, swirling river sweep him away, and called at once upon Hephaestus, her own son. Rise up, crippled one, my child, against you we thought. Swirling Xanthos was matched in battle. Come rescue Achilles quickly, conjure a great fire, and I will press the west wind Zephyr and Nodos of the south, who clears the bright sky of clouds, to raise a violent whirlwind from the sea, which will burn away the Trojan armaments and bodies as it spreads your deadly flame. Burn the trees along the banks of Xanthos, set him on fire. Do not let him by any means turn you back with placating words or threats. Do not stop your fury until such time when I shout out to you, then contain your weariless fire. So she spoke, and Hephaestus made ready his divinely kindled fire. First the fire blazed upon the plain and consumed the dead in their multitude, who lay in throngs all along it, those whom Achilles killed. The whole plain dried out, and the bright water was contained, as when a late summer wind from the north quickly dries a new flooded field, and delights he who must till it. So the entire plain was made dry, and then Hephaestus consumed the dead. Thence he turned his gleaming fire toward the river. The elms were set alight, and the willows and the tamarisk trees. The clover was burned, and the rushes and the galingale, which all around the lovely flowing waters of the river grew in abundance. The eels and the fish below the whirling water were thrown into distress across the lovely flowing waters. They tumbled here and there in their distress under the blasting breath of many skilled Hephaestus. The river's strength was burned away, and he spoke out and called the god by name. Hephaestus, none of the gods can set himself against you. I cannot do battle with you when you so blaze with fire. Give over this strife. Let godlike Achilles worth wish drive the Trojans from their city. What I have to do with their war and helping them. He spoke, burning with fire, seething all along his lovely waters, as when a pot boils when set into a great fire, melting down lard of pig made plump with good feeding, which bubbles up from every quarter when dry wood lies beneath it. So the river's lovely streams were ablaze, and his water boiled, nor had he will to flow on, but stopped his course, for the fury breath of skilled Hephaestus reduced him to extremity with its force. And imploring urgently, he addressed Hera with winged words. Hera, why has your son attacked my streams to harry me beyond all others? It is not I who am so much to blame as all of them who are allies of the Trojans. Come, surely, I will make an end if you bid me, but let him stop too, and I will swear an oath to this, never to fend off the day of evil from the Trojans, not when all of the Troy with raging fire is burning, set ablaze, and the warrior son of Achaeans setting it ablazing.
And when the white-armed goddess Hera heard him, she called at once to Hephaestus her dear son. Hephaestus, hold back my splendid child. It is not seemly to pummel an immortal god like this for the sake of mortals. So she spoke, and Hephaestus quenched his divinely kindled fire, and backward flowed the wave down along its lovely running stream. And when the fury of Xanthos had been subdued, then the two gods desisted, for Hera checked them, angry though she was. But among the other gods hard and grievous conflict fell, and the passions in their breasts blew in two directions. They rushed together with a great crash, and the wide earth rang, and mighty heaven trumpeted around them. Zeus heard as he sat upon Olympus, and his heart laughed in sheer delight as he saw the gods coming together in conflict. For no long time they stood apart. Then shield-piercing Ares led off, and first made for Athena, bronze-pointed spear in hand, and spoke words of derision. Why again, you dog-fly, do you pit the gods together in strife, in your insatiate arrogance, your mighty passions setting you on? Or do you not recollect, when you incited Diomedes, son of Tydeus, to stab me, you yourself in full view, snatching his spear to charge straight for me and tore through my splendid skin? For this, I think, I will pay you back in turn such things you have done to me. So speaking, he stabbed at her tasselled aegis, a thing of dread, that not even Zeus's thunderbolt could rend. Murderous Ares stabbed her here with his long spear. But drawing back, she seized a stone in her massive hand that lay in the plain, dark and jagged and huge, which men in time before placed to be a boundary marker of their field. With this she struck furious Ares on his neck and unstrung his knees. Over 7 acres he sprawled as he fell, his hair was fouled with dust, his armor clanged around him. Pallas Athena laughed, and vaunting over him spoke winged words. Idiot, you did not take into your head even now how much greater I claim to be when you matched your strength with me. So would you satisfy in full the curses of your mother Hera, who in her rage plots evil things against you because you abandoned the Achaeans and defend the reckless Trojans. So speaking, she turned her shining eyes away, and Aphrodite, daughter of Zeus, taking Ares' hand, led him off, as he groaned the while, trying to collect himself with difficulty. And as the white-armed goddess Hera saw her, she addressed at once winged words to Athena. "Oh, for shame, daughter of Zeus, who wields the aegis, Edratone, for there she is again, that dog-fly that leads man-destroying Ares from the deadly combat through the press of battle. Up, go after her." So she spoke, and Athena set off after her, glad at heart, and speeding to her, struck Aphrodite on the breast with her powerful hand, and on the spot unstrung her knees and very heart. And vaunting over the two of them as they lay upon the nourishing earth, Athena spoke winged words. "May all be of such stuff as this who aid the Trojans, when they go to battle with the armored Argives, as bold and daring as Aphrodite came as helpmate to Ares to encounter my might. Then would we long ago have done with war, having sacked utterly the well-built city of Ilion." At that, the Lord Earthshaker addressed Apollo. "Phoebus, why do we two stand apart? It is not right when the others have begun. It would be shameful if without a fight we should return to the bronze-floored house of Zeus upon Olympus. Begin, for you are the younger in age. For me it would not do so well, since I was born first and no more." "Young fool, how thoughtless your heart is. Do you not recall at all the ills we suffered in such number around Ilion, we two alone of all the gods, when to bold Laomedon we came from Zeus to serve as laborers for a year for a stated wage, and overseeing our work he gave the orders. And I built a wall around the city for the Trojans, a wide wall and of exceeding beauty, so that the city would be defended. Phoebus, you were cowherd for the shambling, twist-horned cattle in the foothills of many-folded wooded Ida. But when the gladdening seasons brought the due time of our payment, then Laomedon in his violence robbed us both of all our wages, and after threatening, sent us on our way. And he threatened that he would bind us hand and foot, and sell us across the sea to far-off islands, and he boasted that with his sword he would slice the ears off both of us. And we two went back again with rancor in our hearts, angered about our wages, which after promising he did not deliver. And now you curry favor for the people of this man, nor try with us to ensure the reckless Trojans be destroyed utterly and shamefully, with their offspring and their honored wives.
Then in turn, Lord Apollo, who shoots from afar, addressed him, Earthshaker, you would not say that I would sound in mind if I were to go to war with you for the sake of pitiful mortals, who now come into being like leaves full of the flame of life, eating the fruits of their fields and then fade away without life. Come, with all speed, let us make an end of fighting, let them struggle on by themselves. So speaking, he turned back, for he forbore in shame to fight hand to hand with the brother of his father. But his sister rebuked him greatly. The lady of wild creatures, Artemis of the wild, spoke words of revilement. So you flee, far shooter, after yielding all victory to Poseidon, making idle boast to him? You fool! Why do you vainly carry your useless bow? Let me never now hear you in your father's halls bragging, as you have done before in the company of the immortal gods, that you would go to war face to face against Poseidon. So she spoke. Apollo, who shoots from afar, said nothing to her, but the revered wife of Zeus spoke in anger. How now do you presume, shameless dog, to stand up against me? I am dangerous to oppose when it comes to might, archer though you be, since Zeus made you a lion among only women and granted you to kill which of these you like. But better that you kill wild beasts along the mountains and deer of the wild than contend in strength with those more powerful. But if you wish to learn of warfare so as well to know how much greater I am when you contend with me in strength, she spoke and grabbed the other's hands at the wrist with her left hand, and with her right she snatched the bow and quiver from her shoulders, and with a smile struck Artemis on the ears with her own weapons as she turned and twisted, and her swift arrows fell from her quiver. Weeping, the goddess fled under and away like a wild dove, which away from a hawk flies into the hollow of cleft of a rocky cliff, for it was not its fate to be seized. So Artemis fled in tears, and there left her bow and archery. Then Hermes, the messenger, slayer of Argos, addressed Leto. Leto, I will have no fight with you, for it is hard to bandy blows with the wives of Zeus who gathers the clouds. Rather, boldly boast among the immortal gods that you vanquished me with your powerful force. So he spoke, and Leto gathered up Artemis' arrows and curved bow. Taking the weapons, she went back after her daughter, who had arrived at the bronze-floored house of Zeus upon Olympus. The girl was sitting in tears on her father's knee, her ambrosial robes quivering about her, and her father, the son of Cronos, took her to him and lifted her, laughing softly. Now, which of the heavenly gods did such a thing to you, dear child? Then in turn, the fair-crowned lady of the hunting cry addressed him. Your wife beat me, father, white-armed Hera, on whose account strife and fighting is the lot of the immortals. So they were speaking such things to one another, but Phoebus Apollo made his way into holy Ilion, troubled for the walls of the well-built city, lest the Danaans sack it on that day against fate. The rest of the immortal gods went to Olympus, some in anger, some in great triumph, and took their seats beside the father of the dark clouds. But Achilles kept on slaying alike the Trojans and their single-hooved horses, as when smoke reaches into the broad heavens arising from a city that is in flames, and the wrath of the gods impels it and lays toil upon all and sends suffering to many. So Achilles lay toil and suffering upon the Trojans. And standing on the ramparts built by God was aged Priam. He looked out upon huge Achilles and the Trojans roiled in panic-stricken flight before him, nor was there any fighting spirit to be seen. And groaning, he descended from the rampart to the ground, urging the worthy keepers of the gate beside the wall. Hold the gates wide open in your hands until my people have come to the city in their flight. For here is Achilles very near, roiling them in fear. Now I think there will be disaster. But once they have thronged inside the walls to catch their breath, immediately shut again the closely fitted gates. For I fear lest this baneful man should leap into our battlements.
So he spoke, and they drove back the bolts and opened the gates, which spread wide to be the light of safety. Apollo sprang toward them to ward off disaster from the Trojans, and straight for the city and its high ramparts they fled, their throats rough with thirst, covered with dust from the plain. And Achilles, pressing hard, hung upon them with his spear, a great mad fury ever gripping at his heart, as he raged to seize glory. Then the sons of the Achaeans would have taken high-gated Troy, had Phoebus Apollo not stirred on godlike Agenor, Antenor's son, a blameless and a powerful man. Into his heart Apollo cast courage, and stood near him to ward off the heavy hands of death, leaning against an oak tree shrouded in dense mist. And when Agenor saw Achilles, the sacker of cities, he stood firm, but his heart pitched violently as he waited. And troubled, he spoke to his own great-hearted spirit. Ah me, if I should flee before a powerful Achilles to where the others in their fear have fled in panic, he will take me all the same and cut my coward's throat. But suppose I let the others be driven in confusion before Achilles, the son of Peleus, and with speed of my feet flee elsewhere, away from the wall, toward the plain of Ilion, until I reach the foothills of Ida and make my way into the brush. Then at evening, having washed clean in the river, having dried the sweat away, I could go home to Ilion. But why does my heart debate these things? He might mark me as I set off from the city to the plain, and racing after, catch me with the swiftness of his feet. No longer then will it be possible to shun death and fate, for he is strong beyond the measure of all men. But what if before the city I came face to face against him? For surely the flesh of even this man can be wounded by sharp bronze. Only one life is in him, and men say his is mortal. It is Zeus the son of Cronos who hands him glory. So speaking, he collected himself to await Achilles, and the brave heart in him was urgent to fight and go to battle. As when a leopard steps into view out of her deep thicket to face the man who hunts her, and in her heart she feels neither dread nor fear when she hears the howling of the dogs, even if the hunter strikes or wounds her first, even so, even pierced through by the spear, she does not relinquish her fighting courage, until she either pits herself against him or is killed. So the son of noble Antenor, godlike Agenor, had no mind to flee until he had made trial of Achilles. But he held the circle of his shield before him, and aimed at Achilles with his spear, and shouted loud, "Surely you greatly hoped within your heart, illustrious Achilles, on this day to sack the city of the noble Trojans. Fool, many hardships yet lie ahead on her account, for inside we are many men, and brave men, and before our beloved parents, our wives and sons, we will protect Ilion. You in this place will meet your fate, terrible and daring warrior though you be." He spoke, and hurled the sharp spear from his mighty hand, and it struck Achilles' leg below his knee. Nor did he miss his aim, but the greaves of new-wrought tin around it rang with a dreadful sound, and back the bronze point sprang from striking him. Nor did it penetrate, but the gifts of the god protected him. And the son of Peleus charged next at godlike Agenor, but Apollo did not permit him to win glory, and snatched Agenor away and concealed him in dense mist, and sent him forth from the war to go home in peace. Then, with a trick, he kept the son of Peleus from the Trojan people, for liking himself in every way to Agenor, the far-shooting god stood before Achilles' feet, and Achilles charged forth to pursue him in the swiftness of his feet. And while Achilles chased him over the wheat-bearing plain, turning beside the deep-eddying river Scamander, Apollo always just a little out of reach, with trickery Apollo deceived him, so that Achilles hoped always to overtake him with his speed of feet. Meanwhile, the rest of the Trojans, fleeing in a body, came gladly welcome to their city, and the city was filled with their crowding. Nor did they dare any longer to await one another outside the city and its walls to learn who might have escaped, who died in the fighting, but in rushing haste they poured into the city, every man whose feet and knees could save him.
So throughout the city, huddled like fawns, they cooled off their sweat and they drank and quenched their thirst, leaning against the beautiful battlements. But then the Achaeans came close to the wall, propping their shields on their shoulders, and a dreadful fate bound Hector to remain where he was, there in front of Ilion and the Scion gates. And then Phoebus Apollo spoke to Achilles, the son of Peleus. Why, O son of Peleus, do you pursue me on your swift feet when you are but a mortal and I a deathless god? Haven't you yet recognized that I am a god? And still you rage incessantly. Are you indifferent to all the trouble you went through routing the Trojans, and now they are safe inside the city while you are stuck out here? You will never kill me. I am immortal. With a flash of deep anger, the fast runner Achilles said, You have fooled me, you most destructive of gods, you who shoot from afar. You have turned me away from the wall. Otherwise, many Trojans would have bitten the earth with their teeth before they got into Troy. As it is, you have robbed me of great glory, while you have saved them easily. You had no fear that I would take revenge for your actions in the future, for truly I would take revenge upon you if it were in my power. So speaking, Achilles went off toward the city with grand ambition, running like a racehorse, a prize winner who pulls a chariot, who easily runs full out over the plain. Even so, Achilles swiftly moved his feet and his knees. Then old man Priam first saw him as he sped all gleaming over the plain, like the star that appears at harvest time when its rays shine in the midst of many stars in the murk of the night. The star called the dog of Orion. It is most brilliant, but a sign of evil, bringing much fever to wretched mortals. Just so the bronze shone around Achilles' chest as he ran. The old man groaned, and he beat his head with his hands, raising them up high and moaning mightily. He called out, begging to his dear son, who stood motionless before the gates, eager to do battle with Achilles. The old man spoke pitiful words, stretching out his arms. Hector, do not wait for this man, my dear son, alone without others, or you may quickly meet your doom, killed by this son of Peleus. He is much more powerful, a cruel man. I wish that the gods loved him just as I do. Then the dogs and vultures would quickly devour him as he lay unburied, and this terrible sorrow would leave my breast. For he has taken away many of my noble sons, killing them or selling them off to islands that lie far away. And now I do not see two of my sons, Lycaon and Polydorus, whom Laothoe, princess among women, bore me, gathered into the city of Trojans. But if they are still alive and in the Achaean camp, then we will ransom them for bronze and gold. We have it, for the famous old man Altes gave away much wealth at the wedding of his daughter. If they are dead and in the house of Hades, there will be agony in my heart and in that of their mother, she who bore them. But there will be less suffering to others if you do not also die, Hector, overcome by Achilles. So come inside the wall, my son, so that you might save the Trojan men and women, and so that you do not give abundant glory to the son of Peleus, and you yourself lose your life. Take pity on me, who yet can feel. Oh, how wretched I am, how ill-fated I am. I, whom the father, the son of Cronos, will destroy in a pitiful fate at the threshold of old age. I, who have seen many evils, the deaths of my sons, my daughters hauled away, treasure chambers looted, little children thrown to the earth in the horrid war, my sons' wives taken away at the hands of the deadly Achaeans, and now the savage dogs will rip me to pieces at the doors of my own house after someone has taken the life from my limbs with a blow or a cast from some sharp bronze. And my own dogs, those that I raised in my halls at my own table after drinking my blood in the madness of their hearts, they will then lie down in the forecourt. Certainly all looks good when a young man dies in war, slashed by the sharp bronze, and there he lies. Everything is lovely that shows, though he is dead. But when dogs put to shame a gray head and a gray beard and the shameful parts of a dead old man, this is the most pitiful thing for wretched mortals.
So spoke the old man, and with his hands he plucked the grey hairs from his head. Still he did not persuade Hector. Then his mother, Hecabe, standing beside Priam, wailed and shed tears, exposing her chest, and with one hand she held her breasts and poured forth tears, speaking words that went like arrows. Hector, my child, honour these breasts. Take pity on me. If ever I gave you suck to ease your pain, remember these, my son, and ward off that savage man from within the wall. Do not stand forth to face him, stubborn boy. If he kills you, I shall never bewail you on your bier, my dear child, whom I bore from mine own body. Nor will your wife with her rich dowry, but far away beside the ship the swift dogs will devour you. Thus importuning, they spoke to their son, begging him, but they could not persuade Hector. He awaited Achilles as he came ever closer in his might, as a serpent in the mountains waits in his hole for a man to come along after eating noxious herbs, and a terrible rage has gone into him, and he glares ferociously as he coils about in his hole. Even so, Hector in his voracious might did not retreat, but leaning his shining shield against the projected wall. Grieving, Hector spoke to his great-hearted spirit. Oh no! If I go through the gate and behind the walls, Polydamas will be the first to criticize me. For he encouraged me to lead the Trojans to the city during this deadly night, when godlike Achilles rose up, but I wouldn't listen. It would have been a lot better if I had. And now, after I've destroyed many through my own stupidity, I'm ashamed before the Trojans and the Trojan women with their fine robes. I fear that someone, some lower class type, will say, Hector, trusting in his own strength, has destroyed the army. They will say that. It would be much better for me to meet Achilles in the hand-to-hand than return home after killing him, or myself perish in glory for the land of my fathers. Or what if I set my boss shield aside and my powerful helmet, and lean my spear against the wall, and myself go up to the relentless Achilles, and promise that we will give up Helen, and with her all the treasure that Alexandros took to Troy in the hollow ships for the sons of Atreus to take away, the beginning of this dread conflict. And in addition, what if we were to divest ourselves of half of all the things that the city contains? I will take from the Trojans an oath sworn by the elders on behalf of the Trojan people that they will not conceal anything, but will divide in half all the wealth that our lovely city holds within. But why am I having this conversation with myself? I must not go to him. He will not pity me, nor have any regard. He will kill me right there, all unarmed, as if I were a woman, once I have taken off my armour. There is no way, as if from an oak or a rock, I may exchange pleasantries with him, such as when a young girl chats with a youth. A young girl? A youth? Better to fight this out, and the sooner the better. Then we'll know to which man Zeus the Olympian gives glory. So he pondered as he waited, but Achilles was already upon him, like any Alios, warrior of the waving helmet, brandishing over his right shoulder his terrifying spear of Pelian ash. Around him the bronze flashed like the flames of a blazing fire, or the rays of the sun as it rises. A trembling came over Hector when he saw Achilles, and he did not dare to stay there any longer, but he left the gates behind him and ran in fear. The son of Peleus rushed after him, trusting in his powerful feet, as a falcon in the mountains, the fastest of all birds, swoops down on a trembling dove who flees before him, but he darts in right on top of her, crying shrilly, close, for his falcon spirit urges him on to devour the dove. Even so, Achilles in his fury sped straight on. Hector fled in terror beneath the walls of the Trojans, swiftly plying his limbs. He ran beneath the plate lace of watching, past the wind-tossed fig, always out from under the walls, along the wagon track. He ran to the two flowing fountains where the two springs of the eddying Scamandros rose. One flows with warm bright water, and around it much smoke rises, as if from blazing fire. The other flows cold, even in summer, like hail, or cold snow, or ice formed from water. There, close to the springs, are broad flowing washing tanks, beautiful stone tubs, where the lovely Trojan women and their daughters used to wash their shining clothes in the old days of peace, before the coming of the sons of the Achaeans. They ran past that place, one fleeing, the other close behind. A man of worth fled in front, and behind him a man far greater in strength swiftly pursued. It was not for a sacrificial beast or for a bull's hide, which are prizes in a foot race, for that they competed, but they ran for the very life of Hector, tamer of horses. As when single-hoofed prize-winning horses turn swiftly around the turning posts, a great prize is at stake, a tripod or a woman, in games celebrated for a dead man. Even so, 3 times they ran around the city of Priam on their fast feet.
They ran past that place, one fleeing, the other close behind. A man of worth fled in front, and behind him a man far greater in strength swiftly pursued. It was not for a sacrificial beast or for a bull's hide, which are prizes in a foot race, that they competed, but they ran for the very life of Hector, tamer of horses. As when single-hoofed prize-winning horses turn swiftly around the turning posts, a great prize is at stake, a tripod or a woman in games celebrated for a dead man. Even so, 3 times they ran around the city of Priam on their fast feet. And all the gods looked down. The father of men and gods was first to speak. Look now, I see with my own eye an esteemed man pursued around the wall. My heart goes out to Hector, who has burned the thigh bones of many oxen on the crests of Ida with its many riches, and at other times made sacrifice in the upper parts of the city. And now godlike Achilles is chasing Hector around the city of Priam on his quick feet. But come, contemplate and decide, my fellow gods, whether we will save Hector from death, or whether we will deliver him to destruction at the hands of Achilles, the son of Peleus, although he is a fine man. Flashing-eyed Athena then answered him, O father of the white lightning, gatherer of the dark clouds, what words you have spoken! Again you want to pull back from evil death a mortal man who has long ago been doomed by fate? Well, go ahead and try it, but none of the other gods will agree. Zeus, the cloud gatherer, then said in reply, Ease up, Tritogeneia, my dear daughter. I am not so set on what I have been saying. I want you to be pleased. Do whatever is your pleasure, don't hold back. So speaking, he urged on Athena, who was clearly anxious. She went dashing from the peaks of Olympus, while swift Achilles was unrelenting in pursuit of Hector. As when a dog has rousted the fawn of a deer from its lair and chases it through valleys and woods, and although the fawn evades it for a while, hiding in a thicket, still the hound tracks him down, running ever on until he finds him. Even so, Hector could not escape the son of Peleus, the fast runner. As often as Hector rushed towards the Dardanian gates to gain shelter beneath the well-built walls, in hopes that the Trojans could defend them with missiles from above, just so often Achilles would anticipate his movements and move in front and turn him back towards the plain, while he himself sped on beside the city's walls. As in a dream, where you cannot snare someone fleeing from you, the one cannot evade and the other cannot capture, even so Achilles could not overtake Hector with his fleetness, nor could Hector get away. How could Hector then have escaped from the fates of death, were it not that Apollo came close to him for the last time, to rouse his strength and quicken his knees? Godlike Achilles nodded with his head to his followers. He did not want anyone shooting deadly arrows or javelins at Hector, so that someone else might gain the glory of the cast and he lose out. When Achilles and Hector came for a 4th time to the springs, then the father lifted the golden scales. He placed in the pans 2 fates of bitter death, the one for Achilles, the other for Hector, tamer of horses. Zeus took the scales by the balance and held it up. Down plunged the fateful day for Hector. He went towards the house of Hades, and Phoebus Apollo deserted. Flashing-eyed Athena then came up to the son of Peleus. She stood near him and spoke words that went like arrows. Now I hope that the two of us, O glorious Achilles, beloved of Zeus, will be able to carry off to the ships great glory for the Achaeans, once we have killed war-crazed Hector in the hand-to-hand. Now he can no longer escape us, not even if Apollo, who works from a long way off, should suffer a great deal, thrashing around before Father Zeus, who carries the goatskin fetish. Take your stand now, catch your breath, while I will go and persuade that man over there to fight in the hand-to-hand. So spoke Athena, and Achilles obeyed, glad in his heart, and he stood leaning on the ashen spear with barbs of bronze. Athena left him and went up to the majestic Hector in likeness of Deiphobus, both in shape and familiar voice. Standing next to him, she spoke words that went like arrows. My dear brother, surely Achilles is doing you awful harm, pursuing you with his swift feet around the city of Troy. But come, let us take our stand, and staying here, let us repel his attack. And big Hector, whose helmet flashed, said to her, Deiphobus, of all the brothers whom Hecab and Priam bore, you were in the past always to me the most beloved. And now I think that I will honour you still more in my heart, because you have dared to come out from the wall on my account when you saw me, while the others remained within. Then the goddess, flashing-eyed Athena, said to him, My dear brother, truly my father and my revered mother, and our comrades around me begged me in turn, pleaded mightily that I stay, for they all tremble before Achilles. But my head was troubled with bitter grief. I led us charge straight at him and fight, and let there be no sparing our use of the spears, so that we might learn whether he will kill us and carry away the bloody armour to the hollow ships, or whether you will kill him with your spear.
So speaking, and with such cunning, Athena led him on. When they came near Achilles, as each advanced against the other, Hector, whose helmet flashed, spoke first, saying to Achilles, I will flee from you no more, O son of Peleus, as before I ran 3 times around the great and shining city of Priam, when I did not dare to await you as you came on. But now my heart urges me to take my stand against you, to see if I will kill you or you kill me. And let us take the gods to witness. They will be the best witnesses and guardians of our covenant, for I will do nothing unseemly to you if Zeus grant me to outlast you and I take your life. After I have taken the famous armor of Achilles, I will give back your dead body to the Achaeans, and you do the same. Then Achilles, the fast runner, glaring angrily from beneath his brow, said, Hector, you are mad. Don't talk to me of covenants, as there are no trusted oaths between lions and men, nor do wolves have a friendly heart towards lambs, but always they think evil toward one another. Even so, there is no way that you and I can be friends. Nor will there be oaths between us before one or the other shall fall and glut Ares with blood, the warrior with a tough hide shield. So think now of all your fancy valor. Now you must be a spearman and a bold fighter. There is no more escape. Pallas Athena will kill you by my spear. Now you will pay full price for the sorrow of my companions whom you killed raging with your spear. Thus Achilles spoke, and brandishing his long shadowing spear he cast. But the bold Hector saw it coming and ducked, crouching in anticipation. So the bronze spear flew over him and stuck, fixed in the earth. But up leapt Pallas Athena and gave it back to Achilles, unseen by Hector, shepherd of the people. Then Hector spoke to the blameless son of Peleus, You missed! Nor have you learned from Zeus, O Achilles, like the gods. Of my fate thought surely you thought so. But you have been glib of your tongue, and a thug with words, so that you frightened me out of my power. You made me forget my valor, but you shall not spear me in the back as I flee. Drive your spear straight through my breast as I charge upon you, if any god grants it. Or avoid my spear of bronze. May you take it entirely in your flesh. This war would be lighter for the Trojans if you were dead, for you are our greatest evil. Hector spoke, and brandishing his long shadowing spear, he cast it, and hit it in the middle of the shield of the son of Peleus. He did not miss. but the spear glanced far away from the shield. Hector raged that the missile had flown in vain from his hand. Then he stood abashed, for he did not have another ashen spear. He called aloud for Deiphobos of the white shield, requesting another long spear, but Deiphobos was nowhere near. Hector then knew in his heart, and he spoke. I understand. The gods have called me to my death. I thought that Deiphobos the warrior was near, but he is behind the walls. Athena has deceived me. Now wretched death is near, not far away. I cannot avoid it. In the olden times, Zeus was more friendly to me. And the son of Zeus, Apollo, who shoots from a long ways off, he who in times before stood by me with a steady heart. But now my doom has come upon me. Let me not die without a struggle, without fame, but having done something great, something for those in later times to remember. So speaking, Hector drew his sharp sword, large and powerful, which hung at his side, and pulling himself together, he swooped like a high-flying eagle that goes over the plain and through the dark clouds to seize a tender sheep or a cowering hare. Even so Hector swooped, brandishing his sharp sword. Achilles rushed to meet him. He filled his heart with wild strength, and he protected his chest by holding the sturdy, finely crafted shield before him. As he ran, he tossed the crest of his shining four-plated helmet. All around it waved the beautiful plumes of gold that Hephaestus set thick as the crest. As the evening star, the most beautiful star in the sky, goes forth among all the other stars in the gloom of night, just so the sharp spear that Achilles balanced in his right hand gleamed as he looked at the fair flesh of majestic Hector, looking to find the place that was most open to a thrust. Now bronze armor covered up all the rest of Hector's flesh, that beautiful armor that he had plundered from the body of Patroclus when he killed him. But there was an opening where the collarbone joined the neck with the shoulders, the gullet where the deconstruction of life comes most quickly. Achilles drove in his spear right there as he rushed on Hector, and the point of the spear went straight through the tender neck. But the bronze-heavy ash did not cut the windpipe, so that Hector was able to speak and make answer to his enemy.
Thus Hector fell in the dust, and then Achilles gloated over him. Hector, you probably thought that you could dispel Patroclus and stay safe. You had no thought of me, who remained a long way off, you fool. Far from Patroclus, a far greater helper was left behind at the ships, me, I, who have just killed you. Dogs and birds will eat you now in an unseemly manner, but the Achaeans will bury Patroclus. Hector, whose helmet flashed, spoke as his strength trained away. I beg you by your life and your knees and your parents, do not give me to be devoured by the dogs beside the ships. My father and mother will give you bronze and a lot of gold as gifts if you give back my body to be taken home, so that the Trojans and the wives of the Trojans can give me my due of fire when I am dead. Achilles, the fast runner, said to him, looking with anger from beneath his brows, Don't beg me, you dog, by my knees or my parents, as much as I wish that my anger and my spirit would drive me on to cut up your flesh and eat it raw for the things you have done, just as much I know that no one will save the dogs from your skull. Not though your parents should come here and offer 10 times as much or 20 times and promise still more. Not if Dardania and Priam should promise to weigh out your body in gold. Not even so will your revered mother place you on a bier to bewail her dead son. But dogs and birds will devour you completely. Then dying Hector, whose helmet flashed, answered, I know you too well. I knew this would be that I could not persuade you. The heart in your breast is of iron. Only think of this, that I will become the anger of the gods on that day when Paris and Phoebus Apollo kill you at the Sign gates, though you are great. Thus Hector spoke, Then death covered him over, and his breath soul flew out of his limbs and went to the house of Hades, bewailing her fate and leaving behind manliness and youth. Godlike Achilles addressed him, though he was dead. Die then. I will meet my own fate whenever Zeus and the other deathless gods want to bring it about. So Achilles spoke, and he pulled his bronze spear from the corpse. He set it aside and stripped Patroclus' bloody armor from Hector's shoulders. The other sons of the Achaeans ran up to admire the physique and the wonderful handsomeness of Hector, and they all dipped in their weapons, those who went near, and so one would say, turning to his neighbor, "Yes, Hector seems more gentle to the touch now than when he burned the ships with deadly fire." Thus someone would speak and plunge his weapon in the corpse standing nearby. When the good Achilles, the fast runner, had finished stripping the corpse, he stood up among the Achaeans and spoke words that went like arrows. "My dear leaders and rulers of the Argives, because the gods have given it to us to overcome these men who have done more harm than all the other Trojans combined, let us stand in our mind in front of the city fully armed to find out what are the Trojans' intentions, whether they will leave that city now that their man is dead, or whether they are eager to remain even though Hector is gone. But why does my heart have this conversation with itself? Patroclus still lies dead at the ships, unwept and unburied. I will never forget him. Not so long as I am among the living and my limbs still function. Even if in the house of Hades men forget their dead, even there I will not forget my dear companion. Anyway, let the Achaean youth sing our song of victory and return to the hollow ships. We will bring Hector there. We have won great glory. We have killed the gallant Hector, to whom the Trojans prayed throughout that city as if he were a god." So he spoke, contemplating how he would treat Hector shamefully. He pierced the tendons of both feet from behind, from the heel to the ankle, and made fast oxhide thongs, which he tied to the back of his chariot. He let Hector's head drag down on the ground. Then he mounted his chariot and loaded the famous armor. He snapped the whip and drove away, and the two horses gladly sped onward. The dust rose up from Hector's head as he was dragged, and his black hair spread out on either side, and all in the dust lay the head that before was so charming. But now Zeus had given him to the enemy to be treated shamefully in the land of his fathers, and all of his hair was befouled by the dust. His mother tore her long hair, and she flung her shining headscarf far away. Hecate bewailed aloud when she saw her son. His father Priam piteously bewailed him too, and the people fell into a howling and shrieking throughout the city. It was as if all of Ilion, with its beetling brows, burnt utterly with fire.
The people could scarcely hold back the old man, torn by grief, who wanted to go outside the Dardanian gates. He prayed to everyone, rolling around in the filth, and he called each man by name. "Hold off, my friends, though you are distressed, and let me go alone outside the city to the ships of the Achaeans. I will beseech this wicked man, this doer of evil, if perhaps he will take shame before his fellows and have pity for my old age. He has a father, like me too, Peleus, who begot him and raised him to be a curse to the Trojans. He has made sorrow for me above all other men. So many are my sons that he killed in their prime. But of all those, I do not rue any so much, though I am rent with sorrow, as for this one, Hector. Grief for him will carry me into the house of Hades. How I wish that he had died in my arms. Then we'd have had our fill of lamentation, his mother who bore him to her sorrow, and I myself." So Priam spoke, weeping, and the citizens cried too. Among the Trojan women, Hecabe led the loud lament. My child, how wretched I am! How will I live in my bitter anguish with you dead? You who night and day were my boast throughout the city, a help to all the Trojan men and the Trojan women in the town. They greeted you as a god. You were a great glory to them while you were alive. Now, death and fate has come upon you. So she spoke, wailing. But Hector's wife, Andromache, had not yet heard, for no truthful messenger had come to her to announce that her husband remained outside the gates. She was weaving in a corner of her high room, weaving a double cloth, purple in color. Andromache was weaving in a design of multicolored flowers. She called out through the house to her handmaids with lovely hair to set a great tripod on a fire so there would be a hot bath for Hector when he came home from the battle. Poor woman, she did not yet know that flashing-eyed Athena had killed him at the hands of Achilles, far from any warm bath. Then Andromache heard the shrieking and the shouting from the wall. Her limbs spun around, and the weaving comb fell from her hand to the earth. She spoke to her handmaids with the lovely hair. Come here, the two of you. Follow me so that we can see what has happened. I heard the voice of my husband's mother, and from my breast my heart leaps into my mouth, and beneath me my knees are numb. Some evil is close by for the children of Priam. Would such word be far from my ear, but I fear terribly that stalwart Achilles has cut off Hector alone from the city and pursues him over the plain, that he has put an end to the reckless manhood that possessed him. For Hector would never remain in a mass of men, but always ran ahead, yielding to no one in his power. So speaking, Andromache rushed out of the hall like a madwoman, with throbbing heart. Her handmaids went with her, and when they came to the wall in the crowd of men, she stood gazing over the wall, and she saw Hector dragged before the city. The swift horses dragged him without pity toward the hollow ships of the Achaeans. Dark night covered her eyes. Andromache fell backward and gasped out her breath soul. She threw the shining bonds far from her head, the frontlet and the cap, and the woven band, and the headscarf that golden Aphrodite had given her on that day when Hector, whose helmet flashed, led her from the house of XVIII, after Hector had given countless bridal gifts. Around about her came Hector's sisters and the wives of Hector's brothers, and they bore her up, distraught unto death, in their midst. When Andromache caught her breath and her spirit was gathered in her breast, she spoke to the Trojan women with a deep moan. Hector, I am wretched. We were born to a single fate, the two of us, you in the house of Priam and Troy, I in Thebes beneath Placos covered in woods, in the house of Eetion that nourished me when I was little, an unlucky father to a cruel fated child. I wish I had never been born. But now you go beneath the depths of the earth to the house of Hades. You have left me in dreadful sorrow, a widow in my halls. And our child is still a mere babe, our child that you fathered and I bore, we who are doomed to a wretched fate. You will be of no use to him, Hector, now that you are dead, nor he to you. If he escapes the tearful war of the Achaeans, still there will be nothing but labor and sorrow ahead for him. Others will take his fields. The day of orphanhood cuts off a child completely from those his own age. He bows down his head, his cheeks are covered with tears. He goes in need to the companions of his father, plucking one by the cloak, another by the shirt, and of them who are touched by pity, one holds out his cup for a moment. The child wets his lips, but he does not wet the roof of his mouth. And one whose father and mother still live pushes him from the feast, striking him with his hands and reproving him with insulting words. Get away from here. You have no father to dine with us. Then, in tears, the boy comes back to his widowed mother. Oh, Astyanax! Before, he ate only marrow and the rich fat of sheep, sitting on his father's knees. And when sleep came on him and he left off his childish play, he would sleep on his couch in the arms of his nurse in a soft bed, and his heart filled with happy thoughts. But now he will suffer much sorrow because he has lost his dear father, Astyanax, whom the Trojans call by that name because you alone saved their gates and their high walls. Now, by the beaked ships, far from your parents, wriggling maggots will eat you after the dogs have had their fill, as you lie naked. All the while, that finely woven and lovely garments made by the hands of women lie in your halls. But I will burn all these things in the blazing fire. They are no longer of any use to you. You shall not lie in them. I'll do it as an honor to you from the men and women of Troy. So she spoke through her tears, and the women lamented too.
While the Trojans lamented throughout the city, the Greeks came to their beachhead camp on the Hellespont and dispersed, each man to his own ship. But Achilles did not dismiss the Myrmidons. He addressed his troops, men who lived for war. Myrmidons, I know you love your horses, but before we unhitch them from the chariots, let us all stay in armor and drive up close and weep for Patroclus. We owe it to the dead. After we've indulged in grief and sorrow, we can loosen our horses and eat together. He spoke and led them in their lamentation. 3 times they drove their horses around the corpse, wailing as they went. Thetis was with them, and she honed their desire for grief. The sand was wet, and the warrior's armor, wet with tears. They missed him. God, how he could fight. Achilles' voice rose through their choked sobbing as he placed his man-slaying hands on his friend's breast. I hail you, Patroclus, even in Hades. I am fulfilling all that I promised before, to drag Hector here and feed him raw to the dogs, and to cut the throats of 12 fine Trojan boys before your pyre, in my rage at your murder. He spoke and treated glorious Hector foully, stretching him out in the dust before the bier of Menoetius' son. The men took off their armor, bronze gleaming in the dusk, and unhitched their whinnying horses, and sat down by the ship of Aeacus' swift grandson, too many to count. And he made a funeral feast to satisfy their hearts. Many sleek bulls bellowed beneath the knife as they were slaughtered. Many sheep, bleeding goats, and white-tusked boars rich with fat were skewered to roast over the fire's flame. The ground around the corpse ran cup-deep with blood. The other Greek leaders had come for Achilles and were now escorting him to Agamemnon. It had not been easy to convince him to come. His heart raged for his friend. When they reached Agamemnon's hut, they ordered the heralds to put a cauldron on the fire, hoping to persuade Achilles to bathe and wash off the gore. He refused outright and swore this oath. By Zeus on high, there will not be any washing of my head until I have laid Patroclus on the fire and heaped his barrow and shorn my hair. For never will I grieve like this again while I am among the living. Now let's force ourselves to eat this feast. But at the break of dawn, Agamemnon, order your men to bring wood and make ready all that is fit for a dead man to have when he goes beneath the murky gloom, so that the fire may burn him quickly out of sight and the men return to what they have to do. He spoke, they listened, and they did as he said. They prepared a meal, and each man feasted. And when they had all had enough of food and drink, they went to their huts and took their rest. But the son of Peleus lay groaning heavily among his myrmidons on the open beach, where the waves crashed and seethed.
When sleep finally took him, unknotting his heart and enveloping his shining limbs, so fatigued from chasing Hector to windy Iliad, Patroclus' sad spirit came, with his same form and with his beautiful eyes and his voice, and wearing the same clothes. He stood above Achilles' head and said to him, "You are asleep, and you have forgotten me, Achilles. You never neglected me when I was alive, but now, when I am dead. Bury me quickly, so I may pass through Hades' gates. The spirits keep me at a distance, the phantoms of men outworn, and will not yet allow me to join them beyond the river. I wander aimlessly through Hades' wide-doored house, and give me your hand, for never again will I come back from Hades once you burn me in my share of fire. Never more in life shall we sit apart from our comrades and talk. The fate I was born to has swallowed me, and it is your destiny, though you are like the gods, Achilles, to die beneath the wall of Troy. And one thing more, Achilles. Do not lay my bones apart from yours, but let them lie together, just as we were reared together in your house. After Menetius brought me, still just a boy from Oppius, to your land, because I had killed Amphidamas' son on that day we played dice, and I foolishly became angry. I didn't mean to. Peleus took me into his house, then reared me with kindness, and he named me your comrade. So let one coffer enfold the bones of us both, the two-handled gold one your mother gave you." And Achilles answered him, saying, "Why have you come to me here, dear heart, with all of these instructions? I promise I will do everything just as you ask, but come closer. Let us give in to grief, however briefly, in each other's arms." Saying this, Achilles reached out with his hands, but could not touch him. His spirit vanished like smoke, gone under the earth with a last shrill cry. Awestruck, Achilles leapt up, clapping his palms together, and said, lamenting, "Ah, so there is something in death's house, a phantom spirit, although not in a body. All night long, poor Patroclus' spirit stood over me, weeping and wailing and giving me detailed instructions about everything. He looked so like himself." His words aroused in them a longing for grief, and they were still wailing around the corpse when dawn's roselight touched them. Then Lord Agamemnon sent out from all over the camp a contingent of mules and men to gather wood, putting a good man in charge, Meriones, Idomeneus' henchman. The men went out with axes and ropes, and the mules before them, upward, downward, sideways, and slantwise, until they came to the spurs of spring-dotted Ida. There they set to work felling high-crowned oaks with bronze axes. The trees kept crashing down. They split the trunks and bound them together. Behind the mules, who tore up the ground as they tramped through the underbrush towards the place Meriones ordered the whole crew of woodcutters to carry back logs, and they cast them down on the shore in order, where Achilles planned a great mound for Patroclus and for himself. When they had laid out an immense amount of wood, the crowd sat down and waited. Then Achilles ordered the Myrmidons to put on their armor and yoke the horses to the chariots. They armed and mounted, charioteers and warriors both. And the chariots rolled out, with foot soldiers following behind in an endless cloud. In the middle, his comrades bore Patroclus, covering his body as if with a garment, with hair sheared off and cast upon it. Behind them, Achilles cradled his head, grieving for the peerless friend he was sending to Hades.
When they came to the place Achilles had told them, they put the body down and quickly heaped up enough wood in plenty. Then Achilles, acting on impulse, stood apart from the pyre and sheared off his hair, the tawny hair he had been growing long for the river Spercheius. Brooding, he turned toward the open sea, the water glinting like wine, and said, Spercheios, my father Peleus, vowed in vain that when I had come home to my native land, I would shear my hair for you and sacrifice bulls by the 150 rams unblemished into your springs, where your precinct is, and your smoking altar, an old man's prayer which you did not fulfill. Since I will never return home to my native land, I would give to the hero Patroclus this luck to bear with him. And he placed it in his beloved friend's hands. This started them all weeping, and the sun would have set on their lamentation, had not Achilles said to Agamemnon, "Son of Atreus, you have the widest command. These men can mourn all they want, but for now, disperse them from the pyre and have them prepare their dinner. Those of us who are closest to the dead will do everything here, and we would have all the leaders stay too." The warlord Agamemnon heard him and dismissed the troops to the ships. The funeral party stayed and heaped up wood, building a pyre 100 feet on each side, and with heavy hearts they set the corpse on top. Then they flayed many fine sheep and oxen and laid them dressed out before the pyre. Achilles gathered the fat from all and enfolded the body from head to foot, then heaped around it the flayed carcasses. Next he set amphoras of honey and oil against the bier, and with heavy groans quickly cast on the pyre 4 high-necked horses, 9 dogs once fed under the prince's table. Achilles cut the throats of 2 and cast them on, and 12 Trojans also, sons from good families, slashing them with bronze in a vengeful spirit. Then he kindled the fire and let its iron will rage. With a groan, he called his beloved friend's name. "Hear me, Patroclus, even from Hades. All that I promised you I am completing now. 12 Trojans, sons of good families, the fire consumes with you. Hector, though, I will not give to the fire to eat, but to dogs." Thus went his threat, but no dogs would eat Hector. Aphrodite kept the dogs from his corpse, by day and by night, and she anointed him with ambrosial oil of rose, so that when Achilles dragged his body it would not be torn. And Phoebus Apollo drew a dark blue cloud from the sky to the plain, covering the spot where the body lay, so that the sun's heat would not shrivel the flesh on his bones. But Patroclus' pyre would not kindle. Achilles thought of something else to try. Standing apart from the pyre, he prayed to the north wind and west wind, promising fine offerings, pouring libations from a gold cup, and earnestly beseeching them to come and blow, so the wood would kindle and the body burn. Iris heard his prayer and was off to the winds with the message. They were all in the house of the brisk west wind, eating a banquet, and Iris swooped to a stop on the stone threshold. When they saw her there, they all whooshed up, and each wind invited her to sit next to him, but she refused to sit and made this speech. "No seat for me. I'm off to ocean streams to the Ethiopians. They're offering sacrifices to the immortals, and I want to get my share. But Achilles is praying for the winds to come, the north wind and the howling west, and he is promising fine offerings if you will raise the fire on Patroclus' pyre, for whom all the Achaeans are groaning aloud."
She spoke and was gone, and the winds rose with an eerie noise, driving clouds before them. They reached the sea quickly, and the waves swelled under their whistling blast. When they came to Troy, they fell on the pyre, and the flames roared to life. The whole night long, the shrill winds blew steadily on the funeral fire, and all the long night Achilles drew wine from a golden bowl and poured it out from a 2-handled cup, wetting the earth, ever summoning the spirit of forlorn Patroclus. A father wails for his son as he burns his bones, a son newly wed, a son whose death has brought his parents inconsolable grief. Achilles wailed for his friend as he burned his bones, moving slowly about the pyre, groaning heavily. The morning star rose, speaking light to the earth, and dawn opened over the sea like a crocus. The flames died down and the fire subsided. The winds left and returned to their home over the Thracian sea, and it moaned beneath them. Then the son of Peleus left the pyre and lay down exhausted. He was soon asleep, but the men with Agamemnon gathered around, and the sound of their tramping woke him. He sat up and spoke to them, saying, "Son of Atreus and princes of Greece, first quench the funeral fire with wine wherever it burned. Then gather the bones of Patroclus, son of Menoetius. Pick them out carefully. They are easily recognized, for he lay in the middle, while the others burned off to the sides, men and horses jumbled. Then let us wrap the bones in fat and keep them in a golden bowl until I am hidden in Hades. You need not labor over a huge barrow for him, but only what is seemly. Later the Achaeans can build it broad and high, all of you still left amid our thwarted ships when I am gone." Thus Peleus' swift son, and they obeyed him. First they doused the pyre with wine wherever it had burned and the embers were thick. Then they gathered the bones of their gentle comrade into a golden bowl, wrapping them twice in fat, and they placed the bowl in the hut and covered it with a soft linen cloth. Then they traced a circle for a mound and laid a foundation around the pyre, and piled up earth to form a tumulus over it. Then they started to go back, but Achilles kept all the people there and had them sit down. Then he brought prizes from his ship: cauldrons, tripods, horses, mules, oxen, silken-waisted women, and gray iron. First he set out prizes for the chariot race: a woman whose work was immaculate, and a 22-gallon tripod with handles for first place. For second place, a mare, 6 years old, unbroken, pregnant with a mule foal. For third place, a beautiful cauldron, unfired, holding 4 gallons, still pristine white. For fourth place, 2 bars of gold. For fifth, a 2-handled bull, unfired.
He put out these prizes, then stood up and said, "Son of Atreus and Greek heroes all, these prizes await the charioteers. If our games were in someone else's honor, I would win first prize, hands down. For you know how superior my horses are. Immortal, in fact, a gift from Poseidon to my father Peleus, who gave them to me. But I will sit this one out, and my horses too, who have lost the glorious, brave charioteer who was so kind to them, who would often rub down their coats with soft olive oil after bathing them with bright water. It is for him the two of them now stand in grief, their manes trailing on the ground, standing there in sorrow. But this is the call for any other Achaean who trusts his horses and jointed chariot." The charioteers responded quickly. Eumelus was first up, Admetus' son, a prince and a fine horseman, followed by Diomedes, who yoked up the horses of Tros, which he had taken from Aeneas, though Apollo saved the man. Atreus' son Menelaus was next, yoking up a fast team: Agamemnon's mare Ethe and his own horse Podargus. The mare had been given to Agamemnon by Echepolus, Anchises' son, as a bribe, so he wouldn't have to go to windy Ilion, but could stay at home and enjoy the wealth Zeus had given him in spacious Sicyon. The mare, at any rate, was eager to race. Antilochus was the fourth entry, Nestor's son. His fleet, combed horses were bred in Pylos, and as Antilochus was yoking them, his noble father came up to give him advice, well meant, but his son already understood. "Antilochus, young as you are, Zeus and Poseidon have taught you all there is to know about horses. There is no need for me to teach you what you already know, how to round a turn and so forth. However, your horses are the slowest in the race, and that spells trouble. But if the others' horses are faster, that doesn't mean they know more than you or are better strategists. Well then, my boy, develop your strategy so that prizes in games won't elude your grasp. Strategy makes a better woodcutter than strength. Strategy keeps a pilot's ship on course when crosswinds blow it over the wine blue sea. And strategy wins races for charioteers. One type of driver trusts his horses and car and swerves mindlessly this way and that, all over the course, without reining his horses. But a man who knows how to win with lesser horses keeps his eye on the post and cuts the turn close, and from the start keeps tension on the reins, with a firm hand as he watches the leader. Now here's a sign you can't possibly miss. A dry stump stands about a fathom high. Either oak or pine, something rain won't rot, with 2 white stones set close on each side, where the smooth stretches of the course converge, either the grave marker of a man long dead, or the goal of a race in an earlier age. Achilles has made this his turning post. Crowd it when you drive your horses by, leaning gently to their left in your leather rig, as you urge your right horse on and give him rein. Have your left horse crimp the turning post so close that the hub of your well-made wheel seems to scrape its edge. But don't touch the stone, or you'll wreck your chariot and injure your team. A humiliation for you which the others would love. So keep your wits about you, my boy. If you drive past the rest at the turning post, no one will catch you or pass you in a sprint. Not even if Orion were following your wheel, Adrastus' swift horse from a breed divine, or one of Laomedon's excellent local stock.
Thus Nestor, son of Neleus, who then sat down, having explained to his dear son every last detail. Meriones was the 5th to enter the race. They mounted their chariots and cast in their lots. Achilles shook them, and out jumped the lot of Antilochus for the pole position. Eumelus drew the next slot. Then came Meriones, and after him Menelaus. Diomedes, the best man in the field, drew the last position for his horses. They took their places on the line, and Achilles showed them the turning post far off on the plain, and he posted Phoenix there, his father's comrade, to monitor the race and report the facts. They curled their whips above their horses' backs, smacked them with their reins, and with hurried yells they were off, streaking across the plain and away from the ships, dust rising up under the horses' chests like a line of thunderheads, their manes streaming in the jets of wind. The chariots sometimes rolled, sometimes hurtled over the ground, and the drivers stood in them, with their hearts pounding for victory, calling to their horses, who flew along in the dust. It was when they were racing down the final stretch, back toward the gray sea, that the men showed their valor, and the horses extended themselves. Eumelus' mares jumped into the lead, with Diomedes' stallions not far behind, so close in fact they seemed to mount Eumelus' chariot, and their breath was warm on his shoulders and back, their heads inched behind. Diomedes would have passed him, or drawn up even, had not Apollo become peeved with Tydeus' son, and knocked the shining lash from his hands. Diomedes' eyes filled with angry tears when he saw the mares pick up their speed, and his own horses hampered, running without a goad. But Athena saw Apollo cheat Diomedes, and swooped up behind the Greek commander, returned his lash and strengthened his horses. Then the angry goddess went after Eumelus, and broke his horse's yoke. The mares swerved off course, and the poles slipped to the ground. Eumelus rolled from the car alongside one wheel, skinning his elbows, mouth, and nose, and bruising his forehead above his eyebrows. His eyes filled with tears, and his voice choked. Diomedes steered his horses aside and drove on, shooting out far ahead of the rest, for Athena bolstered his horses and gave him the power. Fair-haired Menelaus was in second behind him. Then Antilochus called to his father's horses, "Get in there, you two, and give it all you have. Don't worry about catching those horses up there that Diomedes is driving. Athena has speeded them up and given him glory, but you'd better catch Menelaus' horses, and quickly, or be shamed by Ethe, a mare. Why are you studs being left behind? I'll tell you something you can count on, though. Lord Nestor won't put up with you two. He'll kill you with cold steel in a heartbeat if you pull in a cheap prize through lack of effort. So get it on, pour on all the speed you have, and I'll take care of the rest. Find a spot where we can slip past them on the narrow road. The horses were frightened by their master's rebuke and ran faster for a short time. Antilochus, who was a real fighter, saw that the course narrowed into a gully just ahead, where the winter torrents had washed out the road. Menelaus drove in so that their wheels wouldn't touch, but Antilochus drove off parallel to the road and gave chase. Menelaus was afraid and shouted over to him, "Antilochus, you're driving recklessly. Rein in. You can pass up ahead when the road gets wider. You'll wreck us both if you graze my car."
But Antilochus drove even harder, plying the lash as if he hadn't heard. They kept on this way about the distance a discus flies after a good hard throw. But then Menelaus reined in his mares, afraid that the horses would tangle their hooves, overturn their rigs, and send them sprawling into the dust as they strained for victory. He had some angry words for Antilochus. "Out of my way, you malicious brat! To think we gave you credit for good sense! But you'll get no prize without going on oath." Then he called to his horses. "Don't hold back and stand around grieving. Their feet and knees will tire before yours. It's been a long time since those horses were young." Frightened by their master's rebuke, the horses picked up the pace and soon closed the gap. The assembled spectators watched as the horses flew across the plain in a cloud of dust. The first to spot them was Idomeneus, the Cretan commander, who had taken a seat on a lookout point apart from the crowd. When he heard Menelaus shout in the distance, he knew who it was, and he could make out a horse with distinct markings leading the race, bay all over, with a white moon on its forehead. He stood up and announced to the crowd, "Friends, Argive commanders and rulers, am I the only one, or do you see them too? We've got new horses in the lead now, a new charioteer. The mares that were in front on the way out must have gotten into trouble somewhere on the plain. I saw them swing into the turn first, but now I can't see them anywhere at all on the Trojan plain. Maybe the rein slipped and he lost control coming out of the turn. That must be it. He must have crashed there, and the mares must have run off the course wild with terror. Stand up and have a look. I'm not sure, but the driver seems to be an Aetolian, which would make him no other than the son of Tydeus, breaker of horses, tough Diomedes." Odyssey and Ajax gave him a hard time. "You always have to mouth off, Idomeneus. They're still galloping way the hell out there. You're not so young that your eyesight is perfect, but you have the biggest mouth, which you shouldn't let flap in the presence of your betters. The same mares are in the lead as were before, Eumelus's, and he's in the car holding the reins." Angry now, the Cretan commander answered, "You're big on insults, Ajax, but short on brains, and stubborn, which is why you're such a loser. Why don't we bet something, a tripod or cauldron, and have Agamemnon decide for us which mares are out front, so you can learn by paying." He spoke, and Ajax jumped up abruptly in an ugly mood. It would have gone further had not Achilles himself stood up and said, "Let's break it up, Ajax and Idomeneus. It's unseemly. If you heard someone else arguing with language like this, you would be outraged. Now, sit down now and watch for the horses. They'll be in the home stretch soon, running to win, and then each man can see for himself which horses are in first place and which in second." He had just said this when Diomedes was almost upon them, pushing hard, laying on the lash for all he was worth. His horses leapt high as they ate up the road, kicking flakes of dust back onto their driver, and the chariot, plated with gold and tin, rolled on behind the swift-footed horses, their wheels barely tracing a track in the light dust as the team flew on. Diomedes stopped in the middle of the crowd, sweat pouring from his horses' necks and chests, and he leapt down from his gleaming chariot and leaned the lash against the yoke. Sthenelus lost no time collecting the prize for him and delivering to his proud comrades the woman in the eared tripod. Then he unyoked the horses.
The next taking second place for Menelaus with tactics rather than speed. Even so, Menelaus was close behind. A horse pulling a chariot across a plain can be so close to the wheel that its tail scrapes the rim with its hindmost hairs. Menelaus was that close behind Antilochus. Although he had been a discus throw behind, he made up ground quickly when Agamemnon's pretty mare began to feel her mettle, and had the course been longer, he would have passed Antilochus without any question. Marianus Idomeneus, lieutenant, was a spear cast behind. His horses were the slowest, and he was the least skilful driver. Last of all came the son of Admetus, dragging his chariot and driving his horses along. Achilles, the great sprinter, felt sorry for him, and he addressed the crowd with winged words. Look at the best man in coming in last. He should get a prize, the prize for second, but let Tydeus' son take first prize. Everyone agreed, and he would have given the mare to Eumelus, for he had their approval. But Antilochus, son of a great-souled Nestor, registered this complaint with Achilles. I will be really angry with you, Achilles, if you do what you say. You're not going to rob me of my prize, on the grounds that Eumelus had an accident with his horses and chariot. Good as he is, he should have prayed to the immortals, and he wouldn't have lost. But if you like him so much and feel so bad for him, you have enough gold and bronze in your hut, and sheep and women and solid-hoofed horses to give him an even better prize later.
Or do it right now, so the Greeks can applaud you. But I'm not giving up the mare. Anybody who wants to is welcome to fight me for her. And swift-footed, godlike Achilles smiled. He liked Antilochus and was glad for him, and the onshore breeze carried his answer. Antilochus, if you want me to give Eumelus something else from my hut, I will do so. I'll give him the corselet I took from Asteropaeus. It is bronze-plated with circles of bright tin, and something he will value. He asked Automedion to bring it from the hut, and he went and brought it, and placed it in Eumelus' hand, who received it gratefully. Then rose up Menelaus, troubled at heart and furious with Antilochus. A herald put the staff in his hand and asked for silence. Then the godlike man began to speak. Antilochus, you have shown good sense in the past, but look at what you have done now. You shamed my valour when you fouled my horses and forced yours in front, though they were not as good. Come now, I'll give commanders and counsellors, and judge between us without any bias, so that no Achaean man at arms can say, Menelaus beat our Antilochus with lies and went off with the mare. His horses were worse by a long shot, but he had more clout. Here's my judgment, and I don't think anyone will reproach me for it, because it will be fair. Antilochus, come here, and as it is the custom, stand before your horses and chariot. Hold in your hand the slender lash you drove with, and touching your horse, swear to the Earth-shaker that you didn't deliberately block my chariot.
And Antilochus very sensibly replied, Bear with me now. I am much younger than you, Lord Menelaus. You are the elder and the better man, and familiar with the transgressions of youth, our impulsive notions and light-headed thoughts. So please be tolerant. The mule that I won, I will give you, and if you should demand something even better that I have in my house, I would rather give it to you, my prince, than fall out of your good graces all of my days and become a sinner in the eyes of the gods. Thus Nestor's son. And he led up the mare and gave it to Menelaus, whose heart warmed like morning dew on full ears of wheat, when the sun ripens the bristling crop. Yes, Menelaus, your heart warmed, and your words went to him on wings. Antilochus, I accept your apology, although I am angry, for never before have you been out of line or malicious. This time your youth got the better of you. Just don't try to outsmart your betters again. There are very few men in this army who could have won me over like that, but you have gone through a lot for my sake, as have your brave father and brother. So I not only accept your apology, but I will give you the mare, which is mine by rights, to the end that everyone here may know that my heart is not overbearing or hard. And he gave the mare to Noemon, Antilochus's comrade, and he took for himself the shining cauldron. Meriones took the 2 talents of gold for 4th place, which was where he finished, but the 5th prize, the 2-handled bowl, was left unclaimed. This bowl Achilles gave to Nestor, bringing it to him through the crowd and saying, "Take this, reverend sir, as your keepsake and memorial of Patroclus's burial, for you will not see him again among the Greeks. I simply give you this prize, for you will not compete in boxing or wrestling or enter the javelin throw or run in the sprints. Old age is heavy upon you." Nestor took the bowl from his hands and was glad. Then he addressed Achilles with winged words. "Yes, my boy, right you are. My limbs are no longer firm, my feet, my hands, and I have no punch left in my arms. Oh, if I were young and strong again, as I was on that day when the Apians were burying Lord Amarynceus at Buprasium, and his sons put up prizes in his honor. Not a man there was my equal, not an Apian, Pulian, or Aetolian hero. I outboxed Clutomedes, Enops' son, and in wrestling I threw Anchius of Pleuron. I beat out Iphiclus in the sprint, good as he was, and outthrew Phuleus and Polydorus, both in the javelin. It was only in the chariot race that the twin sons of Octor outdrove me, crowding me out, jealous for victory, because the best prizes were left for this race. They were joined at the hip. One of them drove, steady as she goes, the other plied the whip. Well, that was then. I leave such exploits to younger men now, and yield as I must to grievous age. But I was the best back then. Now you bury your friend too with funeral games, and I am glad to receive this. My heart rejoices that you are always kind enough to remember me, and do not forget the honor that is my due. May the gods repay you and grant you grace." Achilles listened to all that Nestor said, then went back again through the great throng. Then he set out the prizes for the boxing match. He led in a sturdy mule and tethered her in the assembly ground, a mule of 6 years, unbroken, the hardest kind to tame. For the loser, he set out a 2-handled cup. Then he rose to announce them all. "Son of Atreus, and Greek heroes all, we need 2 men for these prizes, the 2 best at trading punches. Whoever Apollo gives endurance to, as the crowd looks on, will lead the sturdy mule to his hut. The loser's prize will be the 2-handled cup."
At this point, a real boxer stood up, Epeius, son of Panopeus, tall and well-built, and laid hold of the sturdy mule, saying, "Anybody want the cup as his prize? Because no Greek alive is going to beat me in boxing and lead away this mule. I'm the best there is. Isn't it enough I come up short in war? A man can't be good at everything. But let me tell you this, and it's a sure thing. Anybody fights me, I'll bust him wide open and crush his bones. Better have his next of kin standing by to carry him out when I'm through with him. Dead silence. Only one man stood up, a godlike figure, Euryalus, whose father Megistius had once come to Thebes for the burial of Oedipus and beaten all of the native sons in the funeral games. Diomedes badly wanted him to win and acted as his second. He gave him a pep talk, then got him a loincloth and oxhide thongs to strap on his hands. When they were girded up, they stepped into the middle with hands held high and were all over each other with flurries of hard punches, snapping jabs to the jaw, and the sweat was flying from their arms and legs. As his opponent looked for an opening, Epeius moved in and got him with an uppercut, and Euryalus' legs were no longer under him. A fish leaps out from wind-rippled shallows and is just as quickly in the black water again. Euryalus made like that when he was hit. Epeius, generous soul, pulled him upright, and his friends dragged him through the crowd with feet trailing, spitting out clots of blood, head hanging to one side. They set him down groggy among his companions and went off to claim the two-handled cup. Then Peleus' son set out the prizes for the third event, a grueling wrestling match. For the winner, he displayed a cauldron, which spectators guessed to be worth 12 oxen. And for the loser, he put up a woman skilled in various crafts. They rated her at 4 oxen. Then he rose to announce to them all, "Will the contestants for this event please rise?" Then up rose huge Telamonian Ajax and wily Odysseus, who knew all the tricks. They girded themselves, stepped to the middle, and took their stance, gripping each other. Like crisscrossing rafters in the gable of a high roof, built to withstand the wind, their backs creaked under the strain of their strong intertwined arms. Sweat poured down their bodies, and bloody welts rose up on their shoulders and ribs as they struggled to win the exquisite cauldron. Odysseus could not trip or throw Ajax, nor Ajax Odysseus, whose strength held firm. The crowd was getting bored. When Ajax said, "Odysseus, either you lift me or let me lift you, and let's leave it all up to Zeus," Ajax spoke and lifted him, but Odysseus did not forget his tricks, clipping Ajax in the back of his knee and sending him down with Odysseus on his chest. The crowd was amazed. Then Odysseus tried to lift Ajax. He moved him a little from the ground, but couldn't get him up. But he did hook his knee around Ajax's leg, so that they went down together. Grimy with dust, they were ready to go at it a third time. But Achilles himself rose and held them back. "No need to continue and wear yourselves out. You're both winners. Take equal prizes and go your way so others may compete."
Then Peleus' son set out prizes for a sprint. He had a silver mixing bowl highly wrought. It held 6 gallons and was the most beautiful on earth, a masterpiece of Sidonian art. Phoenician merchants had carried it over the misty sea to the harbor of Lemnos. There they gave it as a gift to Thoas, and Jason's son, Euneus, gave it as ransom for Priam's son, Lycaon, to the hero Patroclus. This bowl Achilles offered as a prize to the winning sprinter in honor of his friend. For second, he put up a great fattened ox, and 1/2 talent of gold for third. Then he stood up and announced, "Will the contestants for this event please rise?" Up rose only Ajax, wily Odysseus, and Nestor's son, Antilochus, the fastest of all the army's young men. They lined up, Achilles showed them the finish line, and they were off, running flat out from the pole, with Ajax moving quickly into the lead and Odysseus falling close behind. A woman weaving pulls the shed rod back close to her breast and holds it there, while she spools the weft through. That's how close Odysseus was. His feet landed in Ajax's tracks before the dust had settled, and his breath beat down on Ajax's head as he sped on. The crowd was screaming for Odysseus to win and kept cheering him on. When he reached the final stretch, Odysseus said a silent prayer to gray-eyed Athena. "Hear me, goddess, and don't fail my feet now." Pallas Athena heard his prayer and made his feet and hands light. But when they were about to make their final spurt, Ajax slipped as he ran, Athena's doing, in the dung that was left from all the bulls Achilles had sacrificed in Patroclus' honor. Odysseus, finishing first, collected the bowl, and glorious Ajax, spewing out dung from his nostrils and mouth, took the ox. With his hands on one horn, he addressed the crowd. "Shit, the goddess tripped me up. It's like she's Odysseus' mother, always at his side." They all had a good laugh at his expense. Then Antilochus took off the last prize, smiling, and addressed the crowd. "As you all well know, the gods to this day still honor the older generation of men. Ajax is just a little older than I am, but Odysseus belongs to an older generation. Old, but still with plenty of juice, as they say of him, and tough to outrun, except for Achilles." Thus Antilochus, paying a compliment to the great sprinter Achilles, who answered, "Antilochus, your praise will not go unrewarded. I will add a half-talent of gold to your prize." Antilochus received it gladly from his hands, and Peleus' son brought out the field a long shadowed spear, a shield, and a helmet, gear that Patroclus had stripped from Sarpedon, and he announced to the crowd, "We invite 2 men to compete for these prizes, 2 good men who will fight in full armor before the crowd, with bronze sharp to the touch. The first man to reach the other man's skin, pierce the armor, and draw blood is the winner, and gets as his prize this silver-studded sword. Good Thracian work. I took Asteropaeus. The 2 will hold Sarpedon's arm in common, and we will feast them both well in our quarters."
He spoke, and up rose huge Telamonian Ajax and Tydeus' son, tough Diomedes. They armed themselves on opposite sides of the crowd, then stepped into the middle, eager to fight, a cold light in their eyes. The crowd was spellbound. 3 times they lunged at each other, and the 3rd time Ajax hit the disc of his opponent's shield, but did not get through to his corseleted skin. Diomedes kept trying to get his spear over Ajax's shield and touch his neck with the point. The crowd feared for Ajax and wanted them to stop and take equal prizes, but Achilles gave the sword to Diomedes with its scabbard and belt. Then Peleus' son set out a rough lump of iron that mighty Eetion once used to hurl. When brilliant, swift-footed Achilles killed him, he took it to his ship with his other possessions. Now he rose and announced to the crowd, "Will the contestants for this event please rise? The winner here will have enough iron to last his shepherd and plowman 5 full years and not have to send them to town to buy more." Then uprose the battler, Polypoetes, along with Leontius, strong and godlike. Telamonian Ajax, and resplendent Epeius. They lined up, and Epeius went first, whirling around with the lump of iron and heaving it out. The crowd laughed at his throw. Leontius went second, and then big Ajax, whose throw went farther than the other marks. But when Polypetes heaved the iron, he sent it sailing over the heads of the crowd like a cowhand's bolus over a herd of cattle. The crowd roared, and Polypetes' men carried the prize to their strong king's ship. Then Achilles set out iron for the archers, 10 double axe heads and 10 single with a violet sheen. And he set up the mast of a tarred ship far off in the sand, and attached to the top a fine cord tied onto the foot of a quivering dove. He told them this was their target. Whoever hits the fluttering dove will take home the double axes. Hitting the cord but not the bird gets second place in the single axes. Then uprose Lord Teucer in his might, and Meriones, Idomeneus' comrade. They put their lots in a bronze helmet and shook it. Teucer drew first place. He let fly an arrow, a strong shot, but he failed to vow to the archer a sacrifice of 100 firstling lambs. So he missed the bird. Apollo grudged him that. But he hit the cord close to where it was tied to the bird's foot, and the keen edge severed it. The dove soared up to the sky as the cord sagged down to earth. Meriones grabbed the bow from Teucer. He had been holding an arrow while Teucer aimed, and vowed a sacrifice of 100 firstling lambs to the archer. He spotted the dove fluttering overhead beneath the clouds, and as she circled there, he hit her smack beneath the wing. The arrow passed clean through, and falling down, stuck in the ground before Meriones' foot. The dove landed on the mast. She hung her head, and her plumage drooped. Her life flitted away, and she dropped to the earth. The spectators were lost in wonder and could not believe their eyes. Meriones scooped up all 10 double axe heads, and Teucer took the singles to his hollow ship. Then Peleus' son brought out a long shadowed spear and an unfired cauldron worth an ox, embossed with flowers. The javelin throwers rose, Atreus' son, the warlord Agamemnon, and Meriones, Idomeneus' comrade. But Achilles, swift and godlike, addressed them. Son of Atreus, we recognize your power and know you are the best at throwing spears. Take the prize and return to your hollow ships. But we will give the spear to Meriones. With your consent. At least that's how I want it. The warlord did not disagree. He gave the bronze spear to Meriones, then handed to his herald Talthybius the beautiful prize.
Then the assembly broke up, the troops now scattered, each man off to his own swift ship, their minds on the evening meal and the joy of a full night's sleep. But Achilles wept and wept, thinking of his dear comrade, so that sleep, the all-subduing, got no hold on him. He kept tossing this way and that, missing Patroclus, his manhood, his splendid strength, all he'd been through with him, all the hardships he'd suffered, facing men in battle and the waves of the cruel sea. Recalling these things, he shed large tears, lying now stretched out on his side, but restless, sometimes again on his back or prone. Then again he'd rise to his feet and wander, distraught by the seashore. The rising dawn never brought light to sea and to beaches, but he was there. Then he would yoke his swift horses to the chariot and tie on Hector behind it to be dragged. And when he trailed him 3 times about Menoetius' dead son's mound, he'd go back and rest in his hut, leaving Hector's body stretched out prone in the dust. But Apollo, pitying Hector, preserved his flesh, though mortal, from all unseemly decay. Even in death, unwrapped the golden aegis round his whole body to save the drag corpse from disfigurement by Achilles. So Achilles in his fury aimed to mutilate noble Hector, but the sight of him stirred compassion among the blessed gods, and they urged Argus's sharp-sighted slayer, Hermes, to steal the corpse. This plan pleased the rest of them, but neither Hera nor Poseidon liked it, nor the gray-eyed virgin goddess, who still nursed the hatred they'd conceived for sacred Iliad, and Priam's people, through Alexandrus's blind delusion. For when these goddesses came to his courtyard, he despised them, but had praise for the one who furthered his fatal lust. So now, on the 12th morning after Hector's death, Phoebus Apollo spoke his mind among the immortals. A hard-hearted lot, you gods, and destructive. Did Hector never burn for you thighs of oxen then, or of unblemished goats? Yea, you couldn't be bothered to save him, dead though he is, for his wife to look on, his mother and his child, his father Priam, the Trojans, who would all promptly burn his corpse in the fire, give him proper funeral rites. No, gods, it's the ruthless Achilles you're bent on supporting. Though his mind's out of proper order and the will in his breast inflexible, his nature is turned savage like a lion, that enthralled to its huge might and its daring spirit, makes for the flocks of men to capture itself a feast. So Achilles has lost all pity and has no respect in him, a great source to a man of both harm and benefit. Any man may well have lost someone even dearer than he has, a full brother, say, or even a son. Yet when he's wept and lamented the loss, he lets him go, for it's an enduring heart the fates have given to mortals. But this man, after robbing noble Hector of his life, ties him behind his chariot and then drags him about his dear comrade's mound. Nothing fine or decent there. Great though he is, he should watch out for our anger. Through this fury of his, he's outraging the silent earth. Then angrily white-armed Hera addressed him, saying, "What you say might even be true, Lord of the Silver Bow, if indeed you all grant equal honor to Achilles and Hector. Hector is mortal, was suckled at a woman's breast, but Achilles is the offspring of a goddess, one whom I myself nurtured and reared, and gave to a mortal as his wife, to Peleus, a man who was dear to the hearts of the immortals. And all of you gods were guests at their wedding. Yes, you too sat at this feast, lyre in hand, ever faithless, friend of the wicked." Then Zeus, the cloud gatherer, responded to her, saying, "Hera, no need to rage so vehemently at the gods. The honor of these two will not be the same. Yet Hector was more dear to the gods than all other mortals in Ilion, to me at least, for he never failed me with gifts I enjoyed. Not once did my altar lack its fair share of the feasting, the libations, the burnt fat, our accepted privileges. We'll forget about stealing bold Hector. No way to do it with Achilles not finding out. His mother is constantly around him, both day and night. In fact, I wish that one of you gods would tell Thetis I want her here, to give a wise message to her, to make Achilles accept ransom from Priam and give Hector's body back."
So he spoke. Storm-footed Iris hastened to take his message. Midway between Samothrake and rocky Imbros she plunged, into the dark sea with a loud splash of water, and plummeted down to the depths like a lead weight attached to the horn of a field ox on a fisherman's line that brings death in its descent to the ravenous fishes. Thetis she found in her hollow cave, and around her other sea goddesses gathered, while she in the midst of them wept for the fate of her peerless son, who was destined to perish in rich soiled Troy, far off from his own country. Standing beside her, swift-footed Iris now said, "Move yourself, Thetis. Zeus the eternal planner wants you." Then the goddess, Thetis the silver-footed, answered her, "What does the great god want with me? I'm embarrassed, going among the immortals, with this endless grief at heart. Still, I'll go. Whatever he says, it won't be pointless." So saying, she, brightest of goddesses, put on her blue-black veil, than which no garment she had was darker, and set out to go, wind-footed swift Iris ahead of her, leading the way. The sea's waves parted before them. They stepped out onto the beach, then darted up skywards, and found Cronos' far-seeing son with all the other blessed gods who exist forever around him. Thetis sat down by Zeus the father. Athena yielded her seat, and Hera put out in her hand a splendid golden cup with a friendly greeting. Thetis drank and returned it. The father of men and gods now began their discussion. Thetis, goddess, you've come to Olympus, despite your distress and the ceaseless grief in your heart. This I know myself. Even so, I shall tell you the reason I brought you here. For 9 days, there's been a quarrel amongst the immortals about Hector's corpse and Achilles, sacker of cities. They're urging Argos' sharp-eyed slayer to steal the body, but this is an honor that I am reserving for Achilles, to preserve your respect and friendship in the days ahead. Go quickly then to the camp and give your son this message. Say that he's angered the gods, that I, above all other immortals, am filled with rage, because in his maddened heart he's kept Hector by the curved ships and won't give him up. It may be through fear of me he'll return Hector's body, but I'll send down Iris to great-hearted Priam, who must offer ransom for his dear son. Go to the Achaean ships in person with gifts for Achilles that will soften his heart. So he spoke, and Thetis the silver-footed, the goddess, did not ignore him, but went on her way, darting down from the peaks of Olympus, and arrived at her son's hut. It was there she found him, making ceaseless lament, while round him his dear comrades were busy about their tasks, preparing their morning meal. A big shaggy ram had been killed for them there in the hut. Now his lady mother sat down close by Achilles' side, caressed him with her hand, then spoke to him, saying, "My child, how long will you go on eating your heart out with weeping and lamentation, thinking neither of food nor of bed? A good thing it is to lie with the woman, to make love. For you've not long to live, even now. Already, death and all mastering destiny are there beside you. But now listen well. I bring you word from Zeus. He says you've angered the gods, that he, above all other immortals, is filled with rage, because in your maddened heart you've kept Hector by the curved ships, won't give him up. So come now, let him go, accept ransom for his corpse." In answer to her swift-footed Achilles had declared, "So be it. He who brings ransom can take the corpse, if indeed the Olympian himself of his own free will so orders." Thus they, where the ships were drawn up now, mother and son, conversed together, exchanging many a winged word. And Cronus' son, meanwhile, dispatched Iris to sacred Ilion. "On your way now, swift Iris, leave the seat of Olympus for Ilion. Take this message to great-hearted Priam. He must offer ransom for his dear son. Go to the Achaean ships in person, with gifts for Achilles that will soften his heart, alone. No Trojan warrior should accompany him, just a herald, well on in years, to drive the mules in a smooth-running wagon, to carry back to the city the corpse of the man whom noble Achilles killed. Let death not be on his mind, nor any such fear. Such a guide will provide him with the slayer of Argos, who will be his leader, convey him safely to Achilles. And when he's brought him into Achilles' hut, Achilles himself will not kill him, and will restrain all others, being neither senseless nor careless nor malicious. With compassion, rather, he'll spare a man who's suppliant."
So he spoke. Storm-footed Iris sped off with his message. She reached Priam's house and found there wailing in sorrow, sons sitting around their father in the courtyard, tears marring their garments. The old man in their midst wrapped tight in his cloak, and round him an abundance of dung, all smeared on his aged head and neck, that he'd scraped up in his hands as he rolled on the ground. In the house were his daughters and his sons' wives, keening, their thoughts on the warriors, so many and so warlike, lying dead now, those who'd lost their lives to the Argives. Zeus's messenger stood close to Priam now and addressed him, speaking softly, yet shivering still invaded his limb. "Take heart, Priam, scion of Dardanus. No need to be scared. I've not come here to foretell some disaster for you, but rather with good intent. I'm a messenger from Zeus, who, remote though he is, both pities and cares for you greatly. The Olympian commands you to ransom noble Hector, taking gifts to Achilles that will soften his heart. Alone, no other Trojan warrior should accompany you, just a herald well on in years to drive the mules in a smooth-running wagon on which to take back to the city the corpse of the man whom noble Achilles killed. Let death not be on your mind, nor any such fear. Such a guide will provide you with the slayer of Argos, who'll be your leader, convey you safely to Achilles. And when he's brought you into Achilles' hut, Achilles himself won't kill you and will restrain all others, being neither senseless nor careless nor malicious. With compassion, rather, he'll spare a man who's a..." So speaking, swift-footed Iris went on her way. and Priam ordered his sons to make ready the smooth-running mule wagon and strap the wickerwork basket on it. He himself went down to his storeroom. Fragrant it was with cedarwood and high-ceilinged, where many treasures lay, and sent for his wife Hecate and spoke to her, saying, "Dear wife, an Olympian messenger has reached me from Zeus. I'm to go to the ships, offer ransom for my dear son, in person, with gifts for Achilles that will soften his heart. So tell me, what's your reaction to this? How does it strike you? Since my own whole passionate instinct is terribly set on going to the ships, to the broad camp of the Achaeans." So he spoke, but his wife cried out aloud and responded, "Oh, my lord, what's become of that good sense for which you were famous once, both abroad and with those you rule? How can you want to go to the Achaean ships, alone, into the sight of the man who slaughtered so many of your noble sons? You must have a heart of iron. For once you're in his power, once he sets eyes on you, that treacherous raw flesh-eater will show you no pity, nor any respect. Let us rather lament far from him, sitting here in our own home. All-mastering destiny surely spun a thread at his birth, when I myself bore him, that far from his parents he'd glut quick scavenging dogs, after meeting a stronger man, whose whole liver I wish I could get in my jaws and devour. A fair requital that for my son, who was not playing the coward when he killed him, but in defense of Troy's men and deep-bosomed women, standing firm with no thought of panic or of fleeing the foe." In answer to her, the old man, Priam the godlike, said, "Don't try to stop me when I want to go. Do not yourself prove a bird of ill omen here in our home. You won't persuade me. If anyone else on earth had been urging me thus, whether seers divining from sacrifices or priests, we'd call it a lie and have nothing to do with it. But now, since I heard the goddess and saw her face myself, I'm going. Her word won't be wasted. And if it's my fate to end up dead beside the bronze-clad Achaean ships, I'm ready. Achilles is welcome to slaughter me there and then, once I've held my son in my arms and had my fill of mourning." With that, he opened up the fine lids of the clothes chests, and from them took out a dozen most elegant robes, a dozen plain cloaks, the same number of rugs and blankets, and of white linen mantles, as well as tunics to match them. And of gold he weighed out and took 10 talents in all, with 4 cauldrons and 2 brightly gleaming tripods, and an exquisite cup that was given him by some Thracians when he went there on a mission, a great treasure. Not even this did the old man keep in his home, so strong was his passion to ransom his dear son. Then he drove all the Trojans away from his colonnade, upbraiding them with abusive insults. "Get out, you worthless no-goods! Do you not have your own mourning to do at home, that you've come here to double mine? Or is the grief nothing to you that Zeus, the son of Cronos, has laid on me, the loss of my best son? You too will learn that you'll be that much easier for the Achaeans to slaughter, now that he's dead. As for me, before I'm forced to see the downfall and sacking of this city with my own eyes, may I go down into Hades' realm."
That said, he went after the men with his staff, and they ran off from the old man's assault. Then he yelled at his own sons, abusing them: Helenus, noble Agathon, Paris, Palmon, and Antiphon, Politos of the great war cry, Deiphobus and Hippothous, and illustrious Dios. To these 9 the old man now shouted his harsh words: "Get moving, you wretched children, you downcasts! How I wish all of you, rather than Hector, had been killed at the Swiss ships. Oh, I'm wholly ill-fated. I sired sons who were the best in the broad land of Troy, yet not one of them, I tell you, is left. Neither godlike Mister, nor Troilus charioteer, nor Hector, a god among men, who never did seem a mortal man's son, but the offspring of a god. These Ares destroyed. What's left are all the no-goods, the liars, the dancers only expert at matching the beat, the lifters of lambs and kids from those in your own country. So at least make me ready a wagon and do it quickly and load all this stuff aboard it so we can be on our way." So he spoke, and they, alarmed by their father's reproof, went and brought out for him the smooth-running mule wagon, a fine one, newly made, strapped the wickerwork basket to it, and down from its peg took the yoke for the mules of boxwood with a boss on it, well equipped with guide rings for the reins. Then they fetched the 9-cubit yoke strap and the yoke itself, which they settled down firmly upon the well-polished pole at its front end, set the ring on the peg, then fashioned the strap 3 times each side of the boss, made it tight in a series of turns, and twisted it under the hook. They brought from the storeroom and stacked up aboard the polished wagon the boundless ransom to offer for the head of Hector. They yoked the strong-hoofed mules, broken to work and harness, that the Mysians had given to Priam, a splendid gift, while for him they harnessed up the horses that the old man kept on for his own use and cared for there in his polished stalls. So these two in the high palace, while their teams were harnessed, the herald and Priam, had much to meditate on. And Hecate now approached them, heavy laden at heart, carrying in her right hand wine sweet to the mind in a golden cup, for libation before they parted. Standing in front of the horses, she spoke to Priam, saying, "Here, pour out a libation to Zeus the Father, and pray that you get back home safe from these hateful men, since your heart impels you to go to the ships, even though I'm set against it. Then pray to Cronos' son, Lord of the dark clouds, who from Ida looks down on all the country of Troy. Ask him for a bird of omen, the swift messenger that's the dearest of birds to him, and its powers the greatest, on your right hand, so that after seeing it for yourself and trusting it, you can go to the swift-horsed Danaan ships. But if far-seeing Zeus does not grant you his messenger, then I would at least not encourage you to go out in the ships of the Argives, however much you may want to." In answer to her, godlike Priam then declared, "My wife, in this I shall not disregard your wishes. It's good to raise hands to Zeus. He always might show pity." So saying, the old man asked a servant, the housekeeper, to pour pure water over his hands. The servant stood beside him, within her hands both ewer and wine jug. When he'd washed his hands, he took the cup from his wife, and stood in the forecourt and prayed, poured out the wine, eyes upturned to heaven, and spoke aloud in these words: "Zeus, Father, ruling from Ida, most glorious, greatest, grant that Achilles receive me with both friendship and pity, and send me a bird of omen, the swift messenger that's the dearest of birds to you, and its power is the greatest, on my right hand, so that after seeing it for myself and trusting it, I can go to the swift-horsed Danaan ships."
Briskly now, the old man stepped into his chariot and drove out through the forecourt and the echoing colonnade. In front of him went the mules, that drew the four-wheeled wagon driven by skillful Adios, and following after them the horses, so that the old man smartly whipped on at speed through the city, his kinsfolk all following behind with great weeping and sorrow, as for one going to his death. When they'd come down out of the city and reached the plain, these last turned and went back into Ilion, Priam's sons and his daughters' husbands. Far-seeing Zeus did not fail to notice the two as they entered the plain, and, seeing Priam, felt pity, and spoke at once to Hermes, his own dear son. "Hermes, it gives you much pleasure to act as a man's companion. You are glad to listen to those whom you enjoy. So off with you now. Escort Priam to the Achaeans' hollow ships, but make sure he's not seen or recognized by the other Danaans before you get to Peleus' son." So he spoke. The guide, Argos' slayer, did not ignore him, but at once strapped under his feet the beautiful sandals, golden, immortal, that carried him over water or boundless land, as swift as the wind's blast, and took the wand with which he bewitches the eyes of those he chooses, while others he rouses from their sleep. With this in his hand, the mighty slayer of Argos took to the air, quickly reaching the Hellespont and Troy, where he set off to walk in the likeness of a young prince with the first down on his chin, youth's most charming age. When the two had driven,
past the great burial mound of Elos, they halted their mules and horses to let them drink at the river. By this time, darkness had fallen over the land. Looking around, the herald caught sight of someone nearby, Hermes, and turned to Priam, said, "Think quickly, scion of Dardanos. We need a smart decision. I see a man. I'm afraid we may soon be cut to pieces. Let's run for it in the chariot, or else perhaps clasp his knees and entreat him. He might take pity on us." So he spoke. The old man was terrified, his mind in turmoil. On his bowed limbs the hairs rose up, and he stood in a daze. But the helper himself approached, took the old man's hand in his, and questioned him, saying, "Where are you off to, father, driving horses and mules through the fragrant night when other mortals are sleeping? Aren't you scared of the Achaeans, your implacable enemies, whose breath is fury, who are very near around you? Should one of them see you coming through the swift dark night, conveying all that treasure, what answer would you have then? You're not young yourself, and your attendant here's old, too. How to stand off any man who decides to attack you? Myself, I shan't harm you in any way. In fact, I'd defend you against anyone else. You're so like my own dear father." Then the old man, Priam the godlike, made him this answer: "These things, dear child, are indeed correct as you state them, but one of the gods must still have had a protective hand over me, to have put a traveler like you in my path, so happily met, so handsome, of so fine a demeanor, and sensible too. Your parents are truly blessed." Then the guide, the slayer of Argos, gave him this reply: "All this indeed, old sir, you have fittingly spoken, but tell me now, please, and make a true declaration. All these splendid treasures, are you shipping them out to foreign people abroad to be kept in safety for you? Or is it that you're all abandoning sacred Ilion out of fear now, since your finest warriors perished, your son? He never shrank from battling the Achaeans." Then the old man, Priam the godlike, made this answer to him: "Who are you, most noble sir, and who, pray, are your parents, that you speak so well of the fate of my unlucky son?" Then the guide, the slayer of Argos, made him this reply: "You're testing me, old sir, when you ask about noble Hector. Him I have often seen, in battle where men win honor with mine own eyes, and when, after driving them to the ships, he would slay Argives, cut them down with the sharp bronze. We would stand there and marvel, because Achilles would not let us fight, being embittered at Atreus' son. His henchman am I. The same well-built ship brought us here. From the Myrmidons I am sprung. My father is Polyctor, a wealthy man, and an old one, just as you are. 6 other sons he has, and I myself am the 7th. We cast lots, and I was chosen to serve out here. And now I've come to the plain from the ships. For at first dawn, the sharp-eyed Achaeans are going to attack around the city. Sitting idle has made them impatient. The Achaeans' princes can no longer restrain them, so eager they are for battle."
Then the old man, Priam the godlike, made him this answer: "If you indeed are a henchman of Peleus' son Achilles, then please recount to me the whole truth of the matter. Does my son remain by the ships, or has Achilles already hacked him to pieces and thrown them out for his dogs?" Then the guide, the slayer of Argus, made him this reply: "Old sir, not yet have dogs or birds of prey devoured him. The man is still lying there beside Achilles' ship among the huts, just as he was. Though this is the 12th day he's been there, his flesh has not rotted, nor have maggots devoured it, the kind that feed on mortals killed in battle. Achilles indeed now drags him around his dear comrade's tomb ruthlessly daily as soon as the light of dawn appears, yet does not disfigure him. Go look, and you'd be amazed how dew-fresh he lies there, washed quite clean of blood and nowhere befouled. All the wounds that he was given have closed, and many there were who thrust the bronze into him. This is how the blessed gods take good care of your son, corpse though he is, since he was dear to their hearts. So he spoke, and the old man rejoiced and answered in these words, My child, it's a good thing indeed to make proper offerings to the immortals. My son, if he ever truly existed, never forgot in his halls the gods who possess Olympus, so now they've remembered him even in his destined death. But come, accept from me this beautiful drinking cup and be my protector, and in company with the gods escort me until I arrive at the hut of Peleus' son. Then the guide, the slayer of Argus, made this reply, You're testing my youth, old sir, but you'll not persuade me when you ask me to take gifts from you behind Achilles' back. Him I fear and respect too much at heart to ever defraud him. I wouldn't want to get in trouble later. But as your guide, I'd go with you as far as famous Argos, protecting you carefully, in a swift ship or on foot. Nor would any man scorning your escort dare to attack you. So saying, the helper took charge of chariot and horses, quickly got his hands on the whip and the reins, and breathed potent strength into horses and mules alike. And when they reached the ditch and the battlements protecting the ships, where the guards were still busy preparing their evening meal, on all these the guide, the slayer of Argus, shed sleep, then opened the gates, drew back the bars, and brought Priam inside along with the splendid gifts on the wagon. But when they arrived at the hut of Peleus' son, that high cabin built by the Myrmidons for their king with rough-cut fir-wood beams, and a roof set up over it made of bristling thatch that they'd harvested from the meadows, and around it enclosed a large courtyard for their king with a close-set palisade, the entrance to which was secured by a single fir beam. To close it took 3 Achaeans and 3 to haul open this huge crossbar on the doors, except for Achilles, who'd ram it home single-handed. Then Hermes the helper opened the entrance for the old man and fetched in the splendid gifts for Peleus' swift-footed son, and stepped down to the ground from the chariot and declared, Old sir, I who have come to you am an immortal god, Hermes, sent here to escort you by my father. But now I must hasten back and not come in where Achilles can see me. It would be most improper for an immortal god to be entertained by mortals face to face. But you must go in there now. Embrace the knees of Peleus' son, and in the name of his father and of his fair-haired mother and of his child, entreat him, attempt to touch his heart. Having so spoken, Hermes then departed to high Olympus, while Priam stepped from his chariot to the ground, leaving Idaeus there to stay behind and look after the horses and mules. He himself went straight to the dwelling where Achilles, dear to Zeus, was sitting, entered and found the man himself, but his comrades were sitting elsewhere. 2 only, the hero Automedon and Alcimos, scion of Ares, were in busy attendance on him. He was through with his meal, with eating and drinking. The table still stood by him. Unnoticed, great Priam came in, approached Achilles, embraced his knees, and kissed his hands, those terrible, murderous hands that had killed so many of his sons. And when blind delusion possesses a man to murder someone in his own country, and he flees to an alien people, to some wealthy man's house, and wonder grips those who see him, so Achilles was amazed at the sight of godlike Priam, and the rest were likewise amazed and looked at one another.
Then Priam addressed Achilles, entreating him in these words, Remember your own father, godlike Achilles, whose years equal mine, on old age's deathly threshold. Him too, it may well be, those dwelling on his frontiers are harassing, with no one to ward off ruin from him. But he at least, while he hears that you're still living, is happy at heart, and hopes from day to day that he'll see his dear son returning from the land of Troy. whereas I am wholly ill-fated. Of the best sons I sired in the broad land of Troy, not one, I tell you, is left. 50 I had when the Achaean sons first came. 19 were born to me from one single womb, the rest other women bore in my halls. But most of these, though many, had their limbs unstrung by impetuous Ares. The one true son I had left to guard the city and its people you slew untimely as he fought in defense of his country. Hector! It's for his sake I've come, now, to the Argive ships to recover him from you. I bring with me ransom past counting. Revere the gods, Achilles, and to me show pity, remembering your own father. But I'm the more pitiable, for I've borne what no other mortal on earth has yet endured. I've brought to my lips the hand of the man who killed my son. So saying, he stirred in Achilles the urge to weep for his own father. He took the old man by the hand, gently pushed him away. Both had their memories, Priam of Hector, killer of men. As bitterly weeping, he crouched at Achilles' feet, while Achilles wept, now for his own father, now again for Patroclus. Their joint mourning resounded throughout the hut. But as soon as noble Achilles had had his fill of weeping, and the urge for it had departed from his heart and limbs, he rose from his chair, took the old man by the hand, and raised him up, pitying his gray beard, his gray hair, and then addressed him, speaking winged words. Unhappy man, your hearts indeed endured many sorrows. How could you bear to come to the Achaean ships, alone, to look me straight in the face, the man who slaughtered so many of your noble sons? You must have a heart of iron. Come then, sit down on this chair, and let's allow our distress to lie at rest in our hearts, for all our grieving, for there's no profit accrues from numbing lamentation. That's how the gods spin life's thread for unhappy mortals, to live amid sorrow, while they themselves are uncaring. There are 2 great jars sunk down in the floor of Zeus's abode, full of gifts he hands out, one of ills, the other of blessings. And the man who gets a mixed handout from thundering Zeus will sometimes encounter trouble and sometimes good luck. Whereas he who only gets ills Zeus renders an outcast, driven by evil hunger to wander across the face of the sacred earth, with respect from neither gods nor mortals. So the gods bestowed on Peleus the most splendid gifts from his birth onward. For he outstripped all mortal men in wealth and prosperity, ruled as lord of the Myrmidons, and though he was mortal, they married him to a goddess. Yet even on him the god laid evil. No family of lordly sons was born to him in his halls, but only the one, short-lived male child. Nor am I able to care for him as he ages, but sit here, far from my country, in Troy, bringing grief to you and your offspring. Yet you too, old sir, were once, we hear, fortunate. Everywhere southward as far as Lesbos, seat of Macer, or Phrygia inland with the vast Hellespont. Here, they say, through your wealth and sons, old sir, you were preeminent. But since the heavenly gods brought this trouble upon you, round your city the fighting, the killings have never stopped. Bear up then. Don't nurse unending grief in your heart. You'll gain nothing by mourning your son. You won't bring him back to life. Before that, you'll have other troubles. Then the old man, Priam the godlike, answered him, saying, Zeus's nursling, you'll not make me sit, so long as Hector lies uncared for among the huts. So, waste no time. Release him. Let me see him myself and accept the ransom, the very great ransom we bring you. Enjoy it and go back home to your own country, now that you've spared me to live myself and to gaze on the light of the sun.
Eyeing him angrily, swift-footed Achilles exclaimed, Provoke me no further, old man. I myself am minded to give you back Hector, since a messenger's reached me from Zeus, the mother who bore me, daughter to the old man of the sea. What's more, I am well aware, Priam, you do not deceive me, that it was some god brought you here to the Achaean ships. No mortal man would dare, however youthful and strong, to enter the camp, or could make his way past the guards or easily thrust back the great bar on our gateway. Stop working on my emotions amid my sorrows, old sir, lest I might not spare even you while you're here in my hut, suppliant though you are, and break Zeus's ordinances. So he spoke. The old man was frightened and heeded his words. Now the son of Peleus strode out of the hut like a lion, not alone, but two of his henchmen accompanied him, the hero Automedon and Alkimos, those whom Achilles most honored of all of his comrades now Patroclus was dead. Together they unyoked both the mules and the horses, brought in the herald, the old man's public crier, sat him down on a chair, and from the smooth running wagon took the boundless ransom for Hector's head, but left there 2 robes and a fine woven tunic in which Achilles would wrap the corpse before yielding it to be carried home. Then he summoned the handmaidens, told them to wash and anoint it, having first moved it away to stop Priam seeing his son, lest, heartbroken, he failed to restrain his wrath at the sight. And Achilles' own heart should be stirred to fury, so that he murdered Priam, thus breaking the ordinances of Zeus. So when the handmaids had washed it and anointed it with oil and shrouded it in a fine robe and tunic besides, Achilles himself raised the body and placed it upon the bier, which he and his comrades lifted onto the polished wagon. Then he heaved a sigh and addressed his dear comrade by name. Don't be angry with me, Patroclus, if you chance to hear, even in Hades' realm, that I've given back noble Hector to his dear father. The ransom he offered was not unfitting, and of this I'll allot to you all that's your proper due. That said, noble Achilles went back inside his hut, sat down on the richly worked chair from which he'd arisen against the opposite wall, and then addressed Priam, saying, "Your son, old sir, has been released to you as you wanted, and is lying on a bier. At daybreak, you shall yourself see him as you take him. But for now, let's turn to supper. For even fair-haired Niobe was minded to eat, though all her 12 children had perished there in the halls. 6 daughters and 6 sons in the prime of their youth. The sons were slain by Apollo with shafts from his silver bow out of anger against Niobe. The daughters by Artemis, the huntress. Niobe had praised herself over fair-cheeked Leto, who she said bore 2 only, whereas she was mother to many. Her brood, Leto's twins, then slaughtered, every last one. 9 days they lay in their blood, nor was there anyone to bury them. Cronos' son turned their people to stones. But on the 10th day they were buried by the heavenly gods, and Niobe's mind turned to food, since she'd tired of weeping. Now somewhere among the rocks in those lonely mountains on Sipylos, where they say goddesses have their abodes, the nymphs who move nimbly, dancing around Achilleos, there those stones she broods on the woes that the gods dealt her. So come, let the 2 of us likewise, noble old sir, take thought for food. After that, you can mourn your dear son when you've returned him to Ilion. Much wept over he will be." With that, swift Achilles sprang up and cut the throat of a white sheep. His comrades skinned it, butchered it neatly, cut up the meat with skill, threaded the bits on skewers, grilled them with care, then drew them all off. That done, Automedon brought bread and put it on the table in handsome baskets, while Achilles shared out the meat. So they reached out their hands to the good things ready for them, But when they'd satisfied their desire for food and drink, then Priam, scion of Dardanos, gazed in wonder at Achilles, his stature and his beauty. How like the gods he appeared. While at Priam, scion of Dardanos, Achilles gazed in wonder, observing his noble features, listening as he spoke.
But when they'd had their pleasure of looking at one another, then the first to speak was the old man, Priam the godlike. Let me bed down now, Zeus's nursling, so that at last we may take our rest and get our fill of sweet slumber. For never yet have my eyes closed under my eyelids since at your hands my son was bereft of life. I've been lamenting ceaselessly, nursing my countless sorrows, rolling about in the dung in my courtyard's enclosure. But now I've tasted food, permitted fire-bright wine to pass down my throat. Before that, I'd taken nothing. Thereupon, Achilles instructed his comrades and the handmaids to set bedsteads under the colonnade, and lay upon them fine purple wool throws, and over these to spread blankets topped off with fleecy cloaks to serve as coverlets. Out from the hall went the handmaids, each holding a torch, and quickly made up 2 beds. In a teasing voice, swift-footed Achilles then had this to say to Priam. But sleep outside, good old sir. Some Achaean counselor might come over here. They're always having sessions with me, seeking advice in their planning, a common practice. But if one of them saw you, during the swift black night, he might go and tell Agamemnon, the people's shepherd, and then there'd be, delay in the release of the body. Now, tell me this, and be honest. How many days do you have in mind for the funeral of noble Hector? So I hold off that long, and restrain the troops as well. Then the old man, Priam the godlike, answered him, saying, If you truly mean that I can complete noble Hector's burial, you'd be doing me a great kindness by acting thus. You know how we're shut up inside the city, and firewood has to be fetched a long way from the mountains, and the Trojans are really scared. 9 days we would mourn him in our halls, and then, on the 10th, we'd inter him, and there'd be public feasting. On the 11th, we'd raise the funeral mound over him, and on the 12th, if we have to, we'll join battle once again. Then noble, swift-footed Achilles answered him, saying, All these things, aged Priam, shall be as you propose. I shall hold back the attack for the time that you've requested. So saying, he took hold of the aged man's right hand by the wrist, to allay any fear that might be in his heart. Then they lay down to sleep there in the dwelling's forecourt, the herald and Priam, with a great deal to think about. But Achilles himself slept at the back of the wall-built hut, with the fair-cheeked Briseis now lying there by his side. All others, both gods and mortals, chariot marshals, slept the night through, overcome by gentle slumber. But on Hermes the helper's sleep could get no hold, as he pondered on how he was going to escort King Priam away from the ships, unseen by the watchful gate guards. So he stood close above his head and addressed him, saying, Old sir, you're not bothered by danger, still fast asleep among enemies as you are, since Achilles had spared you. And now you've ransomed your son, and a great deal you gave for him. Yet, to get you back alive would cost your surviving sons 3 times that amount in ransom, were Atreus' son, Agamemnon, or all the Achaeans to learn that you were here. He spoke, and the old man, badly frightened, made the herald get up, while Hermes himself yoked the mules and the horses for them and briskly drove them out of the camp. No one noticed them, but when they came to the ford of the swift-flowing river, Xanthos, begotten by immortal Zeus, then Hermes went on his way to lofty Olympus, as saffron-robed dawn was spreading across the entire earth. And the others, weeping and wailing, drove the horses to the city, while the mules drew the dead body. Once more no man nor any fine-sashed woman recognized them now, save only Cassandra, as lovely as golden Aphrodite, who'd gone up onto the citadel and recognized her dear father as he stood in the chariot, and the herald, the city's crier, and him she saw stretched on a bier in the mule-drawn wagon. Then she shrieked aloud and went screaming throughout the city, Go look, men and women of Troy! Go now and see Hector. If ever while he yet lived, you were happy to see him coming home from the battle. Great joy to our city and all its people. So she spoke. Not one man was left behind in the city, nor any woman. Upon them all came sorrow past bearing. It was near the city gates they encountered the dead man's escort. His dear wife and his lady mother were the first to fling themselves aboard the smooth-running wagon, tearing their hair to cradle Hector's head. The thronged bystanders all wept, and from then all day long until sunset, there by the gates, they'd have gone on shedding tears and mourning for Hector, had the old man not called out to the crowd from his chariot, "Make way for the mules to come through. You'll get your fill of lamenting later, as soon as I've brought him home."
So he spoke. They stood to one side, made way for the wagon. When Hector's body reached Priam's famed palace, they moved it to an inlaid bedstead, and by his side placed minstrels, leaders of dirges. These chanted the song of lamentation, while the women in chorus added their lament to the dirge. Of these, it was white-armed Andromache led the mourning, cradling in her arms the head of Hector, the killer. Husband, perished too young. You're leaving me a widow here in our home, and the son's still only an infant that we both ill-fated made. Nor do I believe he will ever come to the years of manhood. Before then, the city will be leveled, since you, its guardian, have perished, who protected it, kept safe its devoted wives, its children. Soon enough, these will be cargo aboard the hollow ships, and I among them. And you, my child, will go with me to a place where you must labor at unseemly tasks, slaving for a rough master, or else some Achaean will strong-arm you down from the battlements. A grim death, angered maybe because it was Hector killed his brother or father or son, since there are so many Achaeans have bitten the boundless dust at Hector's hands. For in grim warfare, you were far from gentle. So there's public mourning for him throughout the city, and unspeakable grief and sorrow you've brought on your parents. Hector, to me, above all, there's left this bitter loss. For you never, dying, reached out to me from your bed. That you never uttered for me some last enduring word that I could have recalled night and day as I shed my tears. So she spoke. The women added their own lament, and among them now Hecabe led the passionate mourning. Hector, of all my children, dearest to my heart, while you were still living, you were beloved of the gods. They cared for you even in your destiny of death. Those other sons of mine, swift Achilles, whenever he took one, would sail abroad, beyond the unharvested sea, to Samos or Imbros or mist-enshrouded Lemnos. But you, though he'd robbed you of life with the keen-edged bronze, and often dragged you around the tomb of his comrade Patroclus, whom you slew, yet could never bring him back to life. You lie now in my halls, as though newly slain, dewy fresh, like one whom lately Apollo, he of the silver bow, has assailed with his gentle shafts and put to death. So she spoke, weeping, and stirred up unending lamentation. Then, third in line to lead the mourning, came Helen. Hector, most dear to my heart of all my husband's brothers. Yes, indeed, my husband is Alexandros, the godlike, who brought me hither to Troy. Ah, would that I had died first. This is now the 20th year that's passed since I ran off from home, abandoning my own country. Yet from you I've never had one mean or degrading word, and if anyone else reviled me here in these halls, one of your brothers or sisters or brothers' well-dressed wife, your mother, your father would have been mine. He was always so gentle. And then you tuck them round and restrain them
with your personal gentleness and the gentle things you said. So I weep, sad at heart, for both you and my ill-starred self. For no more in all broad Troy is there left anyone who's gentle or loving to me. All regard me with horror. So she spoke, weeping, and the countless throng lamented. Then the aged Priam addressed his people, saying, "Fetch in firewood now to the city. Don't be scared at heart, lest the Argives set up some smart ambush, for Achilles, when sending me back from the black ships, guaranteed he'd do us no harm until the 12th day's dawn from now." So he spoke, and at that they harnessed both oxen and mules to wagons, and quickly assembled outside the city. For 9 days they carted back timber in abundance. But when the 10th dawn came, bringing light to mortals, then, shedding tears, they carried out bold Hector, laid his corpse on top of the pyre, and set it ablaze. But when dawn appeared, lately born, with her rosy fingers, then a crowd collected around illustrious Hector's pyre. And when they were all assembled and gathered together, first they quenched the still smoldering pyre with fire-bright wine in each part that the fire's force reached. And next, his brothers and comrades gathered up the white bones, still mourning, with great tears streaming down their cheeks, took them and laid them away in a golden casket, wrapped in a soft purple cloth, and once after that, put the box in a dug-out grave and covered it over with great close-set stones, and last, very quickly, heaped up the burial mound with lookouts all around it in case the well-grieved Achaeans attacked them before the stated time. And when they'd raised the mound, they all went back, then sat down together and shared a glorious feast in the palace of Priam, the king who was Zeus's nursling. Such were the funeral rites for Hector, breaker of horses.